Section 30 of Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, Volume 1 by Charles ELIOT, Vedic Deities and Sacrifices. Part 1. Our knowledge of early Indian religion is derived almost entirely from literature. After the rise of Buddhism, this is supplemented to some extent by buildings, statues and inscriptions, but unlike Egypt and Babylonia, pre-Buddhist India has yielded no temples, images or other religious antiquities, nor is it probable that such will be discovered. Certainly, the material for study is not scanty. The theological literature of India is enormous. The difficulty is to grasp it and select what is important. The inquirer is confronted with a series of encyclopedic works of great bulk and considerable antiquity, treating of every aspect of religion which interested the Brahmins. But he continually feels the want of independent testimony to check their statements. They set forth the views of their authors, but whether those views met with general acceptance outside the Brahmanic caste and influenced Indian life as a whole, or whether classes, such as the military caste, or regions, such as Western India and Dravidian India, had different views, it is often hard to say. Even more serious is the difficulty of chronology, which affects secular as well as religious literature. The feats of Hindus in the matter of computing time show in the most extravagant form the peculiarities of their mental temperament, for while in their cosmogonies, eons whose length the mind can hardly grasp are tabulated with the names of their superhuman rulers, there are few dates in the pre-Muhammadan history which can be determined from purely Indian sources. Footnote 139. The principal one is the date of Ashoka, deducible from an inscription in which he names contemporary Seleucid monarchs. End footnote. The fragments of obscure Greek writers and the notes of a traveling Chinaman furnish more trustworthy data about important epochs in the history of the Hindus than the whole of the gigantic literature, in which there has been found no mention of Alexander's invasion and only scattered allusions to the conquest of the Shakas, Kushans and Hunas. We can hardly imagine doubt as to the century in which Shakespeare or Virgil lived, yet when I first studied Sanskrit, the greatest of Indian dramatists, Kalidasa, was supposed to have lived about 50 BC. His date is not yet fixed with unanimity, but it is now generally placed in the 5th or 6th century AD. This chronological chaos naturally affects the value of literature as a record of the development of thought. We are in danger of moving in a vicious circle, of assigning ideas to an epoch because they occurred in a certain book, while at the same time we fix the date of the book in virtue of the ideas which it contains. Still, we may feel some security as to the sequence, if not the exact dates, of the great divisions in Indian religious literature, such as the period of the Vedic hymns, the period of Brahmanas, the rise of Buddhism, the composition of the two great epics, and the Purans. If we follow the opinion of most authorities and accept the picture of Indian life and thought contained in the Pali Tripitaka as in the main historical, it seems to follow that both the ritual system of the Brahmanas and the philosophic speculations of the Upanishads were in existence by 500 BC and sufficiently developed to impress the public mind with a sense of their futility. Footnote 140. Example given, a learned Brahman is often described in the Sutta Pitaka as a repeater of the sacred words, knowing the mystic verses by heart, one who had mastered the 3 Vedas with the indices, the ritual, the phonology, the exegesis, and the legends as a 5th. End footnote. Some interval of mental growth seems to separate the Upanishads from the Brahmanas, and a more decided interval separates the Brahmanas from the earlier hymns of the Rig Veda, if not from the compilation of the whole collection. Footnote 141. There had been time for misunderstandings to arise. Thus the Satapatha Brahmana sees in the well-known verse, who is the god to whom we shall offer our sacrifices, and address to a deity named Ka, Sanskrit for who, and it would seem that an old word, uloka, has been separated in several passages into two words, you, a meaningless particle, and loka. End footnote. We may hence say that the older Upanishads and Brahmanas must have been composed between 800 and 500 BC, and the hymns of the Rig Veda hardly later than 1000 BC. Many authorities think the earlier hymns must date from 2000 rather than 1000 BC, but the resemblance of the Rig Veda to the Zoroastrian Gathas, which are generally regarded as considerably later than 1000 BC, is plain, and it will be strange if the two collections prove to be separated by an interval of many centuries. But the stage of social and religious culture indicated in the Vedic hymns may have begun long before they were composed, and rites and deities common to Indians and Iranians existed before the reforms of Zoroaster. Footnote 142. Recent scholars are disposed to fix the appearance of Zoroaster between the middle of the 7th century and the earlier half of the 6th century BC, but this date offers many difficulties. It makes it hard to explain the resemblance between the Gathas and the Rig Veda, and how is it that respectable classical authorities of the 4th century BC, quoted by Pliny, attribute a high antiquity to Zoroaster. End footnote. It may seem that everything is uncertain in this literature without dates or authors, and that the growth of religion in India cannot be scientifically studied. The difficulties are indeed considerable, but they are materially reduced by the veneration in which the ancient scriptures were held, and by the retentiveness of memory and devotion to grammar, if not to history, which have characterized the Brahmins for at least 25 centuries. The authenticity of certain Vedic texts is guaranteed not only by the quotations found in later works, but by treatises on phonetics, grammar, and versification, as well as by indices which give the number of words in every book, chapter, and verse. We may be sure that we possess not perhaps the exact words of the Vedic poets, but what were believed about 600 BC to be their exact words, and there is no reason to doubt that this is a substantially correct version of the hymns as recited several centuries earlier. Footnote 143. This applies chiefly to the three Samhitas, or collection of hymns and prayers. On the other hand, there was no feeling against the composition of new Upanishads or the interpolation and amplification of the epics. End footnote. In drawing any deductions from the hymns of the Rig Veda, it must be remembered that it is the manual of the Hotri priests. Footnote 144. The Hotri recites prayers while other priests perform the act of sacrifice, but there are several poems in the Rig Veda for which even Indian ingenuity has not been able to find a liturgical use. End footnote. This does not affect the age or character of the single pieces. They may have been composed at very different dates, and they are not arranged in the order in which the priest recites them. But the liturgical character of the compilation does somewhat qualify its title to give a complete picture of religion. One could not throw doubt on a ceremony of the church, still less on a popular custom, because it was not mentioned in the Missal, and we cannot assume that ideas or usages not mentioned in the Rig Veda did not exist at the time when it was composed. We have no other Sanskrit writings contemporary with the older parts of the Rig Veda, but the roots of epic poetry stretch far back, and ballads may be as old as hymns, though they neither sought nor obtained the official sanction of the priesthood. Side by side with Vedic tradition, unrecorded epic tradition built up the figures of Shiva, Rama, and Krishna, which astonish us by their sudden appearance in later literature only because their earlier phases have not been preserved. The Vedic hymns were probably collected and arranged between 1000 and 500 BC. At that period, rites and ceremonies multiplied and absorbed man's mind to a degree unparalleled in the history of the world, and literature occupied itself with the description or discussion of this dreary ceremonial. Buddhism was a protest against the necessity of sacrifices, and though Buddhism decayed in India, the sacrificial system never recovered from the attack and assumed comparatively modest proportions. But in an earlier period, after the composition of the Vedic hymns and before the predominance of speculation, skill in ceremonial was regarded as the highest and indeed only science, and the ancient prayers and poems of the race were arranged in 3 collections to suit the ritual. These were the Rig Veda, containing the metrical prayers, the Yajur Veda, in an old and new recension known as the Black and the White, containing formulaic mainly in prose to be muttered during the course of the sacrifice, and Sama Veda, a book of chants consisting almost entirely of verses taken from the Rig Veda and arranged for singing. The Rig Veda is clearly older than the others. Its elements are anterior to the Brahmanic liturgy and are arranged in less complete subservience to it than in the Yajur and Sama Vedas. The restriction of the words Veda and Vedic to the collection of hymns, though convenient, is not in accordance with the Indian usage, which applies the name to a much larger body of religious literature. What we call the Rig Veda is strictly speaking the mantras of the Rig Veda or the Rig Veda Samhita. Besides this, there are the Brahmanas or ceremonial treatises, the Aranyaka and the Upanishads containing philosophy and speculation, the Sutras or aphoristic rules, all comprised in the Veda or Shruti, hearing, that is the revelation heard directly by saints, as opposed to Smriti, remembering, or tradition starting from human teachers. Modern Hindus, when not influenced by the language of European scholars, apply the word Veda especially to the Upanishads. For some time only 3 Vedas were accepted. Footnote 145. Thus the Pali Pitaks speak of the Tavidya or threefold knowledge of the Brahmins. End footnote. But the epics and the Purans know of the fourfold Veda and place the Atharva Veda on a level with the other 3. It was the manual of 2 ancient priestly families, the Atharvans and the Angirasas, whose speciality was charms and prophylactics, rather than the performance of the regular sacrifices. The hymns and magic songs which it contains were probably collected subsequently to the composition of the Brahmanas, but the separate poems are older and, so far as can be judged from the language, are intermediate between the Rig Veda and the Brahmanas. But the substance of many of the spells must be older still, since the incantations prescribed show a remarkable similarity to Old German, Russian, and Lettish charms. The Atharva also contains speculative poems and, if it has not the freshness of the Rig Veda, is most valuable for the history of Indian thought and civilization. I will not here inquire what was the original home of the Aryans, or whether the resemblances shown by Aryan languages justify us in believing that the ancestors of the Hindus, Greeks, Celts, Slavs, etc. belong to a single race and physical type. The grounds for such a belief seem to me doubtful, but a comparison of language, religion, and customs make it probable that the ancestors of the Iranians and Hindus dwelt together in some region lying to the north of India, and then, in descending southwards, parted company and wandered, one band westwards to Persia and the other to the Punjab and southeast. Footnote 146. Or it may be that the ancestors of the Persian were also in the Punjab and retired westwards. End footnote. These latter produced the poets of the Rig Veda. Their home is indicated by their acquaintance with the Himalayas, the Kabul River, the Indus, and rivers of the Punjab and the Jamna. The Ganges, though known, apparently lay beyond their sphere, but the geography of the Atharva extends as far as Benares and implies a practical knowledge of the sea, which is spoken of somewhat vaguely in the Rig Veda. It is probable that the oldest hymns were composed among the rivers of the Punjab, but the majority somewhat further to the east, in the district of Kurukshetra or Thanesar. At some period subsequent to the Aryan immigration, there was a great struggle between 2 branches of the same stock, related in a legendary form as the contest between the Kauravas and the Pandavas. Some have thought that we have here an indication of a second invasion composed of Aryans who remained in the mountainous districts north of the Hindu Kush when the first detachment moved south, and who developed their somewhat different customs. It is also possible that the Atharva Veda may represent the religious ideas of these second invaders. In several passages, the Mahabharata speaks of the Atharva as the highest Veda and represents the Pandavas as practicing polyandry, a custom which still prevails among many Himalayan tribes. The Rig Veda depicts a life not far advanced in material arts, but, considering the date, humane and civilized. There were no towns, but merely villages and fortified enclosures to be used as refuge in case of necessity. The general tone of the hymns is kindly and healthy. Many of them indeed have more robust piety than interest. There are few indications of barbarous customs. The general impression is of a free and joyous life in which the principal actors are chiefs and priests, though neither have become tyrannical. The composition of this anthology probably extended over several centuries and comprised a period of lively mental growth. It is therefore natural that it should represent stages of religious development which are not contemporaneous. But though thought is active and exuberant in these poems, they are not altogether an intellectual outburst excited by the successful advance into India. The calm of settlement as well as the fire of conquest have left their mark on them, and during the period of composition, religion grew more boldly speculative, but also more sedentary, formal, and meticulous. The earliest hymns bear traces of quasi-nomadic life, but the writers are no longer nomads. They follow agriculture as well as pasturage, but they are still contending with aborigines, still expanding and moving on. They mention no states or capitals. They revere rivers and mountains, but have no shrines to serve as religious centers, as repositories and factories of tradition. Legends and precepts have of course come down from earlier generations, but are not very definite or cogent. The stories of ancient sages and warriors are vague and wanting in individual color. Part 2. The absence of sculpture and painting explains much in the character of the Vedic deities. The hymn writers were devout and imaginative, not content to revere some undescribed being in the sky, but full of mythology, metaphor, and poetry, and continually singling out new powers for worship. Among many races, the conceptions thus evolved acquire solidity and permanence by the aid of art. An image stereotypes a deity, worshippers from other districts can see it, and it remains from generation to generation as a conservative and unifying force. Even a stone may have something of the same effect, for it connects the deity with the events, rites, and ideas of a locality. But the earliest stratum of Vedic religion is worship of the powers of nature, such as the sun, the sky, the dawn, the fire, which are personified but not localized or depicted. Their attributes do not depend at all on art, not much on local or tribal custom, but chiefly on imagination and poetry, and as this poetry was not united in one collection until a later period, a bard was under no obligation to conform to the standards of his fellows, and probably many bards sang without knowing of one another's existence. Such a figure as Agni or fire, if one can call him a figure, illustrates the fluid and intangible character of Vedic divinities. He is one of the greatest in the pantheon, and in some ways his godhead is strongly marked. He blesses, protects, preserves, and inspires. He is a divine priest and messenger between gods and men. He knows all generations. Yet we cannot give any definite account of him such as could be drawn up for a Greek deity. He is not a god of fire, like Vulcan, but the fire itself regarded as divine. The descriptions of his appearance are not really anthropomorphic, but metaphorical imagery depicting shining, streaming flames. The hymns tell us that he has a tawny beard and hair, a flaming head or 3 heads, 3 tongues or 7, 4 eyes or 1,000. One poem says that he faces in all directions, another that he is footless and headless. He is called the son of heaven and earth, of Vashtri and the waters, of the dawn, of Indra Vishnu. One singer says that the gods generated him to be a light for the Aryans, another that he is the father of the gods. This multiple origin becomes more definite in the theory of Agni's 3 births. He is born on earth from the friction of fire sticks, in the clouds as lightning, and in the highest heavens as the sun or celestial light. In virtue of this triple birth, he assumes a triune character. His heads, tongues, bodies, and dwellings are three, and this threefold nature has perhaps something to do with the triads of deities which become frequent later and finally develop into the Trimurti or Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. But there is nothing fixed or dogmatic in this idea of Agni's three births. In other texts, he is said to have two, one in heaven and one on earth, and yet another turn of fancy ascribes to him births innumerable because he is kindled on many hearths. Some of the epithets applied to him become quasi-independent. For instance, Agni Vashvanara, all men's fire, and Agni Tanu Napat, which seems to mean son of himself, or fire spontaneously generated, are in a later period treated almost as separate deities. Matarisvan is sometimes the name of Agni and sometimes a separate deity who brings Agni to mankind. In the same way, the Rig Veda has not one but many solar deities. Mitra, Surya, Savitri, and perhaps Pushan, Bhaga, Vivasvat, and Vishnu are all loose personifications of certain functions or epithets of the sun. Deities are often thought of in classes. Thus we have the Maruts, Rudras, and Vasus. We hear of Prajapati in the singular, but also of the Prajapatis or creative forces. Not only does Agni tend to be regarded as more than one, he is identified with other gods. We are told he is Varuna and Mitra, Savitri, and Indra. Thou art Varuna when born, says one hymn, thou becomest Mitra when kindled. In thee, O son of strength, are all the gods. Footnote 147. Rig Veda, verse 3, 1. End footnote. Such identifications are common in the Vedas. Philosophically, they are an early manifestation of the mental bias which leads to pantheism, metapsychosis, and the feeling that all things and persons are transitory and partial aspects of the one reality. But evidently, the mutability of the Vedic gods is also due to their nature. They are bundles of epithets and functions without much personal or local center, and these epithets and functions are to a large extent the same. All the gods are bright and swift and helpful. All love sacrifices and bestow wealth, sons, and cows. A figure like Agni enables us to understand the many-sided, inconsistent presentment of Shiva and Vishnu in later times. A richer mythology surrounds them, but in the fluidity of their outline, their mutability, and their readiness to absorb or become all other deities, they follow the old lines. Even a deity like Ganesha, who seems at first sight modern and definite, illustrates these ancient characteristics. He has 1 or 5 heads and from 4 to 16 arms. There are half a dozen strange stories of his birth and wonderful allegories describing his adventures. Yet he is also identified with all the gods and declared to be the creator, preserver, and destroyer of the universe, nay, the Supreme Spirit itself. Footnote 148. See the Ganesha Tharvashirsha Upanishad and Gopinath Rao, Hindu Iconography, Volume 1, pages 35 to 67. End footnote. In Soma, the sacred plant whose juice was offered in the most solemn sacrifices, we again find the combination of natural phenomena and divinity with hardly any personification. Soma is not a sacred tree inhabited by some spirit of the woods, but the Lord of immortality who can place his worshippers in the land of eternal life and light. Some of the finest and most spiritual of the Vedic hymns are addressed to him, and yet it is hard to say whether they are addressed to a person or a beverage. The personification is not much more than when French writers called absinthe la fieuse yeux. Later, Soma was identified with the moon, perhaps because the juice was bright and shining. On the other hand, Soma worship is connected with a very ancient but persistent form of animism, for the Vedic poets celebrate as immortal the stones under which the plant is pressed and beg them to bestow wealth and children. Just so at the present day agricultural and other implements receive the salutations and prayers of those who use them. They are not gods in any ordinary sense, but they are potent forces. But some Vedic deities are drawn more distinctly, particularly Indra, who having more character has also lasted longer than most of his fellows, partly because he was taken over by Buddhism and enrolled into the retinue of the Buddha. He appears to have been originally a god of thunder, a phenomenon which leads itself to anthropomorphic treatment. As an atmospheric deity, he conquers various powers of evil, particularly Vritra, the demon of drought. The Vedas know of evil spirits against whom the gods wage successful war, but they have no single personification of evil in general, like our devil, and few malevolent deities. Of these, latter Rudra, the prototype of Shiva, is the most important, but he is not wholly malevolent, for he is the god of healing and can take away sickness as well as cause it. Indian thought is not inclined to dualism, which is perhaps the outcome of a practical mind desiring a certain course and seeing everywhere the difficulties which the evil one puts in the way of it, but rather to that pantheism which tends to subsume both good and evil under a higher unity. Indra was the tutelary deity of the invading Aryans. His principles would delight a European settler in Africa. He protects the Aryan color and subjects the black skin. He gave land to the Aryans and made the Dasyus, aborigines, subject to them. He dispersed 50,000 of the black race and rent their citadels. Footnote 149. See Rig Veda, 3rd, 34.9, 1st, 138, 4th, 26.2, 6th, 18.3, 4th, 16.3. End footnote. Some of the events with which he is connected, such as the battles of King Sudas, may have a historical basis. He is represented as a gigantic being of enormous size and vigor, and of gross passions. He feasts on the flesh of bulls and buffaloes roasted by hundreds. His potations are counted in terms of lakes, and not only nerve him for the fray, but also intoxicate him. Footnote 150. In one singular hymn, Rigveda 10th, 119, Indra describes his sensations after drinking freely, and in the Satpatha Brahmana, 5th, 549, and 12th, 7, 111, he seems to be represented as suffering from his excesses and having to be cured by a special ceremony. End footnote. Under the name of Saka, Indra figures largely in the Buddhist sutras and seems to have been the chief popular deity in the Buddha's lifetime. He was adopted into the new creed as a sort of archangel and heavenly defender of the faith. In the epics, he is still a mighty deity and the lord of paradise. Happiness in his heaven is the reward of the pious warrior after death. The Mahabharata and the Purans, influenced perhaps by Buddhism, speak of a series of Indras, each lasting for a cycle, but superseded when a new heaven and earth appear. In modern Hinduism, his name is familiar, though he does not receive much worship. Yet, in spite of his long preeminence, there is no disposition to regard him as the supreme and only God. Though the Rigveda calls him the creator and destroyer of all things, he is not God in our sense any more than other deities are. Footnote 151. In some passages of the Upanishads, he is identified with Atma. Example, Kaushitaki Upanishad 3rd 8. But then all persons, whether divine or human, are really the Atma if they only knew it. End footnote. He is the personification of strength and success, but he is not sufficiently spiritual or mystical to hold and satisfy the inquiring mind. Part 3. One of the most interesting and impressive work of Vedic deities is Varuna, often invoked with a more shadowy double called Mitra. No myths or exploits are related of him, but he is the omnipotent and omniscient upholder of moral and physical law. He established earth and sky. He set the sun in heaven and ordained the movements of the moon and stars. The wind is his breath, and by his law the heavens and earth are kept apart. He perceives all that exists in heaven and earth or beyond, nor could a man escape him, though he fled beyond the sky. The winkings of men's eyes are all numbered by him. He knows all that man does or think. Footnote 152. Atharva Veda, 4th, 16.2. End footnote. Sin is the infringement of his ordinances, and he binds sinners in fetters. Hence they pray to him for release from sin, and he is gracious to the penitent. Whereas the other deities are mainly asked to bestow material boons, the hymns addressed to Varuna contain petitions for forgiveness. He dwells in heaven in a golden mansion. His throne is great and lofty with 1,000 columns, and his abode has 1,000 doors. From it he looks down on the doings of men, and all-seeing sun comes to his court to report. There is much in these descriptions which is unlike the attributes ascribed to any other member of the Vedic pantheon and recalls Ahura Mazda of the Avesta or Semitic deities. No proof of foreign influence is forthcoming, but the opinion of some scholars that the figure of Varuna somehow reflects Semitic ideas is plausible. It has been suggested that he was originally a lunar deity, which explains his association with Mitra, the Persian Mithra, who was a sun god, and that the group of deities called Adityas, and including Mitra and Varuna, were the sun, moon, and the 5 planets known to the ancients. This resembles the Babylonian worship of the heavenly bodies, and, though there is no record whatever of how such ideas reached the Aryans, it is not difficult to imagine that they may have come from Babylonia either to India or to the country where Indians and Iranians dwelt together. Footnote 153. The Indian alphabets are admittedly Semitic in origin. End footnote. There is a Semitic flavor too in the Indian legends of the churning of the ocean. Footnote 154. See Mahabharata, 1st, 17-18, and other accounts in the Ramayana and Puranas. End footnote. The gods and asuras effect this by using a huge serpent as a rope to whirl round a mountain, and from the turmoil there arise various marvelous personages and substances, including the moon. This resembles in tone, if not in detail, the Babylonian creation myths, telling of a primeval abyss of waters and a great serpent which is slain by the gods, who use its body as the material for making the heavens and the earth. Footnote 155. It has also been conjectured that Sk. Asura is equal to Ashur, the god of Assyria, and that Sumeru or Sineru, Meru, is equal to Sumer or Shinar. See JRAS 1960, pages 364 to 365. End footnote. Yet Varuna is not the center of a monotheistic religion any more than Indra, and in later times he becomes a water god of no marked importance. The Aryans and the Semites, while both dissatisfied with polytheism and seeking the one among the many, moved along different paths and did not reach exactly the same goal. Semitic deities were representations of the forces of nature in human form, but their character was stereotyped by images, at any rate in Assyria and Babylonia, and by the ritual of particular places with which they were identified. Semitic polytheism is mainly due to the number of tribes and localities possessing separate deities, not to the number of deities worshipped by each place and tribe. As villages and small towns were subordinate to great towns, so the deities of minor localities were subordinate to those of the greater. Hence the Semitic god was often thought of as a king who might be surrounded by a court and then became the head of a pantheon of inferior deities, but also might be thought of as tolerating no rivals. This latter conception, when combined with moral earnestness, gives us Jehovah, who resembles Varuna, except that Varuna is neither jealous nor national. Indian polytheism also originated in the personification of various phenomena: the sun, thunder, fire, rivers, and so forth. But these deities, unlike the Semitic gods, had little to do with special tribes or localities, and the philosophic Indian easily traced a connection between them. It is not difficult to see that sun, fire, and lightning have something in common. The gods are frequently thought of as joined in couples, triads, or larger companies, and early worship probably showed the beginnings of a feature which is prominent in the later ritual, namely, that a sacrifice is not an isolated oblation offered to one particular god, but a series of oblations presented to a series of deities. There was thus little disposition to exalt one god and annihilate the other, but every disposition to identify the gods with one another and all of them with something else. Just as rivers, mountains, and plains are dimly seen to be parts of a whole which later ages call nature, so are the gods seen to be parts of some divine whole which is greater than any of them. Even in the Rig Veda, we find such sentiments as the priests speak of the one being in many ways. They call it Agni, Yama, Matarisvan. Footnote 156. Rig Veda, 1st, 164-46. End footnote. Hence, it is not surprising that when in the later Vedic period a tendency towards monotheism, but monotheism of a pantheistic type appears, the supreme position is given to none of the old deities but to a new figure, Prajapati. This word, meaning lord of living creatures, occurs in the Rig Veda as an epithet of the sun and is also occasionally used as the name of the being by whom all gods and worlds were generated and by whose power they continue to exist. In the Brahmanas and later ritual literature, he is definitely recognized as the supreme deity, the creator, the first sacrificer, and the sacrifice itself. It is perhaps owing to his close connection with ceremonial that inquiring and speculative minds felt Prajapati not to be a final or satisfactory explanation of the universe. He is identified with Brahma, the active personal creator, and this later name gradually ousts the other, but he does not, any more than Indra or Varuna, become the Atma or supreme universal being of the Upanishads. The principal Vedic deities are male, and the few goddesses that are mentioned, such as Ushas, the dawn, seem to owe their sex to purely dramatic reasons. Greece and Rome, as well as India, felt it appropriate to represent the daybreak as a radiant nymph. But though in later times such goddesses as Durga assumed in some sects a paramount position, and though the Veda is familiar with the idea of the world being born, there are few traces in it of a goddess corresponding to the Great Mother, Cybele or Astarte. In an earlier period of Vedic studies, many deities were identified with figures in the classical or Teutonic mythology, chiefly on philological grounds, but most of these identifications have now been abandoned. But a few names and figures seem to be found among both the Asiatic and European Aryans, and to point to a common stock of ideas. Deus, the sky god, is admittedly the same as Zeus and Jupiter. The Ashwins agree in character, though not in name, with the Dioscuri, and the other parallels are quoted from Lettish mythology. Bhaga, the bountiful giver, a somewhat obscure deity, is the same word as the Slavonic bog, used in the general sense of God, and we find Deva in Sanskrit, Deus in Latin, and Devas in Lithuanian. Ushas, the dawn, is phonetically related to Greek Eahos and Aurora, who, however, are only half-deities. Indra, if he cannot be scientifically identified with Thor, is a similar personage who must have grown out of the same stock of ideas. By a curious transference, the prophet Elias has, in southeastern Europe, inherited the attributes of the thunder god and is even now in the imagination of the peasantry a jovial and riotous being who, like Indra, drives a noisy chariot across the sky. The connection with ancient Persian mythology is closer. The Avestan religion was a reformation due to the genius of Zoroaster and therefore comparable with Buddhism rather than Hinduism, but the less systematic polytheism which preceded it contained much which reminds us of the Vedic hymns. It can hardly be doubted that the ancestors of the Indians and Iranians once practiced almost identical forms of religion and had even a common ritual. The chief features of the fire cult and of the Soma or Hauma sacrifice appears in both. The sacrifice is called Yajna in the Veda, Yasna in the Avesta. The Hotri priest is Zoatar, Atharvan is Atharvan, Mitra is Mitra. Vayu and Apa, the divine waters, meet us in the Avesta in almost the same forms, and Indra's epithet of Vritrahan, the slayer of Vritra, appears as Vritragna. Ahura Mazda seems to be a development of the deity who appears as Varuna in India, though he has not the same name, and the main difference between Indian and Iranian religion lies in this, that the latter was systematized by a theistic reformer who exalted one deity above the others, whereas in India, where there was more religious vitality, polytheistic and pantheistic fancies flourished uncurbed, and the greatest reformer, the Buddha, was not a theist. One peculiarity of Indians in all ages is that they put more into religion than other races. It received most of the energy and talent which elsewhere went into art, politics, and philosophy. Hence it became both intense and manifold, for deities and creeds were wanted for every stage of intelligence and variety of taste, and also very tolerant, for sects in India, though multitudinous, are not so sharply divided or mutually hostile as in Europe. Connected with the general interest which religion inspired in its strongly marked speculative character. The Rig Veda asks whether in the beginning there was being or not being, and the later Vedas and Brahmanas are filled with discussions as to the meaning of ceremonies, which show that the most dreary formalism could not extinguish the innate propensity to seek for a reason. In the Upanishads, we have the same spirit dealing with more promising material. And throughout the long history of Hinduism, religion and philosophy are seldom separated. We rarely find detached metaphysicians. Philosophers found new sects to support old ones. Religion absorbs philosophy and translates it into theology or myths. Part 4. To the age of the Vedas succeeds that of the Brahmans or sacrificial treatises. The two periods are distinct and have each a well-marked tone, but they pass into one another, for the Yajur and the Sama Veda presuppose the ritual of the Brahmanas. These treatises introduce us to one feature of the Indian religion mentioned above, mainly the extraordinary elaboration of its ritual. To read them, one would suppose that the one occupation of all India was the offering of sacrifices. The accounts are no doubt exaggerated and must often be treated as specimens of sacerdotal imagination, like the biblical descriptions of the rites performed in the tabernacle during the wanderings of the Israelites. But making all allowance for priestly enthusiasm, it still remains true that the intellect of India, so far as it is preserved in literature, was occupied during 2 centuries or so with the sacrificial art, and that philosophy had difficulty in disentangling itself from ceremonies. One has only to compare Greek and Sanskrit literature to see how vast are the proportions assumed by the ritual in India. Our information about the political institutions, the wars, and chronology of ancient Greece is full, but of the details of Greek worship we hear little, and probably there was not much to tell. But in India, where there are no histories and no dates, we know every prayer and gesture of the officiants throughout complicated sacrifices and possess a whole library describing their correct performance. In most respects, these sacrifices which absorbed so much intellect and energy belong to ancient history. They must not be confounded with the ceremonies performed in modern temples, which have a different origin and character. A great blow was struck at the sacrificial system by Buddhism. Not only did it withdraw the support of many kings and nobles, and the greater ceremonies, being very costly, depended largely on the patronage of the wealthy, but it popularized the idea that animal sacrifices are shocking and that attempts to win salvation by offerings are crude and unphilosophic. But though, after Buddhism had leavened India for a few centuries, we no longer find the religious world given over to sacrificing as it had been about 600 BC, these rites did not die out. Even now they are occasionally performed in South India and the Deccan. There are still many Brahmins in these regions who, if they have not the means or learning to perform the great Vedic ceremonies, at any rate sympathize with the mental attitude which they imply, and this attitude has many curious features. The rite of sacrifice, which in the simple form of an offering supposed to be agreeable to the deity, is the principal ceremony in the early stages of most religions, persists in their later stages, but gives rise to clouds of theory and mystical interpretation. Thus in Christianity, the Jewish sacrifices are regarded as prototypes of the death of Christ, and that death itself as a sacrifice to the Almighty, an offering of himself to himself, which in some way acts as an expiation for the sins of the world. And by a further development, the sacrifice of the Mass, that is, the offering of portions of bread and wine which are held to be miraculously transformed into the body and blood of Christ by the manipulations of a qualified priest, is believed to repeat every day the tragedy of Calvary. The prevalence of this view in Europe should make us chary of stigmatizing Hindu ideas about sacrifice as mental aberrations. They represent the fancies of acute intellects dealing with ancient ceremonies which they cannot abandon, but which they transform into something more congenial to their own transitional mode of thought. Though the Brahmanas and Upanishads mix up ritual with physical and metaphysical theories in the most extraordinary fashion, their main motive deserves sympathy and respect. Their weakness lies in their inability to detach themselves, as the Buddha succeeded in doing, from a ritual which, though elaborate, was neither edifying nor artistic. They seem unable to see the great problems of existence except through the mists of altar smoke. Their merit is their evident conviction that this formalism is inadequate. Their wish is not to distort and cramp nature by bringing it within the limits of the ritual, but to enlarge and expand the ritual until it becomes cosmic. If they regard the whole universe as one long act of prayer and sacrifice, the idea is grandiose rather than pedantic, though the details may not always be to our taste. Footnote 157. For instance, Chapter 3rd of the Chandogya Upanishad, which compares the solar system to a beehive in which the bees are Vedic hymns, is little less than stupendous, though singular and hard for European thought to follow. End footnote. We are told that the gods obtained immortality and heaven by sacrifice, that they created the universe by sacrifice, that Prajapati, the creator, is the sacrifice. Although some writers are disposed to distinguish magic sharply from religion, the two are not separated in the Vedas. Sacrifice is not merely a means of pleasing the gods. It is a system of authorized magic or sacred science controlling all worlds, if properly understood. It is a mysterious cosmic force like electricity which can be utilized by a properly trained priest, but is dangerous in unskillful hands, for the rites, if wrongly performed, bring disaster or even death on bunglers. Though the Vedic sacrifices fell more and more out of general use, this notion of the power of rites and formulae did not fade with them, but has deeply infected modern Hinduism and even Buddhism, in both of which the lore of spells and gestures assume monstrous proportions. The Vedic and modern tantric rituals are different, but they are based on the same supposition that the universe, including the gods which are part of it, is regulated by some permeating principle, and that this principle can be apprehended by sacred science and controlled by the use of proper methods. Footnote 159. Thus both the Vedas and the Tantras devote considerable space to rites which have for object the formation of a new body for the sacrificer. Compare, for instance, the Aitareya Brahmana, 1st 18 to 21, 2nd 35 to 38, 3rd, 2nd, and 6th 27 to 31, with Avalon's account of Nyasa in his introduction to the Mahanirvana Tantra, pages 107 to 111. End footnote. So far as these systems express the idea that the human mind can grasp the universe by knowledge, they offer an example of the bold sweep of the Hindu intellect, but the methods prescribed are often fatuous. The belief in the potency of words and formulae, though amplified and embellished by the Hindus, is not an Indian invention but a common aspect of early thought which was less emphasized in other countries. It is found in Persia and among the tribes of Central and Northern Asia and of Northern Europe, and attained a high development in Finland, where runot or magical songs are credited with very practical efficacy. Thus, the Kalevala relates how Wainamoinen was building a boat by means of songs when the process came to a sudden stop because he had forgotten 3 words. This is exactly the sort of thing that might happen in the legends of a Vedic sacrifice if the priest had forgotten the text he ought to recite. The external features of Vedic rites are remarkable and unlike what we know of those performed by other nations of antiquity. The sacrifice is not, as a rule, a gift presented to a single god to win his favor. Oblations are made to most members of the pantheon in the course of a prolonged ceremony, but the time, manner, and recipients of these oblations are fixed rather by the mysteries of sacrificial science than by the sacrificer's need to propitiate a particular deity. Also, the sacrifice is not offered in a temple, and it would appear that in pre-Buddhist times there were no religious edifices. It is not even associated with sacred spots, such as groves or fountains haunted by a deity. The scene of operations requires long and careful preparation, but it is merely an enclosure with certain sheds, fireplaces, and mounds. It has no architectural pretensions and is not a center round which shrines can grow, for it requires reconsecration for each ceremony and in many cases must not be used twice. There is little that is national, tribal, or communal about these rites. Some of them, such as the Ashvamedha, or horse sacrifice, and the Rajasaya, or consecration of a king, may be attended by games and sports, but that is because they are connected with secular events. In their essence, sacrifices are not popular festivals or holidays, but private services performed for the benefit of the sacrificer, that is, the person who pays the fees of the priests. Usually they have a definite object, and though ceremonies for the attainment of material blessings are not wanting, this object is most frequently supramundane, such as the fabrication of a body in the heavenly world. It is in keeping with these characteristics that there should be no pomp or spectacular effect. The rites resemble some complicated culinary operation or scientific experiment, and the sacrificial enclosure has the appearance of a laboratory rather than a place of worship. Vedic rituals includes the sacrifice of animals, and there are indications of the former prevalence of human sacrifice. At the time when the Brahmanas were composed, the human victims were released alive, but afterwards the practice of real sacrifice was revived, probably owing to the continual incorporation into the Hindu community of semi-barbarous tribes and their savage deities. Human victims were offered to Mahadevi, the spouse of Shiva, until the last century, and would doubtless be offered now were legal restrictions removed. But though the sporadic survival of an old custom in its most primitive and barbarous form is characteristic of Hinduism, the whole tendency of thought and practice since the rise of Buddhism has been adverse to religious bloodshed, even of animals. The doctrine of substitution and atonement, of offering the victim on behalf of the sacrificer, though not absent, plays a smaller part than in the religions of Western Asia. Evidently, it was not congenial. The Hindu has always been inclined to think that the individual earns his future in another world by his own thoughts and acts. Even the value of the victim is less important than the correct performance of the ceremony. The teaching of the Brahmanas is not so much that a good heart is better than lavish alms as that the ritually correct sacrifice of a cake is better than a hecatomb not offered according to rule. The offerings required by the Vedic ritual are very varied. The simplest are cakes and libations of melted butter poured on the fire from 2 wooden spoons held one over the other while Vedic verses are recited. Besides these, there was the animal sacrifice and still more important the Soma sacrifice. Footnote 160. There is considerable doubt as to what was the plant originally known as Soma. That described in the Vedas and Brahmanas is said to grow on the mountains and to have a yellow juice of a strong smell, fiery taste, and intoxicating properties. The plants used as hum by the modern Parsis of Yazd and Kerman are said to be members of the family Asclepiadaceae, perhaps of the genus Sarcostemma, with fleshy stalks and milky juice, and the soma tested by Dr. Hogg at Pune was probably made from another species of the same or an allied genus. He found it extremely nasty, though it had some intoxicating effect. See his Aitareya Brahmana, number page 489. End footnote. This ceremony is very ancient and goes back to the time when the Hindus and Iranians were not divided. In India, the sacrifice lasted at least 5 days and, even in its simpler forms, was far more complicated than any ceremony known to the Greeks, Romans, or Jews. Only professional priests could perform it, and as a rule, a priest did not attempt to master more than one branch and to be, for instance, either a reciter, Hotri, or singer, Udgatri. But the 5-day sacrifices are little more than the rudiments of the sacrificial art and led on to the ahinas, or sacrifices comprising from 2 to 12 days of soma pressing, which last not more than a month. The ahinas again can be combined into sacrificial sessions lasting a year or more, and it would seem that rites of this length were really performed, though when we read of such sessions extending over 100 years, we may hope that they are creations of a fancy like that of a hymn writer who celebrated the state, where congregations never break up and Sabbaths never end. Footnote 161. An ordinary sacrifice was offered for a private person who had to be initiated, and the priests were merely officiants acting on his behalf. In a satra, the priests were regarded as the sacrificers and were initiated. It had some analogy to Buddhist and Christian monastic foundations for reading sutras and saying masses. End footnote. The ritual literature of India is enormous, and much of it has been edited and translated by European scholars with the care that is merited a better object. It is a mine of information respecting curious beliefs and practices of considerable historical interest, but it does not represent the main current of religious ideas in post-Buddhist times. The Brahmins indeed never cease to give the sacrificial system their theoretical and, when possible, their practical approval, for it embodies a principle most dear to them, namely, that the other castes can obtain success in heaven only under the guidance of Brahmins and by rites which only Brahmins can perform. But for this very reason it incurred the hostility not only of philosophers and morally earnest men, but of the military caste, and it never really recovered from the blow dealt it by Buddhism, the religion of that caste. But with every Brahmanic revival, it came to the front, and the performance of the Ashwamedh or horse sacrifice was long the culminating glory of an orthodox king. Footnote 162. The political importance of the Ashwamedh lay in the fact that the victim had to be let loose to roam freely for a year, so that only a king whose territories were sufficiently extensive to allow of its being followed and guarded during its wanderings could hope to sacrifice it at the end. End footnote. End of section 30. Section 31 of Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, Volume 1 by Charles ELIOT, Asceticism and Knowledge. Part 1. As sacrifice and ceremonial are the material accompaniments of prayer, so are asceticism and discipline those of thought. This is less conspicuous in other countries, but in India it is habitually assumed that the study of what we call metaphysics or theology needs some kind of physical discipline, and it will be well to elucidate this point before describing the beginnings of speculation. Tapas, that is, asceticism or self-mortification, holds in the religious thought and practice of India as large a place as sacrifice. We hear of it as early, for it is mentioned in the Rig Veda, and it lasts longer, for it is a part of contemporary Hinduism just as much as prayer or worship. It appears even in creeds which disavow it theoretically, example given in Buddhism, and evidently has its roots in a deep-seated and persistent instinct. Footnote 163. Rig Veda, 10th, 136 and 10th, 190. End footnote. Tapas is often translated penance, but the idea of mortification as an expiation for sins committed, though not unknown in India, is clearly not that which underlies the austerities of most ascetics. The word means literally heat, hence pain or toil, and something that its origin should be sought in practices which produced fever or tended to concentrate heat in the body. One object of tapas is to obtain abnormal powers by the suppression of desires or the endurance of voluntary tortures. There is an element of truth in this aspiration. Temperance, chastity, and mental concentration are great aids for increasing the force of thought and will. The Hindu believes that intensity and perseverance in this road of abstinence and rapture will yield correspondingly increased results. The many singular phenomena connected with Indian asceticism have been imperfectly investigated, but a psychological examination would probably find that subjective results, such as visions and the feeling of flying through the air, are really produced by the discipline recommended, and there may be elements of much greater value in the various systems of meditation. But this is only the beginning of tapas. To the idea that the soul, when freed from earthly desires, is best able to comprehend the divine is superadded another idea, namely that self-mortification is a process of productive labor akin to intellectual toil. Just as the whole world is supposed to be permeated by a mysterious principle which can be known and subdued by the science of the sacrificing priests, so the ascetic is able to control gods in nature by the force of his austerities. The creative deities are said to have produced the world by tapas, just as they are said to have produced it by sacrifice, and Hindu mythology abounds in stories of ascetics who became so mighty that the very gods were alarmed. For instance, Ravana, the demon ruler of Lanka who carried off Sita, had acquired his power by austerities which enabled him to extort a boon from Brahma. Thus, there need be nothing moral in the object of asceticism or in the use of the power obtained. The epics and dramas frequently portray ascetics as choleric and unamiable characters, and modern yogis maintain the tradition. Though asceticism resembles the sacrifice in being a means by which man can obtain his wishes, whether religious or profane, it differs in being comparatively easy. Irksome as it may be, it demands merely strength of will and not a scientific training in ritual and Vedic texts. Hence, in this sphere, the supremacy of the Brahman could be challenged by other castes, and an instructive legend relates how Ram slew a Shudra whom he surprised in the act of performing austerities. The lowest castes can by this process acquire a position which makes them equal to the highest. Footnote 164. Even the Upanishads, example given, Chandogya, 3rd, 17th and Mahanar 64, admit that a good life which includes tapas is the equivalent of sacrifice. But this, of course, is teaching for the elect only. The Brihad and Aranya Upanishad, 5th, 2nd, contains the remarkable doctrine that sickness and pain, if regarded by the sufferer as tapas, brings the same reward. End footnote. Of the non-Brahmanic sects, the Jains set the highest value on tapas, but chiefly as a purification of the soul and a means of obtaining an unearthly state of pure knowledge. Footnote 165. So too in the Taittiriya Upanishad, tapas is described as the means of attaining the knowledge of Brahman. 3rd, 1-5. End footnote. In theory, the Buddha rejected it. He taught a middle way, rejecting alike self-indulgence and self-mortification. But even Pali Buddhism admits that such practices as the Dhutangas and the more extravagant sects, for instance in Tibet, allow monks to entomb themselves in dark cells. According to our standards, even the ordinary religious life of both Hindus and Buddhists is severely ascetic. It is assumed as a sine qua non that strict chastity must be observed, nourishment be taken only to support life and not for pleasure, that all gratification coming from the senses must be avoided and the mind kept under rigid discipline. This discipline receives systematic treatment in the yoga school of philosophy, but it is really common to all varieties of Hinduism and Buddhism. All agree that the body must be subdued by physical training before the mind can apprehend the higher truths. The only question is how far asceticism is directly instrumental in giving higher knowledge. If some text speak slightingly of it, we must remember that the life of a hermit dwelling in the woods without possessions or desires might not be regarded by a Hindu as tapas, though we should certainly regard it as asceticism. It is also agreed that supernatural powers can be acquired by special forms of asceticism. These powers are sometimes treated as mere magic and spiritually worthless, but their reality is not questioned. Part 2. We have now said something of two aspects of Indian religion, ritual and asceticism, and must pass on to the third, namely, knowledge or philosophy. Its importance was recognized by the severest ritualists. They admitted it as a supplement and crown to the life of ceremonial observances, and in the public estimation, it came to be reputed an alternative or superior road to salvation. Respect and desire for knowledge are even more intimately a part of Hindu mentality than a proclivity to asceticism or ritual. The sacrifice itself must be understood as well as offered. He who knows the meaning of this or that observance obtains his desires. Footnote 166. Any ritual without knowledge may be worse than useless. See Chandogya Upanishad, 1st, 10:11. End footnote. Nor did the Brahmins resent criticism and discussion. India has always loved theological argument. It is the national passion. The earlier Upanishads relate without disapproval how kings such as Ajatshatru of Kashi, Pravahana, Jaivali and Aswapati Kaikeya imparted to learned Brahmins philosophical and theological knowledge previously unknown to them, and even women like Gargi and Maitri took part in theological discussions. Footnote 167. See the various narratives in the Chandogya, Brihad, Aranya and Kaushitaki Upanishads. The 7th chapter of the Chandogya relating how Narad, the learned sage, was instructed by Sankat Kumara or Skanda, the god of war, seems to hint that the active military class may know the great truths of religion better than deeply read priests who may be hampered and blinded by their learning. For Skanda and Narad, in this connection, see Bhagavad Gita 10th, 24-26. End footnote. Obviously, knowledge in the sense of philosophical speculation commended itself to religiously disposed persons in the non-sacerdotal castes for the same reason as asceticism. Whatever difficulties it might offer, it was more accessible than the learning which could be acquired only under a Brahman teacher, although the Brahmins, in the interests of sacerdotal caste, maintained that philosophy like ritual was a secret to be imparted, not a result to be won by independent thought. Again and again, the Upanishads insist that more profound doctrines must not be communicated to any but a son or an accredited pupil, and also that no one can think them out for himself. Yet the older ones admit in such stories as those mentioned that the impulse towards speculation came in early periods, as it did in the time of the Buddha, largely from outside the priestly clans, and was adopted rather than initiated by them. Footnote 168. For the necessity of a teacher, see Kat Upanishad 2nd 8. End footnote. But in justice to the Brahmins, we must admit that they have rarely, or at any rate much less frequently than other sacerdotal corporations, shown hostility to new ideas, and then chiefly when such ideas, like those of Buddhism, implied that the rites by which they gained their living were worthless. Otherwise, they showed great pliancy and receptivity, for they combined Vedic rites and mythology with such systems as the Sankhya and Advaita philosophies, both of which really render superfluous everything, which is usually called religion, since, though their language is decorous, they teach that he who knows the truth about the universe is thereby saved. The best opinion of India has always felt that the way of knowledge, or jnana, was the true way. The favorite thesis of the Brahmins was that a man should devote his youth to study, his maturity to the duties and ceremonies of a householder, and his age to more sublime speculations. But at all periods, the idea that it was possible to know God and the universe was allied to the idea that all ceremonies, as well as all worldly effort, and indeed all active morality, are superfluous. Footnote 169. See especially the bold passage of the end of Taittiriya Upanishad 2nd. He who knows the bliss of Brahman fears nothing. He does not torment himself by asking, what good have I left undone? What evil have I done? End footnote. All alike are unessential and trivial, and merit the attention only of those who know nothing higher. Human feelings and interests qualified and contradicted this negative and unearthly view of religion, but still popular sentiment as well as philosophic thought during the whole period of which we know something of them in India tended to regard the highest life as consisting in rapt contemplation or insight accompanied by the suppression of desire and by disengagement from mundane ties and interests. But knowledge in Indian theology implies more intensity than we attach to the word and even some admixture of volition. The knowledge of Brahman is not an understanding of pantheistic doctrines such as may be obtained by reading the sacred books of the East in an easy chair, but a realization in all senses of personal identity with the universal spirit, in the light of which all material attachments and fetters fall away. The earlier philosophical speculations of the Brahmins are chiefly found in the treatises called Upanishads. The teaching contained in these works is habitually presented as something secret or esoteric and does not, like Buddhism or Jainism, profess to be a gospel for all. Footnote 170. The word Upanishad probably means sitting down at the feet of a teacher to receive secret instructions, hence a secret conversation or doctrine. End footnote. Also, the teaching is not systemized and has never been unified by a personality like the Buddha. It grew up in the various parishads or communities of learned Brahmins and perhaps flourished most in northwestern India. Footnote 171. Some allusions in the older Upanishads point to this district rather than the Ganges Valley as the center of Brahmanic philosophy. Thus, Brihad Aranyaka speak familiarly of Gandhar. End footnote. There is of course a common substratum of ideas, but they appear in different versions. We have teachings of Yajnavalkya, of Uddalak, Aruni, and other masters, and each teaching has some individuality. They are merely reported as words of the wise without an attempt to harmonize them. There are many apparent inconsistencies due to the use of divergent metaphors to indicate different aspects of the indescribable, and some real inconsistencies due to the existence of different schools. Hence, attempts whether Indian or European to give a harmonious summary of this ancient doctrine are likely to be erroneous. There are a great number of Upanishads composed at various dates and not all equally revered. They represent different orders of ideas, and some of the later are distinctly sectarian. Collections of 45, 52 and 60 are mentioned, and the Muktika Upanishad gives a list of 108. This is the number currently accepted in India at the present day. But Schrader describes many Upanishads existing in MS in addition to this list and points out that though they may be modern, there is no ground for calling them spurious. Footnote 172. Cat Adyar Library. The Rig and Samavedas have 2 Upanishads each, the Yajurveda 7. All the others are described as belonging to the Atharva Veda. They have no real connection with it, but it was possible to add to the literature of the Arthava, whereas it was hardly possible to make similar additions to the older Vedas. End footnote. According to Indian ideas, there is no a priori objection to the appearance now or in the future of new Upanishads. All revelation is eternal and self-existent, but it can manifest itself at its own good time. Footnote 173. The Debindranath Tagore composed a work which he called the Brahmi Upanishad in 1848. See Autobiography, page 170. The sectarian Upanishads are of doubtful date, but many were written between 400 and 1200 AD and were due to the desire of new sects to connect their worship with the Veda. Several are Shaktists, example given Kaula, Tripura and Devi, and many others show Shaktist influence. They usually advocate the worship of a special deity such as Ganesha, Surya, Rama and Nrisimha. End footnote. Many of the more modern Upanishads appear to be the compositions of single authors and may be called tracts or poems in the ordinary European sense. But the older ones, unless they are very short, are clearly not the attempts of an individual to express his creed, but collections of such philosophical sayings and narratives as a particular school thought fit to include in its version of the scriptures. There was, so to speak, a body of philosophic folklore, portions of which each school selected and elaborated as it thought best. Thus, an epilogue providing that the breath is the essential vital constituent of a human being is found in 5 ancient Upanishads. Footnote 174. Brihad Aranyaka, 6th, 1st. 8th Aranyaka, 2nd, 4th. Kosh, 3rd, 3. Prashna, 2nd, 3. Chandogya, 5th, 1. The epilogue is curiously like in form to the classical fable of the belly and members. End footnote. The Chandogya and Brihad Aranyaka both contain an almost identical narrative of how the priest Aruni was puzzled and instructed by a king, and a similar story is found at the beginning of the Kaushitaki. Footnote 175. Brihad Aranyaka, 6th, 2. Chandogya, 5th, 3rd. End footnote. The 2 Upanishads last mentioned also contain 2 dialogues in which King Ajatashatru explains the fate of the soul after death, and which differ in little except that one is rather fuller than the other. Footnote 176. Brihad Aranyaka, 2nd, 1. Kaushiki, 4th, 2nd. End footnote. So too several well-known stanzas and also quotations from the Veda used with special applications are found in more than one Upanishad. Footnote 177. The composite structure of these works is illustrated very clearly by the Brihad Aranyaka. It consists of 3 sections, each concluding with a list of teachers, namely A. Adhyayas 1 and 2, B. Adhyayas 3 and 4, C. Adhyayas 5 and 6. The lists are not quite the same, which indicates some slight difference between the sub-schools which compose the 3 parts, and a lengthy passage occurs twice in an almost identical form. The Upanishad is clearly composed of 2 separate collections, with the addition of a third which still bears the title of Khila or supplement. The whole work exists in 2 recensions. End footnote. The older Upanishads are connected with the other parts of the Vedic canon and sometimes form an appendix to a Brahmana, so that the topics discussed change gradually from ritual to philosophy. Footnote 178. The 11 translated in the Sacred Book of the East, volumes 1 and 15, include the oldest and most important. Footnote 179. Thus the Aitareya Brahmana is followed by the Aitareya Aranyaka and that by the Aitareya Aranyaka Upanishad. End footnotes. It would be excessive to say that this arrangement gives the genesis of speculation in ancient India, for some hymns of the Rig Veda are purely philosophic, but it illustrates a lengthy phase of Brahmanic thought in which speculation could not disengage itself from ritual and was also hampered by physical ideas. The Upanishads often receive such epithets as transcendental and idealistic, but in many passages, perhaps in the majority, they labor with imperfect success to separate the spiritual and material. The self or spirit is sometimes identified in man with the breath, in nature with air, ether or space. At other times, it is described as dwelling in the heart and about the size of the thumb, but capable of becoming smaller, traveling through the veins and showing itself in the pupil, capable also of becoming infinitely large and one with the world soul. But when thought finds its wings and soars above these material fancies, the teaching of the Upanishads shares with Buddhism the glory of being the finest product of the Indian intellect. In India, the religious life has always been regarded as a journey and a search after truth. Even the most orthodox and priestly program admits this. There comes a time when observances are felt to be vain and the soul demands knowledge of the essence of things. And though later dogmatism asserts that this knowledge is given by revelation, yet a note of genuine inquiry and speculation is struck in the Vedas and is never entirely silenced throughout the long procession of Indian writers. In well-known words, the Vedas ask, "Who is the God to whom we shall offer our sacrifice? Who is He who is the creator and sustainer of the universe? Whose shadow is immortality, whose shadow is death?" Or, in even more daring phrases, the gods were subsequent to the creation of this universe. Who then knows whence it sprang? He who in the highest heaven is the overseer of this universe, he knows or even he does not know. Footnote 180. Rig Veda, 10th, 1-1. The verses are also found in the Atharva Veda, the Vajaseni, Taittiriya, Maitrayani, and Kataka, and Samhitas, and elsewhere. Footnote 181. Rig Veda, 10th, 1-9. End footnotes. These profound inquiries, which have probably no parallel in the contemporary literature of other nations, are as time goes on supplemented, though perhaps not enlarged by many others, nor does confidence fail that there is an answer, the truth, which when known is the goal of life. A European is inclined to ask what use can be made of the truth, but for the Hindus, divine knowledge is an end and a state, not a means. It is not thought of as something which may be used to improve the world or for any other purpose whatever. For use and purpose imply that the thing utilized is subservient and inferior to an end, whereas divine knowledge is the culmination and meaning of the universe, or, from another point of view, the annihilation of both the external world and individuality. Hence, the Hindu does not expect of his saints philanthropy or activity of any sort. As already indicated, the characteristic, though not the only, answer of India to these questionings is that nothing really exists except God, or better, except Brahman. The soul is identical with Brahman. The external world which we perceive is not real in the same sense. It is, in some way or other, an evolution of Brahman or even mere illusion. This doctrine is not universal. It is, for instance, severely criticized and rejected by the older forms of Buddhism, but its hold on the Indian temperament is seen by its reappearance in later Buddhism, where, by an astounding transformation, the Buddha is identified with the universal spirit. Though the form in which I have quoted the doctrine above is an epitome of the Vedanta, it is hardly correct historically to give it as an epitome of the older Upanishads. Their teaching is less complete and uncompromising, more veiled, tentative, and elusive, and sometimes cumbered by material notions. But it is obviously the precursor of the Vedanta, and the devout Vedantist can justify his system from it. Part 3. Instead of attempting to summarize the Upanishads, it may be well to quote one or two celebrated passages. One is from Brihad Aranyaka and relates how Yajnavalkya, when about to retire to the forest as an ascetic, wished to divide his property between his two wives, Katyayani, who possessed only such knowledge as women possess, and Maitrayee, who was conversant with Brahman. Footnote 182. Fourth, 5-5, and repeated almost verbally, second 4-5 with some omissions. My quotation is somewhat abbreviated and repetitions are omitted. End footnote. The latter asked her husband whether she would be immortal if she owned the whole world. No, he replied, like the life of the rich, would be thy life, but there is no hope of immortality. Maitreyi said that she had no need of what would not make her immortal. Yajnavalkya proceeded to explain to her his doctrine of the Atma, the self or essence, the spirit present in man as well as in the universe. Not for the husband's sake is the husband dear, but for the sake of the Atma. Not for the wife's sake is the wife dear, but for the sake of the Atma. And not for their own sake are sons, wealth, Brahmins, warriors, worlds, gods, Vedas, and all things dear, but for the sake of the Atma. The Atma is to be seen, to be heard, to be perceived, to be marked. By him who has seen and known the Atma, all the universe is known. He who looks for Brahmins, warriors, worlds, gods, or Vedas anywhere but in the Atma loses them all. As all waters have their meeting place in the sea, all touch in the skin, all tastes in the tongue, all odors in the nose, all colors in the eye, all sounds in the ear, all percepts in the mind, all knowledge in the heart, all actions in the hands. As a lump of salt has no inside nor outside and is nothing but taste, so has this Atma neither inside nor outside and is nothing but knowledge. Having risen from out these elements, it, the human soul, vanishes with them. When it has departed, after death, there is no more consciousness. Here, Maitreyi professes herself bewildered, but Yajnavalkya continues, I say nothing bewildering. Verily, beloved, that Atma is imperishable and indestructible. When there is as it were duality, then one sees the other, one tastes the other, one salutes the other, one hears the other, one touches the other, one knows the other. But when the Atma only is all this, how should we see, taste, hear, touch, or know another? How can we know him by whose power we know all this? That Atma is to be described by no, neti. He is incomprehensible, for he cannot be comprehended, indestructible, for he cannot be destroyed, unattached, for he does not attach himself. He knows no bonds, no suffering, no decay. How, O beloved, can one know the knower? And having so spoken, Yajnavalkya went away into the forest. In another verse of the same work, it is declared that this great unborn Atma, or self, undecaying, undying, immortal, fearless, is indeed Brahman. It is interesting that this doctrine, evidently regarded as the quintessence of Yajnavalkya's knowledge, should be imparted to a woman. It is not easy to translate. Atma, of course, means self and is so rendered by Max Müller in this passage. But it seems to me that this rendering jars on the English ear, for it inevitably suggests that the individual self and selfishness, whereas Atma means the universal spirit which is self because it is the highest, or only, reality and being, not definable in terms of anything else. Nothing, says Yajnavalkya, has any value, meaning, or indeed reality except in relation to this self. Footnote 183. The sentiment is perhaps the same as that underlying the words attributed to Florence Nightingale. I must strive to see only God in my friends and God in my cats. End footnote. The whole world, including the Vedas and religion, is an emanation from him. The passage at which Maitreyi expresses her bewilderment is obscure, but the reply is more definite. The self is indestructible, but still it is incorrect to speak of the soul having knowledge and perception after death, for knowledge and perception imply duality, a subject and an object. But when the human soul and the universal Atma are one, there is no duality and no human expression can be correctly used about the Atma. Whatever you say of it, the answer must be neti. It is not like that. That is to say, the ordinary language used about the individual soul is not applicable to the Atma or to the human soul when regarded as identical with it. Footnote 184. It will be observed that he had said previously that the Atma must be seen, heard, perceived, and known. This is an inconsistent use of language. End footnote. This identity is stated more precisely in another passage, where first occurs the celebrated formula Tat Tvam Asi, that art thou, or thou art it. That is, the human soul is the Atma, and hence there is no real distinction between souls. Footnote 185. Chandogya Upanishad, 6th. Footnote 186. In the language of the Upanishads, the Atma is often simply called Tat or It. End footnotes. Like Yajnavalkya's teachings, the statement of this doctrine takes the form of an intimate conversation, this time between a Brahmin, Uddalaka, Aruni, and his son Shwetaketu, who is 24 years of age and having just finished his studentship is very well satisfied with himself. His father remarks on his conceit and says, "Have you ever asked your teachers what instruction by which the unheard becomes heard, the unperceived perceived, and the unknown known?" Shwetaketu inquires what this instruction is, and his father replies, "As by one lump of clay, all that is made of clay is known, and the change is a mere matter of words, nothing but a name, the truth being that all is clay, and as by one piece of copper, or by one pair of nail scissors, all that is made of copper or iron can be known, so is that instruction." Footnote 187. i.e., the differences between clay and pots, etc., made of clay. End footnote. That is to say, it would seem the reality is one. All diversity and multiplicity is secondary and superficial, merely a matter of words. "In the beginning," continues the father, "there was only that which is one without a second. Others say, in the beginning there was that only which is not, non-existence, one without a second, and from that which is not, that which is was born. But how could that which is be born of that which is not?" Footnote 188. Yet the contrary proposition is maintained in the same Upanishad, 3rd, 19.1, in the Taittiriya Upanishad, 2nd, 8, and elsewhere. The reason of these divergent statements is of course the difficulty of distinguishing pure being without attributes from not beings. End footnote. No, only that which is was in the beginning, one only without a second. It thought, "May I be many, may I have offspring." It sent forth fire. Here follows a cosmogony and an explanation of the constitution of animate beings, and then the father continues. "All creatures have their root in the real, dwell in the real, and rest in the real. That subtle being by which this universe subsists, it is the real, it is the Atma, and thou, Shwetaketu, art it." Many illustrations of the relations of the Atma and the universe follow. For instance, in the life, sap leaves a tree, it withers and dies. So, this body withers and dies when the life has left it, the life dies not. In the fruit of the banyan, fig tree, are minute seeds innumerable, but the imperceptible subtle essence in each seed is the whole banyan. Each example adduced concludes with the same formula. Thou art that subtle essence, and as in the Brihad Aranyaka, salt is used as a metaphor. Place this salt in water, and then come to me in the morning. The son did so, and in the morning the father said, "Bring me the salt." The son looked for it, but found it not, for of course it was melted. The father said, "Taste from the surface of the water. How is it?" The son replied, "It is salt." "Taste from the middle. How is it?" "It is salt." "Taste from the bottom. How is it?" "It is salt." The father said, "Here also in this body you do not perceive the real, but there it is, that subtle being by which this universe subsists. It is the real. It is the Atma, and thou, Shwetaketu, art it." The writers of these passages have not quite reached Shankara's point of view, that the Atma is all and the whole universe mere illusion or Maya. Their thought still tends to regard the universe as something drawn forth from the Atma and then pervaded by it. But still, the main features of the later Advaita or philosophy of no duality are there. All the universe has grown forth from the Atma. There is no real difference in things, just as all gold is gold whatever it is made onto. The soul is identical with this Atma and after death may be one with it in a union excluding all duality even of perceiver and perceived. A similar union occurs in sleep. This idea is important for it is closely connected with another belief which has had far-reaching consequences on thought and practice in India, the belief namely that the soul can attain without death and as the result of mental discipline to union with Brahman. Footnote 189. The word union is a convenient but not wholly accurate term which covers several theories. The Upanishads sometimes speak of the union of the soul with Brahman or its absorption in Brahman. Example given, Maitreya Upanishad, 6th, 22, Sayujyavatam and Ashabde Nidhanam iti. But the soul is more frequently stated to the Brahman or a part of Brahman, and its task is not to effect any act of union but simply to know its own nature. This knowledge is in itself emancipation. The well-known simile which compares the soul to a river flowing into the sea is found in the Upanishads. Chandogya 6th, 10.1, Mund 3rd, 2, Prashna 6th, 5. But Shankara on Brahma S. 1, 4th, 21-22 evidently feels uneasy about it. From his point of view, the soul is not so much a river as a bay, which is the sea, if the landscape can be seen properly. End footnote. This idea is common in Hinduism, and though Buddhism rejects the notion of union with the Supreme Spirit, yet it attaches importance to meditation and makes samadhi or rapture the crown of the perfect life. In this, as in other matters, the teaching of the Upanishads is manifold and unsystematic compared with later doctrines. The older passages ascribe to the soul 3 states corresponding to the bodily conditions of waking, dream sleep, and deep dreamless sleep, and the Brihad Aranyaka affirms of the last, 4th, 3:32. This is the Brahma's world. This is his highest world. This is his highest bliss. All other creatures live on a small portion of that bliss. But even in some Upanishads of the second stratum, Mandukya Maitrayana, we find added a 4th state, Katurtha, or more commonly Turiya, in which the bliss attainable in deep sleep is accompanied by consciousness. This theory and various practices founded on it develop rapidly. Footnote 190. Mandukya Upanishad calls the 4th state Ekatma Pratyaya Sara, founded solely on the certainty of its own self, and Gaudapada says that in it there awakes the eternal which neither dreams nor sleeps. Kar 1st 15. See also 3rd 34 and 36. End footnote. Part 4. The explanation of dreamless sleep as supreme bliss and Yajnavalkya's statement that the soul after death cannot be said to know or feel may suggest that union with Brahman is another name for annihilation. But that is not the doctrine of the Upanishads, though a European perhaps might say that the consciousness contemplated is so different from ordinary human consciousness that it should not bear the same name. In another passage, Yajnavalkya explains himself. When he does not know, yet he is knowing, though he does not know. For knowing is inseparable from the knower, because it cannot perish. But there is no second nothing else different from him that he could know. Footnote 191. Brihad Aranyaka, 4th, 333. End footnote. A common formula for Brahman in the later philosophy is Sakidananda, being thought and joy. Footnote 192. C.F. Bradley, Appearance and Reality, page 244. The perfect means the identity of idea and existence attended also by pleasure. End footnote. This is just a summary of the earlier teaching. We have already seen how the Atma is recognized as the only reality. Its intellectual character is equally clearly affirmed. Thus the Brihadaranyaka 3rd 723 says, "There is no seer beside him, no hearer beside him, no perceiver beside him, no knower beside him. This is thyself, the ruler within, the immortal. Everything distinct from him is subject to pain." This idea that pain and fear exist only as far as man makes a distinction between his own self and the real self is eloquently developed in the division of the Taittiriya Upanishad called the chapter of bliss. He who knows Brahman, it declares, which exists, which is conscious, which is without end, as hidden in the depth of the heart and in the farthest space, he enjoys all blessing in communion with the omniscient Brahman. He who knows the bliss, Anandam, of that Brahman from which all speech and mind turn away, unable to reach it, he never fears. Footnote 193. Taittiriya Upanishad, 2nd, 1-9, C2, IB, 3rd, 6. End footnote. Bliss is obtainable by union with Brahman, and the road to such union is knowledge of Brahman. That knowledge is often represented as acquired by tapas or asceticism, but this, though repeatedly enjoined as necessary, seems to be regarded, in the nobler exposition at least, as an indispensable schooling rather than an efficacious by its own virtue. Sometimes the topic is treated in an almost Buddhist spirit of reasonableness and depreciation of self-mortification for its own sake. Thus, Yajnavalkya says to Gargi, "Whoever without knowing the imperishable one offers oblations in this world, sacrifices, and practices asceticism even for 1,000 years, his work will perish." Footnote 194. Brihadaranyaka 3rd 8-10. C2 6th 2-15. Speaking of those who in the forest worship the truth with faith. End footnote. And in a remarkable scene described in the Chandogya Upanishad, the three sacred fires decide to instruct a student who is exhausted by austerities and tell him that Brahman is life, bliss, and space. Footnote 195. Chandogya Upanishad 4th 10-5. End footnote. Analogous to the conception of Brahman as bliss is the description of him as light or light of lights. A beautiful passage says, "To the wise who perceive him, Brahman, within their own self, belongs eternal peace, not to others. They feel that highest, unspeakable bliss, saying, 'This is that.' How then can I understand it? Has it its own light, or does it reflect light? No sun shines there, nor moon, nor stars, nor these lightnings, much less this fire. When he shines, everything shines after him. By his light, all the world is lighted." Footnote 196. Itikas Katha Upanishad 2nd, verse 13-15, also in the Shvetashvatara and Mundaka Upanishads, and there are similar words in the Bhagavad Gita. "This is that" means that the individual soul is the same as Brahman. End footnote. In most of the texts which we have examined, the words Brahman and Atma are so impersonal that they cannot be replaced by God. In other passages, the conception of the deity is more personal. The universe is often said to have been emitted or breathed forth by Brahman. By emphasizing the origin and result of this process separately, we reach the idea of the maker and master of the universe, commonly expressed by the word Ishwar, Lord. But even when using this expression, Hindu thought tends in its subtler moments to regard both the creator and the creature as illusions. In the same sense as the world exists, there also exists its creator, who is an aspect of Brahman. but the deeper truth is that neither is real. There is but one who neither makes nor is made. Footnote 197. The Nrisimhottara Tapaniya Upanishad first says that Ishvara is swallowed up in the Turiya. End footnote. In a land of such multiform theology, it would be hazardous to say that monotheism has always arisen out of pantheism, but in the speculative schools where the Upanishads were composed, this was often its genesis. The older idea is that a subtle essence pervades all nature and the deities who rule nature. This is spiritualized into the doctrine of Brahman attributed to Yajnavalkya, and it is only by a secondary process that this Brahman is personified and sometimes identified with a particular god such as Shiva. The doctrine of the personal Ishvara is elaborated in Shvetashvatara Upanishad of uncertain date. Footnote 198. But still ancient and perhaps anterior to the Christian era. End footnote. It celebrates him in hymns of almost Mohammedan monotheism. Let us know that great Lord of lords, the highest God of gods, the master of masters, the highest above, has God as Lord of the world, who is to be glorified. Footnote 199. Shvetamvatara Upanishad 6th 7. End footnote. But this monotheistic fervor does not last long without relapsing into the familiar pantheistic strain. Thou art woman, says the same Upanishad, and thou art man. Thou art youth and maiden. Thou, as an old man, totterest along on thy staff. Thou art born with thy face turned everywhere. Thou art the dark blue bee. Thou, the green parrot with the red eyes. Thou art the thunder cloud, the seasons and the seas. Thou art without beginning, because thou art infinite, thou, from whom all worlds are born. Footnote 200. Shvetamvatara Upanishad 4th 3. Max Muller's translation. The commentary attributed to Sanskara explains Nila Patanga as Brahmara, but Deussen seems to think it means a bird. End footnote. End of section number 31. Section number 32 of Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, Volume 1. Religious Life in Pre-Buddhist India. Part 1. In reading the Brahmanas and older Upanishads, we often wish we knew more of the writers and their lives. Rarely can so many representative men have bequeathed so much literature and yet left so dim a sketch of their times. Thought was their real life. Of that they have given a full record, imperfect only in chronology, for though their speculations are often set forth in a narrative form, we hear surprisingly little about contemporary events. The territory familiar to these works is the western part of the modern United Provinces with the neighboring districts of the Punjab, the lands of the Kurus, Panchalas and Matsyas, all in the region of Agra and Delhi, and further east Kashi, Benares, with Videha or Tirhat. Gandhara was known, but Magadha and Bengal are not mentioned. Footnote 201. Chandogya Upanishad, 6th, 14, 1. Sat Bra, 8, 1, 4, 10. End footnote. Even in the Buddha's lifetime, they were still imperfectly Brahmanized. What we know of the period 800 to 600 BC is mostly due to the Brahmins, and mainly Indianists have accepted their view that they were then socially the highest class and the repository of religion and culture. But it is clear from Buddhist writings, which, however, are somewhat later, that this preeminence was not unchallenged, and many admissions in the Brahmanas and Upanishads indicate that some centuries before the Buddha, the Kshatriyas held socially the first rank and shared intellectual honors with the Brahmins. Footnote 202. The Brahmins are even called low-born as compared with Kshatriyas, and in Ambatha Sutta, Digambara Nikaya 3rd. The Buddha demonstrates to a Brahman who boasts of his caste that the usage of Hindu society proves that the Kshatriyas are higher and Brahmins lower, seeing that the child of a mixed union between the castes is accepted by the Brahmins as one of themselves, but not by Kshatriyas because he is not of pure descent. End footnote. Janaka, king of Videha, and Yajnavalkya, the Brahman, meet on terms of mutual respect, and other Kshatriyas such as Ajatshatru of Kashi and Pravahana Jaivali are represented as instructing Brahmans, and the latter in doing so says, "This knowledge did not go to any Brahman before but belonged to the Kshatriyas alone." Footnote 203. He had learned the Veda and Upanishads. Br. 4th to 1. Footnote 204. Chandogya Upanishad 5th 3-7. Kosh Upanishad 4th. Br. Upanishad 2nd 1. The Kshatriyas seem to have regarded the doctrine of the two paths which can be taken by the soul after death, Devayana and Pitrayana, the latter involving return to earth and transmigration, as their special property. End footnotes. But as a profession, theology, both practical and speculative, was left to the Brahmins. The proper relation between the nobles and Brahmins finds expression in the office of Purohita, or domestic chaplain, which is as old as the Vedas and has lasted to the present day. Footnote 205. Literally set in front, praefectus. End footnote. In early times, he was not merely a spiritual guide, but also a counselor expected to advise the king as to his enterprises and secure their success by appropriate rites. By king, we should understand a tribal chief, entrusted with considerable powers in the not infrequent times of war, but in peace obliged to consult the clan, or at least the aristocratic part of it, on all matters of importance. A Purohita might attain a very high position like Devabhag, priest of both the Kurus and Srinjayas. Footnote 206. Sat Bra 2nd 4-4-5. End footnote. The Brahmins did not attempt to become kings, but the secret books insist that though a Brahman can do without a king, yet a king cannot do without a Brahman. The two castes are compared to the deities Mitra and Varuna, typifying intelligence and will. When they are united, deeds can be done. Footnote 207. Sat Bra 4th 1-4 1-6. End footnote. But the gods do not eat the food of a king who is without a Purohita. Other castes can offer sacrifices only by the mediation of Brahmins, and it does not appear that kings disputed this, though they claim the right to think for themselves and may have denied the utility of sacrifice. Footnote 208. The legends of Veena, Parashurama, and other indicate the prevalence of considerable hostility between Brahmins and Kshatriyas at some period. End footnote. Apart from kings, the duties and claims of Brahman extended to the people at large. He has 4 virtues: birth, deportment, fame, and the perfecting of the people, and in return the people owe him respect, liberality, security against oppression, and against capital punishment. Towns in this period must have been few, and those few essentially forts, not collections of palaces and temples. We hear of Kashi, Benares, but the name may signify a district. People are said to go to the Kurus or Panchalas, not to Mithila or any other city. It was in village life, which is still the life of the greater part of India, that Brahmanism grew up. Probably then, as now, Brahmin families occupy separate villages or at least quarters and were allowed to hold the land rent-free as a reward for rendering religious services to the king. They followed various professions, but the life which was most respected and also most lucrative was that devoted to the study and practice of sacred science, that is, the learning and recitation of sacred texts, performance of ceremonies, and theological discussion. The later law books divide a Brahman's life into 4 stages or ashramas, in which he was successively a student, a householder, a hermit, and an ascetic. Footnote 209. Brahmacharan, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, Sannyasin. End footnote. The 3rd and 4th stages are not very clearly distinguished. A hermit is supposed to renounce family life and live in the forest, but still to perform sacrifices, whereas the sannyasi or perfect ascetic, in many ways the ideal of India, subsists on alms, freed alike from duties and passions and absorbed in meditation. In the older Upanishads, 3 stages are indicated as part of contemporary practice. Footnote 210. Thus in the Briha Aranyaka, Yajnavalkya retires to the forest. But even the theory of 3 stages was at this time only in the making, for the last section of the Chandogya Upanishad expressly authorizes a religious man to spend all his life as a householder after completing his studentship, and the account given to the stages in Chandogya 2nd 21 is not very clear. End footnote. For a period of from 9 to 36 years, a Brahmin dwelt with a teacher. While his state of pupillage lasted, he lived on alms and was bound by the severest vows of obedience and chastity. The instruction given consisted in imparting sacred texts, which could be acquired only by hearing them recited, for writing, though it may have been known in India as early as the 7th century BC, was not used for literature. The Shatpatha Brahmana recommends the study not only of the 4 Vedas, but of the precepts, perhaps grammar, etymology, etc., the sciences, perhaps philosophy, dialogues, no doubt such as those found in the Upanishads, traditions, and ancient legends, stanzas and tales of heroes, showing that, beside the scriptures, more popular compositions which doubtless contain the germs of the later epics and Puranas were held in esteem. Footnote 211. Sat Brah 11th 568 cf. The lists in Chandogya Upanishad 7th, sections 1, 2, and 7. End footnote. On terminating his apprenticeship, the young Brahmin became a householder and married, moderate polygamy being usual. To some extent, he followed the occupations of an ordinary man of business and father of a family, but the most important point in establishing a home of his own was the kindling of his own sacred fire, and the householder's life was regarded as a series of rites such as the daily offering of milk, the new and full ceremonies, seasonal sacrifices every 4 months, and the Soma sacrifice once a year, besides oblations to ancestors and other domestic observances. Footnote 212. In southern India, at the present day, it is the custom for Brahmins to live as Agnihotris and maintain sacred fire for a few days after their marriage. End footnote. The 3rd stage of life should begin when a householder sees that his hair is turning grey and a grandson has been born. He should then abandon his home and live in the forest. The tradition that it is justifiable and even commendable for men and women to abandon their families and take to the religious life has at all times been strong in India, and public opinion has never considered that the deserted party had a grievance. No doubt comfortable householders were in no hurry to take to the woods, and many must always have shirked the duty. But, on the other hand, the very pious, of whom India has always produced a superabundance, were not willing to bear the cares of domestic life and renounce the world before the prescribed time. On the whole, Brahmanic, as opposed to Buddhist, literature is occupied in insisting not so much that the devout should abandon the world as that they must perform the ritual observances prescribed for householders before doing so. The Brahmin's existence as drawn in the law books is a description of what the writers thought ought to be done rather than of the general practice. Still, it cannot be dismissed as imaginary, for the Nambutiri Brahmins of Travancore have not yet abandoned a mode of life which is in essentials that prescribed by Manu and probably that led by Brahmins in the 7th century BC or earlier. Footnote 213. See Thurston, Castes and Tribes of Southern India, Volume 5, SV. Footnote 214. The Emperor Jahangir, writing about 1660, implies the ashramas which he describes were observed by the Brahmins of that time. See his memoirs, edited by Beveridge, pages 357 to 359. End footnote. They are for the most part landowners dwelling in large houses built to accommodate a patriarchal family and erected in spacious compounds. In youth, they spend about 8 years in learning the Veda, and in mature life, religious ceremonies, including such observances as bathing and the preparation of meals, occupy about 6 hours of the day. As a profession, the performance of religious rites for others is most esteemed. In food, drink, and pleasures, the Nambutiris are almost ascetics. Their rectitude, punctiliousness, and dignity still command exaggerated respect. But they seem unproductive and petrified, even in such matters as literature and scholarship, and their inability to adapt themselves to changing conditions threatens them with impoverishment and deterioration. Yet, the ideal Brahmanic life, which by no means excludes intellectual activity, is laid out in severe and noble lines, and though on its good side somewhat beyond the reach of human endeavor, and on its bad side overloaded with pedantry and superstition, it combines in a rare degree self-abnegation and independence. It differs from the ideal set up by Buddhism and by many forms of Hinduism, which preach the renunciation of family ties, for it clearly lays down that it is a man's duty to continue his family and help his fellow men just as much as to engage in religious exercises. Thus, the Satapatha Brahmana teaches that man is born owing 4 debts, one to the gods, one to the rishis or the sages to whom the Vedic hymns were revealed, one to his ancestors, and one to men. Footnote 215. Satapatha Brahmana, 1st 721, cf. Tate. Brahmana, 6th 310-5. End footnote. To discharge these obligations, he must offer sacrifices, study the Veda, beget a son, and practice hospitality. The tranquil isolation of village life in ancient India has left its mark on literature. Though the names of teachers are handed down and their opinions cited with pious care, yet for many centuries after the Vedic age, we find no books attributed to human authors. There was an indifference to literary fame among these early philosophers and a curious selflessness. Doctors disputed as elsewhere, yet they were at no pains to couple their names with theories or sects. Like the Jewish rabbis, they were content to go down to posterity as the authors of a few sayings, and these are mostly contributions to a common stock with no pretension to be systems of philosophy. The Upanishads leave an impression of a society which, if reposeful, was also mentally alert and tolerant to an unusual degree. Much was absent that occupied the intelligence of other countries. Painting, sculpture, and architecture can have attained but modest proportions, and the pure view of religion included neither temples nor images. India was untroubled by foreign invasions, and all classes seem to have been content to let the Kshatriyas look after such internal politics as there were. Trade, too, was on a small scale. Doubtless the Indian was then, as now, a good man of business, and the western coast may have been affected by its relations with the Persian Gulf, but the Brahmanic civilization was a thing of the midland and drew no inspiration from abroad. The best minds were occupied with the leisurely elaboration and discussion of speculative ideas, and self-effacement was both practiced and preached. But movement and circulation prevented this calm rustic world from becoming stagnant. Though roads were few and dangerous, a habit of travel was conspicuous among the religious and intellectual classes. The Indian is by nature a pilgrim rather than a stationary monk, and we often hear of Brahmins travelling in quest of knowledge alone or in companies and stopping in rest houses. Footnote 216, such as those built by Janasruti Pottarayana, see Chandogya Upanishad 4th 1. End footnote. In the Satapatha Brahmana, Uddalaka Aruni is represented as driving about and offering a piece of gold as a prize to those who could defeat him in argument. Footnote 217. Satapatha Brahmana, 11th 4th 1 1. End footnote. Great sacrifices were often made the occasion of these discussions. We must not think of them as mere religious ceremonies, as a sort of high mass extending over several days. The fact that they lasted so long and involved operations like building sheds and altars made them unlike our church services and gave opportunities for debate and criticism of what was done. Such competition and publicity were good for the wits. The man who cut the best figure in argument was in greatest demand as a sacrificer and obtained the highest fees. But these stories of prizes and fees emphasize a feature which has characterized the Brahmins from Vedic times to the present day, namely their shameless love of money. The severest critic cannot deny them a disinterested taste for intellectual, religious, and spiritual things, but their own books often use language which shows them as professional men merely anxious to make a fortune by the altar. The sacrifice is twofold, says the Satapatha Brahmana, oblations to the gods and gifts to the priests. With oblations, men gratify the gods, and with gifts, the human gods. These two kinds of gods, when gratified, convey the worshipper to the heavenly world. Footnote 218. Satapatha Brahmana, 2nd, 226, and 4th, 344. End footnote. Without a fee, the sacrifice is as dead as the victim. It is the fee which makes it living and successful. Footnote 219. Satapatha Brahmana, 4th, 342. End footnote. Tradition has preserved the names of many of these acute, argumentative, fee-loving priests, but of few can we form any clear picture. The most distinguished is Yajnavalkya, who, though seen through a mist of myths and trivial stories about the minutiae of ritual, appears as a personality with certain traits that are probably historical. Many remarks attributed to him are abrupt and scornful, and the legend indicates dimly that he was once thought a dangerous innovator. But, as has happened so often since, this early heretic became the cornerstone of later orthodoxy. He belonged to the school of the Yajurveda and was apparently the main author of the new or white recension, in which the prayers and directions are more or less separate, whereas in the old or black recension they are mixed together. According to the legend, he vomited forth the texts which he had learned, calling his fellow pupils miserable and inefficient Brahmins, and then received a new revelation from the sun. Footnote 220. Vishnu Puran, 3rd, 5th. End footnote. The quarrel was probably violent, for the Satapatha Brahmana mentions that he was cursed by priests of the other party. Nor does this work, while recognizing him as the principal teacher, endorse all his sayings. Thus it forbids the eating of beef, but adds the curious remarks, "Nevertheless, Yajnavalkya said, I for one eat it, provided it is tender." Footnote 221. Satapatha Brahmana, 3rd, 8-24. Yajnavalkya is the principal authority cited in books from 1st to 5th and from 10th to 14 of this Brahmana, but not in books 6 to 9, which perhaps represents an earlier treatise incorporated in the text. End footnote. Remarkable, too, is his answer to the question what would happen if all the ordinary materials for sacrifices were absent. Then indeed nothing would be offered here, but there would be offered the truth in faith. Footnote 222, or in confidence, Satpatha Brahmana, 11th, 314. End footnote. It is probable that the Black Yajurveda represents the more Western scholars and that the native land of the White Recension and of Yajnavalkya lay further east, perhaps in Videha. But his chief interest for us is not the reforms in text and ritual which we may have made, but his philosophic doctrines of which I have already spoken. Our principal authority for them is the Brihad Aranyanka Upanishad, of which he is the protagonist, much as Socrates is of the Platonic dialogues. Unfortunately, the striking picture which it gives of Yajnavalkya cannot be accepted as historical. He is a prominent figure in the Satpatha Brahmana, which is older than the Upanishad and represents an earlier stage of speculation. The sketch of his doctrines which it contains is clearly a preliminary study elaborated and amplified in the Upanishad. But if a personage is introduced in early works as expounding a rudimentary form of certain doctrines and in later works is credited with a matured philosophy, there can be little doubt that he has become a great name whose authority is invoked by later thought, much as Solomon was made the author of the Proverbs and Ecclesiastes and the songs which bears his name. Yajnavalkya appears in the Brihad Aranyaka as the respected friend, but apparently not the chaplain of King Janaka. This monarch celebrated a great sacrifice and offered 1,000 cows with a present of money to him who should prove himself wisest. Yajnavalkya rather arrogantly bade his people drive off the beasts, but his claim was challenged. 7 Brahmins and 1 woman, Gargi Vakaknavi, disputed with him at length, but had to admit his superiority. A point of special interest is raised by the question what happens after death. Yajnavalkya said to his questioner, "Take my hand, my friend. We two shall alone know of this. Let this question of ours not be discussed in public." Then these two went out and argued, and what they said was karma, and what they praised was karma. Footnote 223. Brihad Aranyaka, 3rd, 2:13. End footnote. The doctrine that a man's deeds cause his future existence and determines its character was apparently not popular among the priesthood, who claimed that by their rites they could manufacture heavenly bodies for their clients. Part 2. This imperfect and sketchy picture of religious life in India, so far as it can be gathered from the older Brahmanic books, has reference mainly to the kingdoms of Kuru Panchalas and Videha in 800 to 600 BC. Another picture, somewhat fuller, is found in ancient literature of the Buddhist and Jains, which depicts the kingdoms of Magadha, Bihar, and Kosala, Oudh, in the time of the Buddha and Mahavira, the founder of Jainism, that is about 500 BC or rather earlier. It is probable that the picture is substantially true for this period or even for a period considerably earlier, for Mahavira was supposed to have revived with modifications the doctrines of Parshvanatha, and some of the Buddhas mentioned as preceding Gautama were probably historical personages. But the Brahmanic and Buddhist accounts do not give 2 successive phases of thought in the same people, for the locality is not quite the same. Both pictures include the territory of Kashi and Videha, but the Brahmanic landscape lies mainly to the west and the Buddhist mainly to the east of this region. In the Buddhist sphere, it is clear that in the youth of Gautama, Brahmanic doctrines and ritual were well known but not predominant. It is hardly demonstrable from literature, but still probable, that the ideas and usages which found expression in Jainism and Buddhism existed in the western districts, though less powerful there than in the east. Footnote 224. In the Pali Pitaka, the Buddha is represented as preaching in the land of the Kurus. End footnote. A striking feature of the world in which Jainism and Buddhism arose was the prevalence of confraternities or religious orders. They were the recognized form of expression not only for piety but for the germs of theology, metaphysics, and science. The ordinary man of the world kept on good terms with such gods as came his way, but those who craved for some higher interest often separated themselves from the body of citizens and followed some special rule of life. In one sense, the Brahmins were the greatest of such communities, but they were a hereditary corporation, and though they were not averse to new ideas, their special stock in trade was in acquaintance with traditional formulae and rites. They were also, in the main, sedentary and householders. Somewhat opposed to them were the companies, described collectively as paribhajikas or samanas. Footnote 225. These are the Pali forms. The Sanskrit equivalents are parivrajaka and shramana. End footnote. These, though offering many differences among themselves, were clearly distinguished from the Brahmins, and it is probable that they usually belonged to the warrior caste. But they did not maintain that religious knowledge was the exclusive privilege of any caste. They were not householders, but wanderers and celibates. Often they were ascetics and addicted to extreme form of self-mortification. They did not study the Vedas or perform sacrifices, and their speculations were often revolutionary and as a rule not theistic. It is not easy to find an English word which describes these people or the Buddhist bhikkhus. Monk is perhaps the best, though inadequate. Pilgrim and friar give the idea of wandering, but otherwise suggest wrong associations. But in calling them monks, we must remember that those celibates, and to some extent recluses, for they mixed with the world only in a limited degree, they were not confined in cloisters. The more stationary lived in woods, either in huts or the open air, but many spent the greater part of the year in wandering. The practice of adopting a wandering religious life was frequent among the upper classes and must have been a characteristic feature of society. No blame attached to the man who abruptly left his family, though well-to-do people are represented as dissuading their children from the step. The interest in philosophical and theological questions was perhaps even greater than among the Brahmins, and they were recognized not as parerga to a life of business or amusement, but as occupations in themselves. Material civilization had not kept pace with the growth of thought and speculation. Thus restless and inquisitive minds found little to satisfy them in villages or small towns, and the wanderers, instead of being a useless rolling stone, was likely not only to have a more interesting life, but to meet with sympathy and respect. Ideas and discussion were plentiful, but there were no books and hardly any centers of learning. Yet there was even more movement than among the travelling priests of the Kurus and Panchalas, a coming and going, a trafficking in ideas. Knowledge was to be picked up in the marketplaces and highways. Up and down the main road circulated crowds of highly intelligent men. They lived upon alms, that is to say, they were fed by the citizens who favored their opinions, or by those good souls who gave indiscriminately to all holy men, and in the larger places rest houses were erected for their comfort. It was natural that the more commanding and original spirits should collect others round them and form bands, for though there was public discussion, writing was not used for religious purposes, and he who would study any doctrine had to become the pupil of a master. The doctrine, too, involved a discipline or mode of life best led in common. Hence, these bands easily grew into communities, which we may call order or sects. if we recognize that their constitution was more fluid and less formal than is implied by those words. It is not easy to say how much organization such communities possessed before the time of the Buddha. His Sangha was the most successful of them all, and doubtless surpassed the others in this as in other respects. Yet it was modelled on existing institutions, and the Vinaya Pitaka itself represents him as prescribing the observances of times and seasons, not so much because he thought it necessary as because the laity suggested that he would do well to follow the practice of the Tithya schools. Footnote 226. See for instance, Mahav, 2nd, 1 and 3rd, 1. End footnote. By this phrase, we are to understand the adherents of Makhali Ghosha, Sanjaya Bellatiputta, and others. We know less about these sects than we could wish, but two lists of schools or theories are preserved, one in the Brahmajala Sutta, where the Buddha himself criticizes 62 erroneous views, and other in Jain literature, which enumerates no fewer than 363. Footnote 227. Digambra Nikaya 1. Footnote 228. See O. Schrader, Standard Indischen Philosophie der Zeitmahaviras und Buddhas, 1902. See also Anga Nikaya, Volume 3rd, page 276, and Rhys Davids' Dialogues of the Buddha, 1st, pages 220 ff. But these passages give one an impression of the multitude of ascetic confraternities rather than a clear idea of their different views. End footnote. Both catalogues are somewhat artificial, and it is clear that many views are mentioned not because they represent the tenets of real schools, but from a desire to condemn all possible errors. But the list of topics discussed is interesting. From the Brahmajala Sutta, we learn that the problems which agitated ancient Magadha were such as the following. Is the world eternal or not? Is it infinite or finite? Is there a cause for the origin of things, or is it without cause? Does the soul exist after death? If so, is its existence conscious or unconscious? Is it eternal, or does it cease to exist? Not necessarily at the end of its present life, but after a certain number of lives. Can it enjoy perfect bliss here or elsewhere? Theories on these and other points are commonly called Vada or talk, and those who hold them Vadins. Thus there is the Kalavada, which makes time the origin and principle of the universe, and Swabhavavada, which teaches that things come into being of their own accord. Footnote 229. It finds expression in two hymns of the Arthava Veda, 19, 53 and 54, cf. 2, Gaudap, Kar, 8, Kalat, Prasutim, Bhutanam, Manyate, Kalasintaka. End footnote. This seems crude when stated with archaic frankness, but becomes plausible if paraphrased in modern language as discontinuous variation and the spontaneous origin of definite species. There were also the Niyativadins, or fatalists, who believed that all that happens is the result of Niyati or fixed order, and the Yadrichyavadins, who, on the contrary, ascribed everything to chance and apparently denied causation because the same result follows from different antecedents. It is noticeable that none of these views imply theism or pantheism, but the Buddha directed so persistent a polemic against the doctrine of the Atman that it must have been known in the Magadha. The fundamental principles of the Sankhya were also known, though perhaps not by that name. It is probably correct to say not that the Buddha borrowed some from the Sankhya, but that both he and the Sankhya accepted and elaborated in different ways certain current views. The Pali Suttas mention 6 agnostic or materialist teachers and give a brief but perhaps not very just compendium of their doctrines. Footnote 230. Digha Nikaya, 2nd. the opinions of the 6 teachers are quoted as being answers to a question put to them by King Ajatasattu, namely, what is gained by renouncing the world? Judged as such, they are irrelevant, but they probably represent current statements as to the doctrine of each sect. The 6 teachers are also mentioned in several other passages of the Digha and Majjhikayas and also in the Sutta Nipata. It is clear that at a very early period the list of their names had become the usual formula for summarizing the teaching prevalent in the time of Gautama, which was neither Brahmanic nor Buddhist. End footnote. One of them was the founder of the Jains, who, as a sect that has lasted to the present day with a considerable record in art and literature, merit a separate chapter. Of the remaining 5, one, Sanjaya, of the Belatta clan, was an agnostic similar to the people described elsewhere as eel-wrigglers, who in answer to such question as, is there a result of good and bad actions, declined to say either A. There is, B. There is not, C. There both is and is not, D. There neither is nor is not. Footnote 231. Digambara Nikaya, 1st, 23 to 28. End footnote. This form of argument has been adopted by Buddhism for some important questions, but Sanjaya and his disciples appear to have applied it indiscriminately and to have concluded that positive assertion is impossible. The other 4 were in many respects what we should call fatalists and materialists, or in the language of their time, Akriyavadins, denying, that is, free will, responsibility, and the merit or demerit of good or bad actions. Footnote 232. A rather defiant materialism preaching, let us eat and drink for tomorrow we die, crops up in India in various ages, though never very prominent. End footnote. They nevertheless believed in metempsychosis and practiced asceticism. Apparently they held that beings are born again and again according to a natural law, but not according to their deeds, and that though asceticism cannot accelerate the soul's journey, yet at a certain stage it is a foreordained and indispensable preliminary to emancipation. The doctrines attributed to all 4 are crude and startling. Perhaps they are exaggerated by the Buddhist narrator, but they also reflect the irrelevant exuberance of young thought. Purana Kasapa denies that there is any merit in virtue or harm in murder. Another ascetic called Ajita of the garment of hair teaches that nothing exists but the 4 elements, and that fools and wise alike are annihilated on the dissolution of the body, and after death they are not. Then why, one asks, was he an ascetic? Similarly, Pakuda Kasayana states that when a sharp sword cleaves a head in twain, the soul and pain play a part similar to that played by the component elements of the sword and head. The most important of these teachers was Makkali Ghoshala. His doctrine comprises a denial of causation and free will, and an assertion that fools and wise alike will make an end of pain after wandering through 84 of 100,000 births. The followers of this teacher were called Ajivikas. They were a distinct body in the time of Ashoka, and the name occurs as late as the 13th century in South Indian inscriptions. Footnote 233. But possibly the ascetics described by it were only the Digambara Jains. End footnote. Several accounts of the founder are extant, but all were compiled by bitter opponents, for he was hated by Jains and Buddhists alike. Footnote 234. See especially the articles Ajivikas by Hornley in Hastings' Dictionary of Religion. Also Hornley, Uvasagadasau, Appendix, pages 1 to 29. Rockhill, Life of the Buddha, pages 249 ff. Schrader, Stand der Indischen Philosophie zur Zeit Mahaviras und Buddhas, page 32. Sutra Kritanga, 2nd, 6. End footnote. His doctrine was closely allied to Jainism, especially the Digambara sect, but was probably more extravagant and anti-social. He appears to have objected to confraternities, to have enjoyed a solitary life, absolute nudity, and extreme forms of self-mortification, such as eating filth. The Jains accused his followers of immorality, and perhaps they were ancient prototypes of the lower class of religious mendicants who have brought discredit on Hinduism. Footnote 235. Macaulay lived some time with Mahavira, but they quarrelled. But his followers, though they may not have been a united body so much as other sects, had definite characteristics. End footnote. Part 3. None of the phases of religious life described above can be called popular. The religion of the Brahmins was the thought and science of a class. The various un-Brahmanic confraternities usually required their members to be wandering ascetics. They had little to say to village householders, who must have constituted the great majority of the population. Also, there are signs that priests and nobles, however much they quarrelled, combined to keep the lower castes in subjugation. Footnote 236. Example given, Satpatha Brahman, 5th, 4-4-13. He thus encloses the Vaishya and Shudra on both sides by the priesthood and nobility and makes them submissive. End footnote. Yet we can hardly doubt that then, as now, all classes were profoundly religious, and that just as today religious deities unknown to the Vedas or even to the Puranas received the worship of millions, so then there were gods and rites that did not lack popular attention, though unnoticed in the scriptures of Brahmins and Buddhists. We know little of this popular religion by direct description before or even during the Buddhist period, but we have fragmentary indications of its character. Firstly, several incongruous observances have obtruded themselves into the Brahmanic ritual. Thus, in the course of the Mahavrata ceremony, the Hotri priest sits in a swing and maidens, carrying pitchers of water on their heads and singing, dance round an altar while drums are beaten. Footnote 237. See Shankhayana Aranyaka. Translation Keith. Pages 8-9. 78-85. Also Aitareya Aran. Book 5th. End footnote. Parallels to this may be found today. The image of Krishna, or even a priest who represents Krishna, is swung to and fro in many temples. The use of drums in worship is distressingly common, and during the Pongal festivities in southern India, young people dance round or leap over a fire. Other remarkable features in the Mahavrata are the shooting of arrows into a target of skin, the use of obscene language, such as is still used at holy festival, and even obscene acts. Footnote 238. Cf. The ritual for the horse sacrifice, Satpatha Brahmana, 13th, 2-8, and Hillebrand, Videshay Opfer, page 152. End footnote. We must not assume that popular religion in ancient India was specially indecent, but it probably included ceremonies analogous to the Lupercalia and Thesmophoria, in which license in words and deeds was supposed to promote fertility and prosperity. We are also justified in supposing that offerings to ancestors in many ceremonies mentioned in the Grihaya Sutra or handbooks of domestic ritual were performed by far larger classes of the population than the greater sacrifices, but we have no safe criteria for distinguishing between priestly injunctions and the real practice of ancient times. Secondly, in the spells and charms of the Atharva, which received the Brahmanic imprimatur later than the other three Vedas, we find an outlook differing from that of the other Vedas and resembling the popular religion of China. Footnote 239. Supplemented by the Kaushika Sutra, which, whatever its age may be, has preserved a record of very ancient usages. End footnote. Mankind are persecuted by a host of evil spirits and protect themselves by charms addressed directly to their tormentors or by invoking the aid of beneficent powers. All nature is animated by God and evil spirits to be dealt with like other natural advantages or difficulties, but not thought of as moral or spiritual guides. It is true that the Atharva often rises above this phase, for it consists not of simple folklore, but of folklore modified under sacerdotal influence. The protecting powers invoked are often the gods of the Rig Veda, but prayers and incantations are also addressed directly to diseases and demons, or, on the other hand, to healing plants and amulets. Footnote 240. Example given. First, 10. This hymn, like many others, seems to combine several moral and intellectual stages, the level at which the combination was possibly not being very high. On the other hand, Varuna is the lord of law and of truth who punishes moral offences with dropsy. On the other, the sorcerer releases the patient from Varuna by charms, without imposing any moral penance, and offers the god 1,000 other men, provided that this particular victim is released. Footnote 241. Example given. 7th, 116. 6th, 105. 6th, 83. Footnote 242. Example given. 5th, 7. 11th, 9. Footnote 243. Example given. 5th, 4. 19th, 39. 4th, 37. 2nd, 8. 19, 34th, 8th, 7. End footnotes. We can hardly be wrong in supposing that in such invocations the Atharva reflects the popular practice of its time, but it prefers the invocations of counteracting forces, whether Vedic deities or magical plants, to the propitiation of malignant spirits, such as the worship of the goddesses presiding over smallpox and cholera, which is still prevalent in India. In this, there is probably a contrast between the ideas of the Aryan and non-Aryan races. The latter propitiate the demon or disease. The Aryans invoke a beneficent and healing power. But though, on the whole, the Atharva is inclined to banish the black spectres of popular demonology with the help of luminous Aryan gods, still we find invoked in it and in its subsidiary literature a multitude of spirits, good and bad, known by little except their names, which, however, often suffice to indicate their functions. Such are Ashapati, lord of the region, Kshetrapati, lord of the field, both invoked in ceremonies for destroying locusts and other noxious insects, Shakambara and Apva, deities of diarrhea, and Arati, the goddesses of avarice and grudge. In one hymn, the poet invokes, together with many Vedic deities, all manner of nature spirits, demons, animals, healing plants, seasons, and ghosts. Footnote 244. Atharva Veda, 11th, 6th. End footnote. A similar collection of queer and vague personalities is found in the popular pantheon of China today. Footnote 245. See for instance Dubos, The Dragon, Image and Demon, 1887, pages 320 to 344. End footnote. Thirdly, various deities who are evidently considered to be well known play some part in the Pali Pitaks. Those most frequently mentioned are Mahabrahma or Brahma Sahampati and Sakka or Indra, but not quite the same as the Vedic Indra and less in need of libations of Soma. In two curious suttas, deputations of deities clearly intended to include all the important gods worshipped at the time are represented as visiting the Buddha. Footnote 246. Atanataya and Mahasamaya, Digambra Nikaya, 20th and 32nd. End footnote. In both lists, a prominent position is given to the 4 great kings or ruling spirits of the 4 quarters, accompanied by retinues called Gandhabas, Kumbhandas, Nagas, and Yakhas respectively, and similar to the Naths of Burma. The Gandhabas or Gandharvas are heavenly musicians and mostly benevolent, but are mentioned in the Brahmanas as taking possession of women who then deliver oracles. The Nagas are serpents, sometimes represented as cobras with 1 or more heads and sometimes as half-human. Sometimes they live in palaces under the water or in the depths of the earth, and sometimes they are tutelary deities of trees. Serpent worship has undoubtedly been prevalent in India in all ages. Indication of it are found in the earliest Buddhist scriptures, and it still survives. Footnote 247. See Crookes, Popular Religion of Northern India, Volume 2nd, Chapter 2nd. End footnote. The Yakhas or Yakshas, though hardly demons, as their name is often rendered, are mostly ill-disposed to the human race, sometimes man-eaters, and often of unedifying conduct. The Mahasamaya Sutta also mentions mountain spirits from the Himalaya, Satagiri, and Mount Vepulla. Of the Devas or chiefs of the Yakshas, in this catalogue only a few are known to Brahmanic work such as Soma, Varuna, Venu, Vishnu, the Yamas, Pajapati, Indra, Sanan Kumar. All these deities are enumerated together with little regard to the positions they occupy in the sacerdotal pantheon. The inquirer finds a similar difficulty when he tries in the 20th century to identify rural deities or even the tutelaries of many great temples with any personages recognized by the canonical literature. In several discourses attributed to the Buddha is incorporated a tract called the Silavagga, giving a list of practices of which he disapproved, such as divination and the use of spells and drugs. Footnote 248. In the Brahma Jala and subsequent suttas of the Digha Nikaya. End footnote. Among special observances censured, the following are of interest. A. Burnt offerings and offerings of blood drawn from the right knee. B. The worship of the sun, of Siri, the goddess of luck, and of the Great One, meaning perhaps the earth. C. Oracles obtained from a mirror, or from a girl possessed by a spirit, or from a god. We also find allusions in Buddhist and Jain works as well as in the inscriptions of Ashoka to popular festivals or fairs called samajjas, which were held on the tops of hills and seem to have included music, recitations, dancing, and perhaps dramatic performance. Footnote 249. See Rhys Davids, Dialogues of the Buddha, Volume 1, page 7, Note 4, and authorities there quoted. End footnote. These meetings were probably like the modern Mela, half religion and half entertainment, and it was in such surroundings that the legends and mythology which the great epics show in full bloom first grew and budded. Thus we have evidence of the existence in pre-Buddhist India of rites and beliefs, the latter chiefly of the kind called animistic, disowned for the most part by the Buddhists and only tolerated by the Brahmins. No elaborate explanation of this popular religion or of its relation to more intellectual and sacerdotal cults is necessary, for the same thing exists at the present day, and the best commentary on the Silavagga is Crookes' Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India. In themselves, such popular superstitions may seem despicable and repulsive, as the Buddha found them, but when they are numerous and vigorous, as in India, they have a real importance, for they provide a matrix and nursery in which the beginnings of great religions may be reared. Shaktism and the worship of Rama and Krishna, together with many less conspicuous cults, all entered Brahmanism in this way. Whenever a popular cult grew important, or whenever Brahmanic influence spread to a new district possessing such a cult, the popular cult was recognized and Brahmanized. This policy can be abundantly illustrated for the last 4 or 5 centuries, for instance in Assam, and it was in operation 2.5 millenniums ago or earlier. It explains the low and magical character of the residue of popular religion, every ceremony and deity of importance being put under Brahmanic patronage, and it also explains the sudden appearance of new deities. We can safely assert that in the time of the Buddha, and a fortiori in the time of the older Upanishads, and Brahmanas, Krishnas and Rama were not prominent as deity in Hindustan. But it may well be that they had a considerable position as heroes whose exploits were recited at popular festivals, and that Krishna was growing into a god in other regions which have left no literature. Footnote 250. Krishna is perhaps mentioned in the Chandogya Upanishad, 3rd, 17.6, but in any case not as a deity. End footnote. End of section number 32. Section 33 of Hinduism and Buddhism, An Historical Sketch, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. Hinduism and Buddhism, An Historical Sketch, Volume 1 by Charles ELIOT, The Jains. Footnote 251. See, besides the translations mentioned below, Buhler, Über die Indische Sekte der Jainas, 1887. Hornley, Metaphysics and Ethics of the Jainas, 1908, and Guérinot, Essai de Bibliographie Jaina and Repertoire de Epigraphie Jaina. Jagmandarlal Jaini, Outlines of Jainism. Jacobi's article Jainism in ERE. Much information may also be found in Mrs. Stevenson's Heart of Jainism. Winternet's Geschichte der Indischen Literatur, Volume 2, Part 2, 1920. Treats of Jain literature, but I have not been able to see it. End footnote. Part 1. Before leaving pre-Buddhist India, it may be well to say something of the Jains. Many of their doctrines, especially their disregard not only of priests but of gods, which seem to us so strange in any system which can be called a religion, are closely analogous to Buddhism, and from one point of view, Jainism is part of the Buddhist movement. But more accurately, it may be called an early specialized form of the general movement which culminated in Buddhism. Its founder, Mahavira, was an earlier contemporary of the Buddha and not a pupil or imitator. Footnote 252. In JRAS 1917, pages 122 to 123, S.V. Venkateshwara argues that Vardhaman died about 437 BC and that the Nigathas of the Pitaks were followers of Parsva. His arguments deserve consideration, but he seems not to lay sufficient emphasis on the facts that a. According to the Buddhist scriptures, the Buddha and Gosala were contemporaries, while according to the Jain scriptures, Gosala and Vardhamana were contemporaries. B. In the Buddhist scripture, Nataputta is the representative of the Nagathas, while according to the Jain scriptures, Vardhamana was of the Nyata clan. End footnote. Even had its independence appearance been later, we might still say that it represents an earlier stage of thought. Its kinship to the theories mentioned in the last chapter is clear. It does not indeed deny responsibility and free will, but its advocacy of extreme asceticism and death by starvation has a touch of the same extravagance, and its list of elements in which physical substances and ideas are mixed together is curiously crude. Jainism is atheistic, and this atheism is, as a rule, neither apologetic nor polemical, but is accepted as a natural religious attitude. By atheism, of course, a denial of the existence of devas is not meant. The Jains surpass, if possible, the exuberant fancy of the Brahmins and Buddhists in designing imaginary worlds and peopling them with angelic or diabolical inhabitants, but, as in Buddhism, these beings are like mankind subject to transmigration and decay and are not the masters, still less the creators of the universe. There were two principal world theories in ancient India. One, which was systemized as the Vedanta, teaches in its extreme form that the soul and the universal spirit are identical and the external world an illusion. The other, systemized as the Sankhya, is dualistic and teaches that primordial matter and separate individual souls are both of them uncreated and indestructible. Both lines of thought look for salvation in the liberation of the soul to be attained by the suppression of the passions and the acquisition of true knowledge. Jainism belongs to the second of these classes. It teaches that the world is eternal, self-existent, and composed of 6 constituent substances: souls, dharma, adharma, space, time, and particles of matter. Footnote 253. The atoms are either simple or compound, and from their combinations are produced the 4 elements: earth, wind, fire, and water, and the whole material universe. For a clear statement of the modern Jain doctrine about dharma and adharma, see Jagmandar Lal Jaini, LC pages 22 FF. End footnote. Dharma and adharma are defined by modern Jains as subtle substances analogous to space which makes it possible for things to move or rest, but Jacobi is probably right in supposing that in primitive speculation the words had their natural meaning and denoted subtle fluids which cause merit and demerit. In any case, the enumeration places in singular juxtaposition substances and activities, the material and the immaterial. The process of salvation and liberation is not distinguished from physical processes, and we see how other sects may have drawn the conclusion, which apparently the Jains did not draw, that human action is necessitated and that there is no such thing as free will. For Jainism, individual souls are free, separate existences whose essence is pure intelligence. But they have a tendency towards action and passion and are misled by false beliefs. For this reason, in the existence which we know, they are chained to bodies and are found not only in devas and in human beings, but in animals, plants, and inanimate matter. The habitation of the soul depends on the merit or demerit which it acquires, and merit and demerit have respectively greater or less influence during immensely long periods called Utsarpini and Avsarpini, ascending and descending, in which human stature and the duration of life increase or decrease by a regular law. Merit secures birth among the gods or good men. Sin sends the soul to baser births, even in inanimate substances. On this downward path, the intelligence is gradually dimmed till at last motion and consciousness are lost, which is not, however, regarded as equivalent to annihilation. Another dogmatic exposition of the Jain creed is based on 7 principles called soul, non-soul, influx, imprisonment, exclusion, dissipation, and release. Footnote 254. Jiva, Ajiva, Asrava, Bandha, Savara, Nirjara, Moksha. The principles are sometimes made 9 by the addition of punya, merit, and pap, sin. End footnote. Karma, which in the ordinary language of Indian philosophy means deeds and their effect on the soul, is here regarded as a peculiarly subtle form of matter which enters the soul, and by this influx, or asrava, a term well known in Buddhism, defiles and weighs it down. Footnote 255. Podgalikam karma. It would seem that all these ideas about karma should be taken in a literal and material sense. Karma, which is a specially subtle form of matter able to enter, stain, and weigh down the soul, is of 8 kinds. First and second, jnana and darshana, varanya, impede knowledge and faith which the soul naturally possesses. Third, mohanya causes delusion. Fourth, vedanya brings pleasure and pain. 5. Ayushka fixes the length of life. 6th, nama furnishes individual characteristics. And 7th, gotra generic. 8th, antaraya hinders the development of good qualities. End footnote. As food is transformed into flesh, so the karma forms a subtle body which invests the soul and prevents it from being wholly isolated from matter at death. The upward path and liberation of the soul are affected by stopping the entrance of karma, that is, by not performing actions which give occasion to the influx, and by expelling it. The most effective means to this end is self-mortification, which not only prevents the entrance of new karma, but annihilates what has accumulated. Like most Indian sects, Jainism considers the world of transmigration as a bondage or journey which the wise long to terminate. But joyless as is its immediate outlook, its ultimate ideas are not pessimistic. Even in the body, the soul can attain a beatific state of perfect knowledge, and above the highest heaven, where the greatest gods live in bliss for immense periods, though ultimately subject to transmigration, is the paradise of blessed souls freed from transmigration. Footnote 256. Kevalam, also called jnana, moksha, nirvana. The nirvana of the Jains is clearly not incompatible with the continuance of intelligence and knowledge. End footnote. They have no visible form but consist of life throughout and enjoy happiness beyond compare. With the materialism characteristics of Jain theology, the treatise from which this account is taken adds that the dimensions of a perfected soul are 2/3 of the height possessed in its last existence. Footnote 257. Uttradhyayana 36, 64-68 in SBE 45, pages 212 to 213. End footnote. How is this paradise to be reached? By right faith, right knowledge, right conduct, called the 3 jewels, a phrase familiar to Buddhism. The right faith is complete confidence in Mahavira and his teaching. Right knowledge is correct theology as outlined above. Knowledge is of 5 degrees, of which the highest is called Kevalam or omniscience. This sounds ambitious, but the special method of reasoning favored by the Jains is the modest Syadvada, or doctrine of may-be, which holds that you can, first, affirm the existence of a thing from one point of view, second, deny it from another, and third, affirm both existence and non-existence with reference to it at different times. If, fourth, you should think of affirming existence and non-existent at the same time and from the same point of view, you must say that the thing cannot be spoken of. Footnote 258. SBE 45, page 27. Bhandarkar Report for 1883 to 1884. Pages 95 FF. End footnote. The essence of the doctrine, so far as one can disentangle it from the scholastic terminology, seems just, for it amounts to this, that as to matters of experience it is possible to formulate the whole and complete truth, and as to matters which transcend experience, language is inadequate. Also that being is associated with production, continuation, and destruction. This doctrine is called Anekantavada, meaning that being is not one and absolute as the Upanishads assert. Matter is permanent, but changes its shape and its other accidents. Thus, in many points, the Jains adopt the common sense and prima facie point of view. But the doctrines of metempsychosis and karma are also admitted as obvious propositions, and though the fortunes and struggles of the embodied soul are described in materialistic terms, happiness is never placed in material well-being but in liberation from the material universe. We cannot be sure that the existing Jain scriptures present these doctrines in their original form, but the full acceptance of metempsychosis, the animistic belief that plants, particles of earth and water have souls, and the materialistic phraseology, from which the widely different speculations of the Upanishads are by no means free, agree with what we know of Indian thought about 550 BC. Jainism, like Buddhism, ignores the efficacy of ceremonies and the powers of priest, but it bears even fewer signs than Buddhism of being in its origin a Protestant or hostile movement. The intellectual atmosphere seems other than that of the Upanishads, but it is very nearly that of the Sankhya philosophy, which also recognizes an infinity of individual souls, radically distinct from matter and capable of attaining bliss only by isolation from matter. Of the origin of that important school we know nothing, but it differs from Jainism chiefly in the greater elaboration of its psychological and evolutionary theories and in the elimination of some materialistic ideas. Possibly the same region and climate of opinion give birth to two doctrines, one simple and practical, inasmuch as it found its principal expression in a religious order, the other more intellectual and scholastic, and at least in the form in which we read it later. Footnote 259. Somewhat similar seems to be the relation of Jainism to the Vaisheshika philosophy. It accepted an early form of the atomic theory, and this theory was subsequently elaborated in the philosophy whose founder, Kanyada, was, according to Jains, a pupil of a Jain ascetic. End footnote. Right conduct is based on the 5 vows taken by every Jain ascetic. 1. Not to kill. 2. Not to speak untruth. 3. To take nothing that is not given. 4. To observe chastity. 5. To renounce all pleasure in external objects. These vows receive an extensive and strict interpretation by means of 5 explanatory clauses applicable to each, and to be constructed with reference to deed, word, and thought, to acting, commanding, and consenting. Thus, the vow not to kill forbids not only the destruction of the smallest insect, but also all speech or thought which could bring about a quarrel, and the doing, causing, or permitting of any action which could bring even inadvertently injure living beings, such as carelessness in walking. Naturally, such rules can be kept only by an ascetic, and in addition to them, asceticism is expressly enjoined. It is either internal or external. The former takes such forms as repentance, humility, meditation, and the suppression of all desires. The latter compromises various forms of self-denial, culminating in death by starvation. This form of religious suicide is prescribed for those who have undergone 12 years' penance and are ripe for nirvana, but it is wrong if adopted as a means of shortening austerities. Footnote 260. Example given, see Asaranga S.I. 7.6. End footnote. Numerous inscriptions record such deaths, and the head teachers of the Digambaras are said still to leave the world in this way. Important but not peculiar to Jainism is the doctrine of the periodical appearance of great teachers who from time to time restore the true faith. Footnote 261. They seem to have authority to formulate it in a form suitable to the needs of the age. Thus we are told that Parshva enjoined 4 vows, but Mahavira 5. End footnote. The same idea meets us in the 14 Manus, the incarnations of Vishnu, and the series of Buddhas who preceded Gautama. The Jain saints are sometimes designated as Buddha, Kevalin, Siddha, Tathagata, and Arhat. all Buddhist titles, but their special appellation is Jina or Conqueror, which is, however, also used by Buddhists. Footnote 262. When Gautama, after attaining Buddhahood, was on his way to Banaras, he met Upaka, a naked ascetic to whom he declared that he was the supreme Buddha. Then, said Upaka, "You profess to be the Jina," and Gautama replied that he did, "Tasma ham Upaka jinoti." Mahavag 1:6-10. End footnote. It was clearly a common notion in India that great teachers appear at regular intervals and that one might reasonably be expected in the 6th century BC. The Jains gave preference or prominence to the titles Jina or Tirthankara, the Buddhists to Buddha or Tathagata. Part 2. According to the Jain scriptures, all Jinas are born in the warrior caste, never among Brahmins. The first called Rishabha, who was born an almost inexpressibly long time ago and lived 8,400,000 years, was the son of a king of Ayodhya. Footnote 263. The exact period is 100 billion sagras of years. A sagra is 100 billion palyas. A palya is the period in which a well a mile deep filled with fine hairs can be emptied if one hair is withdrawn every 100 years. End footnote. But as ages elapsed, the lives of his successors and the intervals which separated them became shorter. Parsva, the 23rd Jina, must have some historical basis. Footnote 264. C. M. Bloomfield, Life and Stories of Parsvanatha, 1919. End footnote. We are told that he lived 250 years before Mahavira, that his followers still existed in the time of the latter, that he permitted the use of clothes and taught that 4 and not 5 vows were necessary. Footnote 265. See the discussions between followers of Parsva and Mahavira given in Uttradhyayana 24 and Sutra Kritanga 2:7. End footnote. Both Jain and Buddhist scriptures support the idea that Mahavira was a reviver and reformer rather than an originator. The former do not emphasize the novelty of his revelation, and the latter treat Jainism as a well-known form of error without indicating that it was either new or attributable to one individual. Mahavira, or the great hero, is the common designation of the 24th Jina, but his personal name was Vardhamana. He was a contemporary of the Buddha but somewhat older and belonged to a Kshatriya clan. Variously called Jinyata, Nyata or Nyaya, his parents lived in a suburb of Vaishali and were followers of Parsva. When he was in his 31st year, they decided to die by voluntary starvation, and after their death, he renounced the world and started to wander naked in Western Bengal, enduring some persecution as well as self-inflicted penances. After 13 years of this life, he believed that he had attained enlightenment and appeared as the Jina, the head of a religious order called Nirganthanas or Niganthas. This word, which means unfettered or free from bonds, is the name by which the Jains are generally known in Buddhist literature, and it occurs in their own scriptures, though it gradually fell out of use. Possibly it was the designation of an order claiming to have been founded by Parsva and accepted by Mahavira. The meager account of his life relate that he continued to travel for nearly 30 years and had 11 principal disciples. He apparently influenced much the same region as the Buddha and came in contact with the same personalities such as King Bimbisara, Ajatsattu. He had relations with Makhali Ghosala, and his disciples disputed with the Buddhists, but it does not appear that he himself ever met Gautama. Footnote 266. There are many references to Niganthas in the Buddhist scriptures, and the Buddha, while by no means accepting their views, treats them with tolerance. Thus he bade Siha, general of the Lichavis, who became his disciple after being an adherent of Nataputta, to continue to give alms as before to Nigatha ascetics. Mahavag 6:32. End footnote. He died at the age of 72 at Pava near Rajgaha. Only one of his principal disciples, Sudharman, survived him, and a schism broke out immediately after his death. There had already been one in the 15th year of his teaching, brought about by his son-in-law. Part 3. We have no information about the differences on which these schisms turned, but Jainism is still split into two sects which, though following in most respects identical doctrines and customs, refuse to intermarry or eat together. Their sacred literature is not the same, and the evidence of inscriptions indicates that they were distinct at the beginning of the Christian era and perhaps much earlier. The Digambara sect, or those who are clothed in air, maintain that absolute nudity is a necessary condition of saintship. The other division, or Shwetambaras, those who are dressed in white, admit that Mahavira went about naked, but hold that the use of clothes does not impede the highest sanctity, and also that such sanctity can be attained by women, which the Digambaras deny. Nudity as a part of asceticism was practiced by several sects in the time of Mahavira, but it was also reprobated by others, including all Buddhists, who felt it to be barbarous and unedifying. Footnote 267. Especially among the Ajivikas. Their leader, Gosala, had a personal quarrel with Mahavira, but his teaching was almost identical except that he was a fatalist. End footnote. It is therefore probable that both Digambaras and Shwetambaras existed in the infancy of Jainism, and the latter may represent the oldest sect reformed or exaggerated by Mahavira. Thus we are told that the law taught by Vardhamana forbids clothes, but that of the great sage Parshva allows an under and upper garment. Footnote 268. Uttaradhyayana 23:29. End footnote. But it was not until considerably later that the schism was completed by the constitution of two different canons. Footnote 269. According to Shwetambara tradition, there was a great schism 609 years after Mahavira's death. The canon was not fixed until 904 or 454 AD of the same era. The Digambara traditions are different but appear to be later. End footnote. At the present day, most Digambaras wear the ordinary costume of their district, and only the higher ascetics attempt to observe the rule of nudity. When they go about, they wrap themselves in a large cloth, but lay it aside when eating. The Digambaras are divided into four principal sects, and the Shwetambaras into no less than 84, which are said to date from the 10th century AD. Apart from these divisions, all Jain communities are differentiated into laymen and members of the order or yatis, literally strivers. It is recognized that laymen cannot observe the 5 vows. Killing, lying, and stealing are forbidden to them only in their obvious and gross forms. Chastity is replaced by conjugal fidelity, and self-denial by the prohibition of covetousness. They can also acquire merit by observing 7 other miscellaneous vows, whence we hear of the 12-fold law, comprising rules as to residence, trade, etc. Agriculture is forbidden since it involves tearing up the ground and the death of insects. Mahavira was succeeded by a long line of teachers, sometimes called patriarchs, and it would seem that their names have been correctly preserved, though the accounts of their doings are meager. Various notices in Buddhist literature confirm the idea that the Jains were active in the districts corresponding to Oudh, Tirhut, and Bihar in the period following Mahavira's death, and we hear of them in Ceylon before our era. Further historical evidence is afforded by inscriptions. Footnote 270. See especially Guérinot, Repertoire de Epigraphie Jaina. End footnote. The earliest in which the Jains are mentioned are the edicts of Ashoka. He directed the officials called superintendents of religion to concern themselves with the Nigantha. Footnote 271. So Buller, Pillar Edict number 8, Senat Inscription de Piadasi 2, 97 translates somewhat differently, but the reference to the Jains is not disputed. End footnote. And when he describes how he has provided medicine, useful plants, and wells for both men and animal, we are reminded of the hospitals for animals which are still maintained by the Jains. Footnote 272. Rock Edict 8. End footnote. According to Jain tradition, which however has not yet been verified by other evidence, Samrapati, the grandson of Ashoka, was a devout patron of the faith. More certain is the patronage accorded to it by King Kharvel of Odisha about 157 BC, which is attested by inscriptions. Many dedicatory inscriptions prove that the Jains were a flourishing community at Mutra in the reigns of Kanishka, Hovishka, and Vasudeva, and one inscription from the same locality seems as old as 150 BC. We learn from these records that the sect comprised a great number of schools and subdivisions. We need not suppose that the different teachers were necessarily hostile to one another, but their existence testifies to an activity and freedom of interpretation which have left traces in the multitude of modern subsects. Jainism also spread in the south of India, and before our era it had a stronghold in Tamil lands, but our knowledge of its early progress is defective. According to Jain tradition, there was a severe famine in northern India about 200 years after Mahavira's death, and the patriarch Bhadrabahu led a band of the faithful to the south. Footnote 273. Rice, Mysore and Coorg from the inscriptions 1909, page 310. Thinks that certain inscriptions at Shravana Belgola in Mysore establish that this tradition is true, and also that the expedition was accompanied by King Chandragupta, who had abdicated and become a Jain ascetic. But this interpretation has been much criticized. It is probably true that a migration occurred and increased the differences which ultimately led to the division into Shvetambras and Digambras. End footnote. In the 7th century AD, we know from various records of the reign of Harsha and from Chinese pilgrims Xuanzang that it was nourishing in Vaishali and Bengal, and also as far south as Conjeeveram. It also made considerable progress in the southern Maratha country under the Chalukya dynasty at Vatapi in the modern district of Bijapur, 500 to 750. And under the Rashtrakuta sovereigns of the Deccan. Amoghavarsha of this line, 815 to 877, patronized the Digambaras and in his old age abdicated and became an ascetic. The names of notable Digambara leaders like Jinasena and Gunabhadra dating from this period are preserved, and Jainism must in some district have become the dominant religion. Bijjala, who usurped the Chalukya throne 1156 to 1167, was a Jain, and the Hoysala kings of Mysore, though themselves Vaishnavas, protected the religion. Inscriptions appear to attest the presence of Jainism at Girnar in the 1st century AD, and subsequently Gujarat became a model Jain state after the conversion of King Kumarapal about 1160. Footnote 274. Guérinot, Epic, Jaina, number 11. End footnote. Such success naturally incurred the enmity of the Brahmins, and there is more evidence of systematic persecution directed against the Jains than against the Buddhists. The Chola kings who ruled in the southeast of the Madras presidency were jealous worshippers of Shiva, and the Jains suffered severely at their hands in the 11th century and also under the Pandya kings of the extreme south. King Sundara of the latter dynasty is said to have impaled 8,000 of them, and pictures on the walls of the great temple at Madura represent their tortures. A little later, 1174, Ajay-Deva, a Shaiva king of Gujarat, is said to have raged against them with equal fury. The rise of the Lingayats in the Deccan must also have had an unfavorable effect on their numbers. But in the 14th century, greater tolerance prevailed, perhaps in consequence of the common danger from Islam. Inscriptions found at Shravana Belgola and other places narrate an interesting event which occurred in 1368. Footnote 275. Rice, Mysore and Kur from the inscriptions, 1909, pages 113 to 114 and 207 to 208. End footnote. The Jains appeared to the king of Vijayanagar for protection from persecution, and he effected a public reconciliation between them and the Vaishnavas, holding the hands of both leaders in his own and declaring that equal protection would be given to both sects. Another inscription records an amicable agreement regulating the worship of a lingam in a Jain temple at Halibut. Many others, chiefly recording grants of land, testify to the prosperity of Jainism in the Hindu kingdom of Vijayanagar and in the region of Mount Abu in the 16th and 17th centuries. Footnote 276. Similar tolerance is attested by inscriptions. Example given, Guerenot, Numbers 522 and 5776, recording donations to both Jain and Shaiva temples. End footnote. The great Emperor Akbar himself came under the influence of Jainism and received instructions from 3 Jain teachers from 1578 to 1597. Persecution and still more the steady pressure and absorptive power of Hinduism have reduced the proportions of the sect, and the last census estimated it at 1 million and a third. It is probable, however, that many Jains return themselves as Hindus and that their numbers are really greater. More than 2/5 of them are found in Bombay, Rajputana, and central India. Elsewhere, they are generally distributed, but only in small numbers. They observe caste, at least in some districts, and generally belong to the Baniyas. They include many wealthy merchants who expend large sums on the construction and maintenance of temples, houses for wandering ascetics, and homes for cattle. Their respect and care for animal life are remarkable. Wherever Jains gain influence, beasts are not slaughtered or sacrificed, and when old or injured are often kept in hospitals or asylums, as, for instance, at Ahmedabad. Footnote 277. They also make a regular practice of collecting and rearing young animals which the owner throw away or wish to kill. End footnote. Their ascetics take stringent precautions to avoid killing the smallest creatures. They strain their drinking water, sweep the ground before them with a broom as they walk, and wear a veil over their mouths. Even in the shops of the laity, lamps are carefully screened to prevent insects from burning themselves. The principal divisions are the Digambara and Shvetambara, as above described, and an offshoot of the latter called Dhundia, who refuse to use images in worship and are remarkable even among Jains for their aversion to taking life. Footnote 278, or Sthanakavasi. See for them Census of India, 1911, 1, page 127, and Baroda, page 93. The sect was founded about AD 1653. End footnote. In central India, the Digambaras are about half the total number. In Baroda and Bombay, the Shvetambaras are stronger. In central India, the Jains are said to be sharply distinguished from Hindus, but in other parts they intermarry the Vaishnavas and, while respecting their own ascetics as religious teachers, employ the services of Brahmins in their ceremonies. Part 4. The Jains have a copious and in part ancient literature. The oldest works are found in the canon or Siddhanta of the Shwetambaras, which is not accepted by the Digambaras. In this canon, the highest rank is given to 11 works called Angas or limbs of the law, but it also comprises many other esteemed treatises such as the Kalpa Sutra ascribed to Bhadrabahu. Footnote 279. Their names are as follows in Jain Prakrit, the Sanskrit equivalent being given in Bracketa. 1. Ayaranga Sutam Akaranga. 2. Suya Gadangam. Sutra Kritangam. 3. Thanangam. Stha. 4. Samavayangam. 5. Vyahapanyati. Vyakhya Prajnapati. This work is commonly known as Bhagavati. 6th. Nyaya Dhamma Kahao. Jnata Dharma Katha. 7. Uvasa Gadasao. Upasa Kadasa. 8. Anta Gadadasao. Anta Kridat. 9. Anuta Rao Vavai Dasao. Anuta Rao Papatikad. 10. Panha Vagarnaim. Prasna Vyakaranani. 11. Vivagai Suyam. Vipakasrutam. The books marked with an asterisk have been translated by Jacobi, SBE, volumes 22 and 14, Hornley and Barnett, C2, Weber, Indici, Studian, BD 16, pages 211 to 479 and BD 18, pages 1 to 90. End footnote. 14 older books called Purvas, SK Purvas, and now lost are said to have together formed a 12th Anga. The language of the canon is a variety of Prakrit, fairly ancient though more modern than Pali, and remarkable for its habit of omitting or softening consonants coming between two vowels. Example given: Suyam for Sutram, Lu for Loko. Footnote 280. It is called Arsha or Ardha Magadhi and is the literary form of the vernacular of Berar in the early centuries of the Christian era. See Ed Jacobi, Oskevalte, Erzahlungen in Maharashtri, an introduction to edition of Ayaranga Sutta. Footnote 280. The titles given in Note 2 illustrate some of its peculiarities. End footnote. We cannot, however, conclude that it is the language in which the books were composed, for it is probable that the early Jains, rejecting Brahmanical notions of a revealed text, handed down their religious teachings in the vernacular and allowed its grammar and phonetics to follow the changes brought about by time. According to a tradition which probably contains elements of truth, the first collection of sacred works was made about 200 years after Mahavira's death by a council which sat at Patliputra. Just about the same time came the famine already mentioned, and many Jains migrated to the south. When they returned, they found that their co-religionists had abandoned the obligation of nakedness, and they consequently refused to recognize their sacred books. The Shwetambara canon was subsequently revised and written down by a council held at Vallabhi in Gujarat in the middle of the 5th century AD. This is the edition which is still extant. The canon of the Digambaras, which is less well known, is said to be chiefly in Sanskrit and according to tradition was codified by Pushpadanta in the 2nd century AD, but appears to be really posterior to the Shwetambara scriptures. Footnote 282. When I visited Shravana Belgola in 1910, the head of the Jains there, who professed to be a Digambara, though dressed in purple raiment, informed me that their sacred works were partly in Sanskrit and partly in Prakrit. He showed me a book called Trilokasara. End footnote. It is divided into 4 sections called Vedas and treating respectively of history, cosmology, philosophy, and rules of life. Footnote 283. But see Jagmandarlal Jaini, LC Appendix 5. End footnote. Though the books of the Jain canon contain ancient matter, yet they seem, as compositions, considerably later than the older parts of the Buddhist Tripitaka. They do not claim to record recent events and teaching, but are attempts at syntheses which assume that Jainism is well known and respected. In style, they offer some resemblance to the Pitakas. There is the same inordinate love of repetition, and in the more emotional passages, great similarity of tone and metaphor. Footnote 284. Compare, for instance, Uttaradhyayana 10, 23, and 25 with the Sutta Nipata and Dhammapada. End footnote. Besides the two canons, the Jains have considerable literature consisting both of commentaries and secular works. The most eminent of their authors is Hemachandra, born in 1088, who, though a monk, was an ornament of the court and rendered an important service to his sect by converting Kumarapala, king of Gujarat. He composed numerous and valuable works on grammar, lexicography, poetics, and ecclesiastical biography. Such subjects were congenial to the later Jain writers, and they not only cultivated both Sanskrit and Prakrit, but also had a vivifying effect on the vernaculars of the southern India. Kannaris, Tamil, and Telugu in their literary form owe much to the labors of Jain monks, and the Jain works composed in these languages, such as Jiva Kasintamani in Tamil, if not of worldwide importance, at least greatly influenced Dravidian civilization. Though the Jains thus occupy an honorable and even distinguished place in the history of letters, it must be confessed that it is hard to praise their older religious books. This literature is of considerable scientific interest, for it contains many data about ancient India as yet unsifted, but it is tedious in style and rarely elevated in sentiment. It has an arid extravagance which merely piles one above the other interminable lists of names and computations of immensity in time and space. Even more than in the Buddhist suttas, there is a tendency to repetition which offends our sense of proportion, and though the main idea, to free the soul from the trammels of passion and matter, is not inferior to any of the religious themes of India, the treatment is not adequate to the subject, and the counsels of perfection are smothered under a mass of minute precepts about the most unsavory details of life, and culminate in the recommendation of death by voluntary starvation. Part 5. But observation of Jainism as it exists today produces a quite different impression. The Jains are well-to-do, industrious, and practical. Their schools and religious establishments are well-ordered. Their temples have a beauty, cleanliness, and cheerfulness unusual in India, and due to the large use made of white marbles and brilliant colors. The tenderness for animal life may degenerate into superstition, though surely it is a fault on the right side, and some observances of the ascetics, such as pulling out the hair instead of shaving the head, are severe. But as a community, the Jains lead sane and serious lives, hardly practicing and certainly not parading the extravagances of self-torture which they theoretically commend. Mahavira is said to have taught that place, time, and occasion should be taken into consideration, and his successors adapted their precepts to the age in which they lived. Such monks as I have met maintain that extreme forms of tapas were good for the nerves of ancient saints, but not for weaker natures of today. But in avoiding rigorous severity, they have not fallen into sloth or luxury. Footnote 285. I have only visited establishments in towns. Possibly yatis who follow a severer rule may be found in the country, especially among Digambaras. End footnote. The beauty of Jainism finds its best expression in architecture. This reached its zenith both in style and quantity during the 11th and 12th centuries, which accords with what we know of the growth of the sect. After this period, the Mohammedans' invasions were unfavorable to all forms of Hindu architecture. but the taste for building remained, and somewhat later pious Jains again began to construct large edifices which are generally less degenerate than modern Hindu temples, though they often show traces of Mohammedan influence. Hathi Singh's temple at Ahmedabad, completed in 1848, is a fine example of this modern style. There is a considerable difference between Jain and Buddhist architecture, both in intention and effect. Jain monks did not live together in large communities, and there was no worship of relics. Hence the vihara and the stupa, the two principal types of Buddhist buildings, are both absent. Yet there is some resemblance between Jain temples, for instance those at Palitana, and the larger Burmese sanctuaries such as the Shwe Dagon Pagoda. It is partly due to the same conviction, namely that the most meritorious work which a layman can perform is to multiply shrines and images. In both localities the general plan is similar. On the top of a hill or mound is a central building round which are grouped a multitude of other shrines. The repetition of chapels and images is very remarkable. In Burma, they all represent Gautama. In Jain temples, the figures of the Tirthankaras are nominally different personalities, but so alike in presentment that the laity rarely know them apart. In both styles of art, white and jeweled images are common, as well as groups of four sitting figures set back to back and facing the four quarters. Footnote 286. In Gujarat, they are called Chaumukhi, and it is said when a Tirthankara preached in the midst of his audience, each side saw him facing them. In Burma, the four figures are generally said to be the last four Buddhas. End footnote. In both we meet with veritable cities of temples on the hilltops of Gujarat and in the plain of Pagan on the banks of the Irrawaddy. As some figures of Burmese art are undoubtedly borrowed from India, the above characteristics may be due to imitation of Jain methods. Footnote 287. This seems clear from the presence in Burma of curvilinear sikra and even of copies of Indian temples. Example given of Bodh Gaya at Pagan. Burmese pilgrims to Gaya might easily have visited Mount Parasnath on their way. End footnote. It might be argued that the architectural style of late Indian Buddhism survives amongst the Jains, but there is no proof that the multiplication of temples and images was a feature of this style. But in some points, it is clear that the Jains have followed the artistic conventions of the Buddhists. Thus, Parshvanatha is sheltered by a cobra's hood, like Gautama, and though the Bodhi tree plays no part in the legend of Tirthankaras, they are represented as sitting under such trees, and a living tree is venerated at Palitana. As single edifices illustrating the beauty of Jain art, both in grace of design and patient elaboration of workshop may be mentioned, the towers of fame and victory at Chittor and the temples of Mount Abu. Some differences of style are visible in North and South India. In the former, the essential features are a shrine with a portico attached and surmounted by a conical tower, the whole placed in a quadrangular court round which are a series of cells or chapels containing images seated on thrones. These are the Tirthankaras, almost exactly alike and of white marble, though some of the later saints are represented as black. The Shwetambaras represented their Tirthankaras as clothed, but in the temples of the Digambaras, the images are naked. In the south are found religious monuments of two kinds known as bastis and bittus. The bastis consist of pillared vestibules leading to a shrine over which rises a dome constructed in 3 or 4 stages. The bittus are not temples in the ordinary sense, but courtyards surrounding gigantic images of a saint named Gomateswara, who is said to have been the son of the first Tirthankara. Footnote 288. I have this information from the Jain Guru at Shravanabelgula. He said that Gomateshwara, who seems unknown to the Shwetambaras, was a Kevalin but not a Tirthankara. End footnote. The largest of these colossi is at Shravanabelgola. It is 70 feet in height and carved out of a mass of granite standing on the top of a hill, and represents a sage so sunk in meditation that anthills and creepers have grown round his feet without breaking his trance. An inscription states that it was erected about 983 AD by the minister of a king of the Ganga dynasty. Footnote 289. Two others, rather smaller, are known, one at Karkal, dated 1431, and one at Yannur. These images are honored at occasional festivals. One was held at Shravanabelgola in 1910, attended by a considerable concourse of Jains. These type of statues is not Buddhist. They are nude and represent sages meditating in a standing position, whereas Buddhists prescribe a sitting posture for meditation. End footnote. But even more remarkable than these gigantic statues are the collection of temples found on several eminences such as Girnar and Satrunjaya, mountain masses which rise abruptly to a height of 3,000 or 4,000 feet out of level plains. Footnote 290. The mountain of Satrunjaya rises above Palitana, the capital of a native state in Gujarat. Other collections of temples are found on the hill of Parasnath in Bengal, at Sonagir near Datia, and Muktagiri near Gavaligarh. There are also a good many of the hills above Rajgir. End footnote. On the summit of Satrunjaya are innumerable shrines, arranged in marble courts or along well-paved streets. In each enclosure is a central temple surrounded by others at the sides, and all are dominated by one which in the proportions of its spire and courtyard surpasses the rest. Only a few yatis are allowed to pass the night in the sacred precincts, and it is a strange experience to enter the gates at dawn and wander through the interminable succession of white marble courts, tenanted only by flocks of sacred pigeons. On every side sculptured chapels, gorgeous in gold and color, stand silent and open. Within are saints sitting grave and passionless behind the lights that burn on their altars. The multitude of calm stone vases, the strange silence and emptiness, unaccompanied by any sign of neglect or decay, and bewildering repetition of shrines and deities in this aerial castle, suggest nothing built with human purpose but some petrified spirit world. Soon after dawn, a string of devotees daily ascends the hill. Most are laymen, but there is a considerable sprinkling of ascetics, especially nuns. After joining the order, both sexes wear yellowish-white robes and carry long sticks. They spend much of their time in visiting holy places and usually do not stop at one rest house for more than 2 months. The worship performed in the temples consists of simple offerings of flowers, incense, and lights made with little ceremony. Pilgrims go their rounds in small bands and, kneeling together before the images, sing the praises to the Jinas. Part 6. It is remarkable that Jainism is still a living sect, whereas the Buddhists have disappeared from India. Its strength and persistence are centered in its power of enlisting the interest of the laity and of forming them into a corporation. In theory, the position of the Jain and Buddhist laymen is the same. Both revere and support a religious order for which they have not a vocation and are bound by minor vows less stringent than those of the monks. But among the Buddhists, the members of the order came to be regarded more and more as the true church, and the laity tended to become, what they actually have become in China and Japan, pious persons who revere that order as something extraneous to themselves and very often only as one among several religious organizations. Footnote 291. The strength of Buddhism in Burma and Siam is no doubt largely due to the fact that custom obliges everyone to spend part of his life, if only a few days, as a member of the order. End footnote. Hence, when in Indian monasteries decayed or were destroyed, little active Buddhism was left outside them. But the wandering ascetics of the Jains never concentrated the strength of the religion in themselves to the same extent. The severity of their rule limited their numbers. The laity were wealthy and practically formed a caste. Persecution acted as a tonic. As a result, we have a sect analogous in some ways to Jews, Parsis, and Quakers, among all of whom we find the same features, namely a wealthy laity, little or no sacerdotalism, and endurance of persecution. Footnote 292. One might perhaps add to this list the Skoptsi of Russia and the Armenian colonies in many European and Asiatic towns. End footnote. Another question of some interest is how far Jainism should be regarded as separate from Buddhism. Historically, the position seems clear. Both are offshoots of a movement which was active in India in the 6th century BC in certain districts and especially among the aristocracy. Of these offshoots, the survivors, among many which hardly outlived their birth, Jainism was a trifle the earlier, but Buddhism was superior and more satisfying to the intellect and moral sense alike. Out of the theory and practice of religious life current in their time, Gautama fashioned a beautiful vase, Mahavira a homely but still durable pot. The resemblances between the two systems are not merely obvious but fundamental. Both had their origin outside the priestly class and owed much of their success to the protection of princes. Both preach a road to salvation open to man's unaided strength and needing neither sacrifice nor revealed lore. Both are universal, for though Buddhism set about its world mission with more knowledge and grasp of the task, the Jain sutras are addressed to Aryans and non-Aryans, and it is said that in modern times Mohammedans have been received into the Jain church. Neither is theistic. Both believe in some form of reincarnation, in karma, and in the periodical appearance of beings possessed of superhuman knowledge and called indifferently jinas or buddhas. The historian may therefore be disposed to regard the two religions as not differing much more than the varieties of Protestant dissenters to be found in Great Britain. But the theologian will perceive real differences. One of the most important doctrines of Buddhism, perhaps in the Buddha's own esteem the central doctrine, is the non-existence of the soul as a permanent entity. In Jainism, on the contrary, not only the human body but the whole world, including inanimate matter, is inhabited by individual souls who can also exist apart from matter in individual blessedness. The Jain theory of fivefold knowledge is unknown to the Buddhists, as is their theory of the skandhas to the Jains. Secondly, as to practice, Jainism teaches, with some concessions in modern times, that salvation is obtainable by self-mortification, but this is the method which the Buddha condemned after prolonged trial. It is clear that in his own opinion and that of his contemporaries, the rule and ideal of life which he prescribed differed widely from those of the Jains, Ajivikas, and other wandering ascetics. End of section 33.
Section number 34 of Hinduism and Buddhism, A Historical Sketch, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Campbell. Hinduism and Buddhism, A Historical Sketch, Volume 1 by Charles Eliot, beginning at Book 3. In the previous book, I have treated chiefly the general characteristics of Indian religion. They persist in its later phases, but great changes and additions are made. In the present book, I propose to speak about the life and teaching of the Buddha, which even hostile critics must admit to be a turning point in the history of Indian thought and institutions, and about the earliest forms of Buddhism. For 12 centuries or more after the death of this great genius, Indian religion flows in two parallel streams, Buddhist and Brahmanic, which subsequently unite, Buddhism coloring the whole river but ceasing within India itself to have any important manifestations distinct from Brahmanism. In a general survey, it is hardly possible to follow the order of strict chronology until comparatively modern times. We cannot, for instance, give a sketch of Indian thought in the 1st century BC simply because our data do not permit us to assign certain sects and books to that period, rather than to the 100 years which preceded or followed it. But we can follow, with moderate accuracy, the 2 streams of thought in their respective courses. I have wondered if I should not take Hinduism first. Its development from ancient Brahmanism is continuous, and Buddhism is merely an episode in it, though a lengthy one. But, many as are the lacunae in the history of Buddhism, it offers more data and documents than the history of Hinduism. We know more about the views of Asoka, for instance, than about those of Chandragupta Maurya. I shall therefore deal first with Buddhism, then with Hinduism, while regretting that a parallel and synoptic treatment is impracticable. The 8 chapters of this book deal mainly with Pali Buddhism, a convenient and non-controversial term, and not with the Mahayana, though they note the tendencies which found expression in it. In the 1st chapter, I treat of the Buddha's life. In the 2nd, I venture to compare him with other great religious teachers. In the 3rd, I consider his doctrine as expounded in the Pali Tripitaka. And in the 4th, the order of mendicants which he founded. The nature and value of the Pali Canon form the subject of the 5th chapter, and the 6th is occupied with the great Emperor Asoka, whose name is the clearest landmark in the early history of Buddhism, and indeed of India. The 7th and 8th chapters discuss topics which belong to Hinduism as well as Buddhism, namely meditation and mythology. The latter is interior to Buddhism, and it is only in a special sense that it can be called an addition or accretion. Indian thought makes clearings in the jungle of mythology which become obliterated or diminished as the jungle grows over them again. Buddhism was the most thorough of such clearings, yet it was invaded more rapidly and completely than any other. The Vedanta and Sankhya are really, if less obviously, similar clearings. They raise no objection to popular divinities, but such divinities do not come within the scope of religious philosophy as they understand it. End of section 34. Section 35 of Hinduism and Buddhism, A Historical Sketch, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Campbell. Hinduism and Buddhism, A Historical Sketch, Volume 1 by Charles Eliot. Chapter 8, Life of the Buddha, Section 1. We have hitherto been occupied with obscure and shadowy personalities. The authors of the Upanishads are nameless, and even Mahavira is unknown outside of India. But we now come to the career of one who must be ranked among the greatest leaders of thought that the world has seen. The Indian prince generally known as Gautama, or the Buddha. His historical character has been called in question, but at the present day probably few, if any, competent judges doubt that he was a real person, whose date can be fixed and whose life can be sketched, at least in outline. We have seen that apart from the personality of Gautama, ancient India was familiar with the idea of a Buddha and even classified the attributes he should possess. 2 styles of biography are therefore possible, an account of what Gautama actually was and did, and an account of what a Buddha is expected to be and do. This 2nd style prevails in later Buddhist works. They contain descriptions of the deeds and teachings of a Buddha, adapted to such facts in Gautama's life as seem suitable for such treatment or could not be ignored. Rhys Davids has well compared them to Paradise Regained, but the supernatural element is, after the Indian fashion, more ornate. The reader will perhaps ask what are the documents describing Gautama's sayings and doings, and what warrant we have for trusting them. I will treat of this question in more detail in a later chapter, and here will merely say that the Pali works called Vijnana, or monastic rules, and suttas, or sermons, recount the circumstances in which each rule was laid down and each sermon preached. Some narrative passages, such as the sutta which relates the close of the Buddha's life, and the portion of the Vijnana which tells how he obtained enlightenment and made his first converts, are of considerable length. Though these narratives are compilations which accepted new matter during several centuries, I see no reason to doubt that the oldest stratum contains the recollections of those who had seen and heard the Master. In basing the following account on the Pali canon, I do not mean to discredit Sanskrit texts merely because they are written in that language, or to deny that many Pali texts contain miraculous and unhistorical narratives. But the principal Sanskrit sutras, such as the Lotus and the Diamond Cutter, are purely doctrinal, and those texts which profess to contain historical matter, such as the Vijnanas translated from Sanskrit into Chinese, are as yet hardly accessible to European scholars. So far as they are known, they add incidents to the career of the Buddha without altering its main lines, and when the accounts of such incidents are not in themselves improbable, they merit consideration. On the whole, these Sanskrit texts are later and more embellished than their Pali counterparts, but it is necessary not to forget the existence of this vast storehouse of traditions, which may contain many surprises. Though the Pali texts do not give the story of the Buddha's life in a connected form, they do give us details about many important events in it, and they offer a picture of the world in which he moved. The idea of biography was unknown to the older Indian literature. The Brahmanas and the Upanishads tell us of the beliefs and practices of their sages, the doctrines they taught, and the sacrifices they offered, but they rarely give even an outline of their lives. And whenever the Hindus write about a man of religion or a philosopher, their weak historical sense and their strong feeling for the importance of the teaching lead them to neglect the figure of the teacher and present a portrait which seems to us dim and impersonal. Indian saints are distinguished by what they said, not by what they did, and it is a strong testimony to Gautama's individuality and force of character that in spite of the centuries which separate us from him, and the misty, unreal atmosphere which in later times hangs round his name, his personality is more distinct and lifelike than that of many later teachers. Most of the stories of his youth and childhood have a mythical air, and make their first appearance in works composed long after his death, but there is no reason to distrust the traditional accounts of his lineage. He was the son of Suddhodana of the Kshatriya clan known as Sakya or Sakya. In later literature, his father is usually described as a king, but the statement needs qualification. The Sakyas were a small aristocratic republic. At the time of the Buddha's birth, they recognized the suzerainty of the neighboring kingdom of Kosala or Ode, and they were subsequently annexed by it. But so long as they were independent, all that we know of their government leads us to suppose that they were not a monarchy like Kosala and Magadha. The political and administrative business of the clan was transacted by an assembly which met in a council hall at Kapilavatthu. Its president was styled Raja, but we do not know how he was selected, nor for how long he held office. The Buddha's father is sometimes spoken of as Raja, sometimes as if he were a simple citizen. Some scholars think the position was temporary and elective, but in any case it seems clear that he was not a Maharaja like Ajatasattu and other monarchs of the period. He was a prominent member of a wealthy and aristocratic family rather than a despot. In some passages, Brahmins are represented as discussing the Buddha's claims to respect. It is said that he is of a noble and wealthy family, but not that he is son of a king or heir to the throne, though the statement, if true, would be so obvious and appropriate that its omission is sufficient to disprove it. The point is of psychological importance, for the later literature and its desire to emphasize the sacrifice made by the Buddha exaggerates the splendor and luxury by which he was surrounded in youth, and produces the impression that his temperament was something like that reflected in the book of Ecclesiastes, the weary calm, bred of satiety and disenchantment, of one who has possessed everything and found everything to be but vanity. But this is not the dominant note of the Buddha's discourses as we have them. He condemns the pleasures and ambitions of the world as unsatisfying, but he stands before us as one who has resisted and vanquished temptation, rather than as a disillusioned pleasure-seeker. The tone of these sermons accords perfectly with the supposition, supported by whatever historical data we possess, that he belonged to a fighting aristocracy, active in war and debate, wealthy according to the standards of the time, and yielding in perfect obedience to the authority of kings and priests. The Pitakas allude several times to the pride of the Sakyas, and in spite of the gentleness and courtesy of the Buddha, this family trait is often apparent in his attitude, in the independence of his views, his calm disregard of Brahmanic pretension, and the authority that marks his utterances. The territory of the Sakyas lay about the frontier which now divides Nepal from the United Provinces, between the upper Rapti and the Gandak rivers, 100 miles or so to the north of Benares. The capital was called Kapilavatthu, and the mention of several other towns in the oldest text indicates that the country was populous. Its wealth was derived chiefly from rice fields and cattle. The uncultivated parts were covered with forest, and often infested by robbers. The spot where the Buddha was born was known as the Lumbini Park, and the site, at least what was supposed to be the site in Asoka's time, is marked by a pillar, erected by that monarch at a place now called Rumande. His mother was named Maya, and was also of the Sakya clan. Tradition states that she died 7 days after his birth, and that he was brought up by her sister Mahaprajapati, who was also a wife of Suddhodana. The names of other relatives are preserved, but otherwise the older documents tell us nothing of his childhood, and the copious legends of the later church seem to be poetical embellishments. The Sutta Nipata contains the story of an aged seer named Asita, who came to see the child and much like Simeon prophesied his future greatness, but wept that he himself must die before hearing the new gospel. The personal name of the Buddha was Siddhartha in Sanskrit, or Siddhartha in Pali, meaning he who has achieved his object, but it is rarely used. Persons who are introduced in the Pitakas as addressing him directly either employ a title or call him Gautama, Sanskrit Gautama. This was the name of his Gotra, or gens, and roughly corresponds to a surname, being less comprehensive than the clan name Sakya. The name Gautama is applied in the Pitakas to other Sakyas, such as the Buddha's father and his cousin Ananda. It is said to be still in use in India, and has been borne by many distinguished Hindus. But since it seems somewhat irreverent to speak of the Buddha merely by his surname, it became the custom to describe him by titles. The most celebrated of these is the word Buddha itself, the awakened or wise one. But in Pali works he is described just as frequently by the name of Bhagava, or the Lord. The titles of Shakyamuni and Shakasima have also passed into common use, and the former is his usual designation in the Sanskrit sutras. The word Tathagata, of somewhat obscure signification, is frequently found as an equivalent of Buddha, and is put into the mouth of Gautama himself as a substitute for the first personal pronoun. We can only guess what was the religious and moral atmosphere in which the child grew up. There were certainly Brahmins in the Sakya territory. Everyone had heard of their Vedic lore, their ceremonies, and their claims to superiority. But it is probable that their influence was less complete here than further west, and that even before this time they encountered a good deal of skepticism and independent religious sentiment. This may have been in part military impatience of priestly pedantry, but if the Sakyas were not submissive sheep, their waywardness was not due to want of interest in religion. A frequent phrase in the Buddhist discourses speaks of the highest goal of the holy life, for the sake of which clansmen leave their homes and go forth into homelessness. The religious mendicant seemed the proper incarnation of this ideal to which Kshatriyas as well as Brahmins aspired, and we are justified in supposing that the future Buddha's thoughts would naturally turn towards the wandering life. The legend represents him as carefully secluded from all disquieting sights, and as learning the existence of old age, sickness, and death only by chance encounters which left a profound impression. The older texts do not emphasize this view of his mental development, though they do not preclude it. It is stated, incidentally, that his parents regretted his abandonment of worldly life, and it is natural to suppose that they may have tried to turn his mind to secular interest and pleasures. His son, Rahula, is mentioned several times in the Pitakas, but his wife only once, and then not by name, but as the princess who was the mother of Rahula. His separation from her becomes in the later legend the theme of an affecting tale, but the scanty allusions to his family found in the Pitakas are devoid of sentimental touches. A remarkable passage is preserved in the Anguttara Nikaya describing his feelings as a young man, and may be the origin of the story about the 4 visions of old age, sickness, death, and of peace in the religious life. After describing the wealth and comfort in which he lived, He says that he reflected how people feel repulsion and disgust at the sight of old age, sickness, and death. But is this right? I also, he thought, am subject to decay, and am not free from the power of old age, sickness, and death. Is it right that I should feel horror, repulsion, and disgust when I see another in such plight? And when I reflected thus, my disciples, all the joy of life which there is in life died within me. No connected account of his renunciation of the world has been found in the Pitakas, but people are represented as saying that in spite of his parents' grief he went out from the household life into the homeless state while still a young man. Accepted tradition, confirmed by the Mahaparinibbata Sutta, says that he retired from worldly life when he was 29 years old. The event is also commemorated in a poem of the Sutta Nipata, which reads like a very ancient ballad. It relates how Bimbisara, king of Magadha, looking out from his palace, saw an unknown ascetic, and feeling he was no ordinary person, went himself to visit him. It would appear from this that Gautama, on leaving his family, went down to the plains and visited Rajagaha, the capital of Magadha, now Rajgir, to the south of Patna. The teachers of the Ganges Valley had probably a greater reputation for learning and sanctity than the rough wits of the Sakya land, and this may have attracted Gautama. At any rate, he applied himself diligently to acquire what knowledge could be learned from contemporary teachers of religion. We have an account put into his own mouth of his experiences as the pupil of Alarika Lama and Udaka Ramaputta, but it gives few details of his studies. It would appear, however, that they both had a fixed system, Dhamma, to impart, and that their students lived in religious discipline, Vijnana, as members of an order. They were therefore doing exactly what the Buddha himself did later on a larger scale and with more conspicuous success. The instruction, we gather, was oral. Gautama assimilated it thoroughly and rapidly, but was dissatisfied because he found that it did not conduce to perfect knowledge and salvation. He evidently accepted his teacher's general ideas about belief and conduct, a Dhamma, a Vijnana, and the practice of meditation, but rejected the content of their teaching as inadequate, so he went away. The European mystic knows the dangers of quietism. When Molinos and other quietists praise the interior silence in which the soul neither speaks, nor desires, nor thinks, they suggest that the suspension of all mental activity is good in itself. But more robust seekers hold that this orison of quiet is merely a state of preparation, not the end of the quest, and valuable merely because the soul recuperates therein and is ready for further action. Some doctrine, akin to that of the Quietists, seemed to underlie the mysterious old phrases in which the Buddha's two teachers tried to explain their trances, and he left them for much the same reasons as led the Church to condemn Quietism. He did not say that the trances are bad. Indeed, he represented them as productive of happiness, in a sense which Europeans can hardly follow. But he clearly refused to admit that they were the proper end of the religious life. He felt that there was something better, and he set out to find it. The interval between his abandonment of the world and his enlightenment is traditionally estimated at 7 years, and this accords with other data. But we are not told how long he remained with his two teachers, nor where they live. He says, however, that after leaving them he wandered up and down the land of Magadha, so that their residence was probably in or near that district. He settled at a place called Uruvela. There, he says, I thought to myself, truly this is a pleasant spot and a beautiful forest. Clear flows the river, and pleasant are the bathing places. All around are meadows and villages. Here he determined to devote himself to the severest forms of asceticism. The place is in the neighborhood of Bodh Gaya, near the river now called Falgu, or Lilanja, but formerly Naranjara. The fertile fields and gardens, the flights of steps, and the temples are modern additions, but the trees and the river still give the sense of repose and inspiration which Gautama felt, an influence alike calming to the senses and stimulating to the mind. Buddhism, though in theory setting no value on the pleasures of the eye, is not in practice disdainful of beauty, as witness the many allusions to the Buddha's personal appearance, the persistent love of art, and the equally persistent love of nature, which is found in such early poems as the Therigatha, and still inspires those who select the sites and monasteries throughout the Buddhist world from Burma to Japan. The example of the Buddha, if we may believe the story, shows that he felt the importance of scenery and climate in the struggle before him and his followers, still hold that a holy life is led most easily in beautiful and peaceful landscapes. Section 2. Hitherto we have found allusions to the events of the Buddha's life rather than consecutive statements and narratives, but for the next period, comprising his struggle for enlightenment, its attainment, and the commencement of his career as a teacher, we have several accounts, both discourses put into his own mouth and narratives in the third person, like the beginning of the Mahavagga. It evidently was felt that this was the most interesting and critical period of his life, and for it, as for the period immediately preceding his death, the Pitakas provide the elements of a biography. The accounts vary as to the amount of detail and supernatural events which they contain, but though the simplest is perhaps the oldest, it does not follow that events consistent with it, but only found in other versions, are untrue. One cannot argue that anyone recounting his spiritual experiences is bound to give a biographically complete picture. He may recount only what is relevant to the purpose of his discourse. Gautama's ascetic life at Uruvela is known as the wrestling or struggle for truth. The story, as he tells it in the Pitakas, gives no dates, but is impressive in its intensity and insistent iteration. Fire, he thought to himself, cannot be produced from damp wood by friction, but it can from dry wood. Even so, the body must be purged of its humors to make it a fit receptacle for illumination and knowledge. So he began with a series of terrible fasts and sat with set teeth and tongue pressed against the palate, until in the spiritual wrestling the sweat poured down from his armpits. Then he applied himself to meditation, accompanied by complete cessation of breathing, and as he persevered and went from stage to stage of this painful exercise, he heard the blood rushing in his head, and felt as if his skull was being split, as if his belly were being cut open with a butcher's knife, and finally, as if he were thrown into a pit of burning coals. Elsewhere he gives further details of the horrible penances which he inflicted on himself. He gradually reduced his food to a grain of rice each day. He lived on seeds and grass, and for one period literally on dung. He wore haircloth or other irritating clothes. He plucked out his hair and beard. He stood continuously. He lay upon thorns. He let the dust and dirt accumulate till his body looked like an old tree. He frequented a cemetery, that is, a place where corpses were thrown to decay or be eaten by birds and beasts, and lay among the rotting bodies. But no enlightenment, no glimpse into the riddle of the world came of all this, so, although he was nearly at death's door, he determined to abstain from food altogether. But spirits appeared and dissuaded him, saying that if he attempted thus to kill himself, they would nourish him by infusing a celestial elixir through his skin, and he reflected that he might as well take a little food. So he took a palmful or two of bean soup. He was worn almost to a shadow, he says. When I touched my belly, I felt my backbone through it, and when I touched my back, I felt my belly. So near had my back and my belly come together through this fasting. And when I rubbed my limbs to refresh them, the hair fell off. Then he reflected that he had reached the limit of self-mortification and yet attained no enlightenment. There must be another way to knowledge. And he remembered how once in his youth he had sat in the shade of a rose apple tree and entered into the stage of contemplation known as the first rapture. That, he now thought, must be the way to enlightenment. Why be afraid of such bliss? But to attain it he must have more strength, and to get strength he must eat. So he ate some rice porridge. There were 5 monks living near him, hoping that when he found the truth he would tell it to them. But when they saw that he had begun to take food, their faith failed, and they went away. The Buddha then relates how, having taken food, he began to meditate and pass through 4 stages of contemplation, culminating in pure self-possession and equanimity, free alike from all feeling of pain or ease. Such meditation was nothing miraculous, but supposed to be within the power of any trained ascetic. Then there arose before him a vision of his previous births. the hundreds of thousands of existences with all of their details of name, family, and caste through which he had passed. This was succeeded by a second and wider vision, in which he saw the whole universe as a system of karma and reincarnation, composed of beings noble or mean, happy or unhappy, continually passing away according to their deeds, leaving one form of existence and taking shape in another. Finally, he understood the nature of error and of suffering, the cessation of suffering, and the path that leads to the cessation of suffering. In me thus set free, the knowledge of freedom arose, and I knew rebirth has been destroyed. The higher life has been led. What had to be done has been done. I have no more to do with this world. This third knowledge came to me in the last watch of the night. Ignorance was destroyed. Knowledge had arisen. Darkness was destroyed. Light had arisen. As I sat there, earnest, strenuous, resolute. On attaining enlightenment, he at first despaired of preaching the truth to others. He reflected that his doctrine was abstruse and that mankind are given over to their desires. How can such men understand the chain of cause and effect or teaching about nirvana and the annihilation of desire? So he determined to remain quiet and not to preach. Then the deity Brahma Sahampati appeared before him and besought him to preach the truth, pleading that some men could understand. The Buddha surveyed the world with his mind's eye and saw the different natures of mankind. As in a pool of lotuses, blue, red, or white, some lotuses, born in the water, grown up in the water, do not rise above the water, but thrive hidden under the water, and other lotuses, blue, red, or white, born in the water, grown up in the water, reach to the surface, and other lotuses, blue, red, or white, born in the water, grown up in the water, stand up out of the water, and the water does not touch them. Thus did he perceive the world to be, and said to Brahma, "The doors of immortality are open. Let them that have ears to hear show faith." He then began to wonder to whom he should first preach his doctrine, and he thought of his former teachers, but a spirit warned him that they had recently died. Then he thought of the 5 monks who attended him during his austerities, but left him when he ceased to fast. By his superhuman power of vision, he perceived that they were living at Benares in the deer park Isapatana. So after remaining a while at Uravela, he started to find them, and on the way met a naked ascetic, in answer to whose inquiries he proclaimed himself as the Buddha. "I am the Holy One in this world. I am the highest teacher. I alone am the perfect supreme Buddha. I have gained calm and nirvana. I go to Benares to set moving the wheels of righteousness. I will beat the drum of immortality in the darkness of this world." But the ascetic replied, "It may be so, friend," shook his head, took another road, and went away with the honor of being the first skeptic. When the Buddha reached the deer park, a wood where ascetics were allowed to dwell and animals might not be killed, the 5 monks saw him coming and determined not to salute him, since he had given up his exertions and turned to a luxurious life. But as he drew near, they were overawed, and in spite of their resolution advanced to meet him, and brought water to wash his feet. While showing him this honor, they called him friend Gotama, but he replied that it was not proper to address the Tathagata thus. He had become a Buddha, and was ready to teach them the truth, but the monks demurred, saying that if he had been unable to win enlightenment while practicing austerities, he was not likely to have found it now that he was living a life of ease. But he overcame their doubts and proceeded to instruct them. Apparently during some days, for we are told that they went out to beg alms. Can this account be regarded as in any sense historical, as being not perhaps the Buddha's own words, but the reminiscences of someone who had heard him describe the crisis of his life? Like so much of the Pitakas, the narrative has an air of patchwork. Many striking passages, such as the descriptions of the raptures through which he passed, occur in other connections, but the formulae are ancient, and their use here may be as early and legitimate as elsewhere. In its main outlines, the account is simple, unpretentious, and human. Gautama seeks to obtain enlightenment by self-mortification, finds that this is the wrong way, tries a more natural method and succeeds, debates whether he shall become a teacher, and at first hesitates. These are not features which the average Indian hagiographer, anxious to prove his hero omnipotent and omniscient, would invent or emphasize. Towards the end of the narrative the language is more majestic, and the compiler introduces several stanzas. But though it is hardly likely that Gautama would have used these stanzas in telling his own story, they may be ancient and in substance authentic. The supernatural intervention recorded is not really great. It amounts to this, that in mental crisis the Buddha received warnings somewhat similar to those delivered by the demon of Socrates. The appearance of Brahma Sahampati is related with more detail and largely in verse, which suggests that the compiler may have inserted some legend which he found ready to hand. But on the whole, I am inclined to believe that in this narrative we have a tradition not separated from the Buddha by many generations, and going back to those who had themselves heard him describe his wrestling to obtain the truth and his victory. Other versions of the Enlightenment give other incidents, which are not rendered less credible by their omission from the narrative quoted, for it is clearly an epitome put together for a special didactic purpose. But still, the story as related at the beginning of the Mahavagga of the Vijnana has a stronger smack of mythology than the passages quoted from the Sutta Pitaka. In these last, the Bodhi tree is mentioned only incidentally, which is natural, for it is a detail which would impress later piety rather than the Buddha himself. But there is no reason to be skeptical as to the part it played in Buddhist history. Even if we had not been told that he sat under a tree, we might surmise that he did so, for to sit under a tree or in a cave was the only alternative for a homeless ascetic. The Mahavagga states that after attaining Buddhahood, he sat cross-legged at the foot of the tree for 7 days uninterruptedly, enjoying the bliss of emancipation, and while there thought out the chain of causation, which is only alluded to in the suttas quoted above. He also sat under 3 other trees, 7 days under each. Heavy rain came, but Mukulinda, the king of the serpents, came out of his abode, and 7 times encircled the body of the Lord with his windings, and spread his great hood over the Lord's head. Here we are in the domain of mythology. This is not a vignette from the old religious life on the banks of the Naranjara, but a work of sacred art. The holy supreme Buddha sitting immovable and imperturbable in the midst of a storm, sheltered by the folds of some pious monster that the artist's fancy has created. The narrative quoted from the Majjhima Nikaya does not mention that the Buddha, during a struggle for enlightenment, was assailed or tempted by Mara, the personification of evil and of transitory pleasures, but also of death. But that such an encounter, in some respects analogous to the temptation of Christ by the devil, formed part of the old tradition is indicated by several passages in the Pitakas, and not merely by the later literature where it assumes a prominent and picturesque form. This struggle is psychologically probable enough, but the origin of the story, which is exhaustively discussed in Windish's Buddha und Mara, seems to lie not so much in any account which the Buddha may have given of his mental struggles as in amplifications of old legends and in dramatizations of metaphors which he may have used about conquering death. The Bodhi tree is still shown at Bodh Gaya. It stands on a low terrace behind the temple, the whole lying in a hollow below the level of the surrounding modern buildings, and still attracts many pilgrims from all Buddhist lands, though perhaps not so many as the tree at Anuradhapura in Ceylon, which is said to be sprung from one of its branches transplanted thither. Whatever title it may have to the reverence of the faithful rests on lineage rather than identity, for the growth which we see at Bodh Gaya now cannot claim to be the branches under which the Buddha sat, or even the trunk which Asoka tended. At best it is a modern stem sprung from the seeds of the old tree, and this descent is rendered disputable by legends of its destruction and miraculous restoration. Even during the time that Sir A. Cunningham knew the locality, from 1862 to 1880, it would seem that the old trunk decayed and was replaced by scions grown from seed. The text quoted above leave the Buddha occupied in teaching the 5 monks in the Deer Park, and the Mahavagga gives us the text of the sermon with which he opened his instruction. It is entitled, Turning the Wheel of Righteousness, and is also known as the Sermon at Benares. It is a very early statement of the main doctrines of primitive Buddhism, and I see no reason to doubt that it contains the ideas and phrases of the Buddha. The gist of the sermon is extremely simple. He first says that those who wish to lead a religious life should avoid the 2 extremes of self-indulgence and self-torture, and follow a middle way. Then he enunciates what he calls the 4 truths about evil or suffering, and the way to make an end of it. He opens very practically, and it may be noticed that, abstruse as are many of his discourses, they generally go straight to the heart of some contemporary interest. Here he says that self-indulgence is low, and self-mortification crazy, that both are profitless, and neither is the religious life. That consists in walking the middle path or noble eightfold path, defined in a celebrated formula as right views, right aspirations, right speech, right conduct, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right rapture. He then enunciates the 4 truths. The first declares that all clinging to existence involves suffering. I shall have occasion to examine later the pessimism which is often said to characterize Buddhism and Indian thought generally. Here, let it suffice to say that the first truth must be taken in conjunction with the others. The teaching of the Buddha is a teaching not so much of pessimism as of emancipation. But emancipation implies the existence of evil from which men must be freed. A happy world would not need it. Buddhism recognizes the evil of the world, but it is not on that account a religion of despair. The essence of it is that it provides a remedy and an escape. The second and third truths must be taken together and in connection with the formula known as the chain of causation, paticcasamuppada. Everything has a cause and produces an effect. If this is, that is. If this is not, then that is not. This simple principle of uniform causation is applied to the whole universe, gods and men, heaven, earth, and hell. Indian thought has always loved wide applications of fundamental principles, and here a law of the universe is propounded in a form both simple and abstract. Everything exists in virtue of a cause, and does not exist if that cause is absent. Suffering has a cause, and if that cause can be detected and eliminated, suffering itself will be eliminated. This cause of evil is tanha, the thirst or craving for existence, pleasure, and success, and the cure is to remove it. It may seem to the European that this is a proposal to cure the evils of life by removing life itself. But when, in the 4th truth, we come to the course to be followed by the seeker after salvation, the Eightfold Path, we find it neither extravagant nor morbid. We may imagine that an Indian of that time asking different schools of thinkers for the way to salvation would have been told by Brahmins, if indeed they had been willing to impart knowledge to any but an accredited pupil, that he who performs a certain ceremony goes to the abode of the gods. Other teachers would have insisted on a course of fasting and self-torture. Others again, like Sanjaya and Macaulay, would have given argumentative and unpractical answers. The Buddha's answer is simple and practical. 7/8 of it would be accepted in every civilized country as a description of the good life. It is not merely external, for it insists on right thought and right aspiration. The motive and temper are as important as the act. It does not neglect willpower and activity, for right action, right livelihood, and right effort are necessary. A point to be remembered when Buddhism is called a dreamy, unpractical religion. But no doubt, the last stage of the path, right rapture or right meditation, is meant to be its crown and fulfillment. It takes the place of prayer and communion with the deity, and the Buddha promises the beatific vision in this life to those who persevere. The negative features of the path are also important. It contains no mention of ceremonial austerities, gods, many or one, nor of the Buddha himself. He is the discoverer and teacher of the truth. Beyond that, his personality plays no part. But we are here treating of his life rather than of his doctrine, and must now return to the events which are said to have followed the first sermon. The first converts had, even before embracing the Buddhist teaching, been followers of a religious life. But the next batch of recruits came from the wealthy mercantile families of Benares. The first was a youth named Yasa who joined the order, while his father, mother, and former wife became lay believers. Then came first 4 and subsequently 50 friends of Yasa and joined the order. At that time, says the Mahavagga, there were 61 arhats in the world, so that at first arhatship seems to have followed immediately on ordination. Arhat, it may be mentioned, is the commonest word in early Buddhist literature, more common than any phrase about nirvana, for describing sanctity and spiritual perfection. The arhat is one who has broken the fetters of the senses and passions, for whom there will be no new birth or death, and who lives in this world like the Buddha, detached but happy and beneficent. The Buddha then addressed his followers and said, "Monks, I am delivered from all fetters, human and divine, and so are you. Go now and wander for the gain of many, for the welfare of many, out of compassion for the world, for the good, for the gain, and for the welfare of gods and men. Let not 2 of you go the same way. Preach the doctrine which is glorious in the beginning, glorious in the middle, and glorious in the end, in the spirit and in the letter. Proclaim a consummate, perfect, and pure life of holiness." The monks then went forth, and returned bringing candidates to be formally ordained by the Buddha. But seeing that these journeys caused fatigue and trouble, he authorized the ordained monks to confer ordination without reference to himself. He then returned to Uruvela, where he had dwelt before attaining Buddhahood, and converted 1,000 jatilas, that is to say, Brahmins living the life of hermits, which involved the abandonment of household life, but not of sacrifices. The admission of these hermits to the order is probably historical and explains the presence among the Buddha's disciples of a tendency towards self-mortification, of which he himself did not wholly approve. The Mahavagga contains a series of short legends about these occurrences, one of them in 2 versions. The narratives are miraculous, but have an ancient tone, and probably represent the type of popular story current about the Buddha shortly after or even during his life. One of them is not an uncommon subject in Buddhist art. It relates how the chamber in which a Brahmin called Kassapa kept his sacred fire was haunted by a fire-breathing magical serpent. The Buddha, however, spent the night in this chamber, and after a contest in which both emitted flames, succeeded in conquering the beast. After converting the Jatilas, he preached to them the celebrated fire sermon, said to have been delivered on the eminence now called Brahma Yoan, near Gaya, and possibly inspired by the spectacle of grass fires, which at some seasons may be seen creeping over every hillside in an Indian night. Everything, monks, is burning, and how is it burning? The eye is burning, what the eye sees is burning, thoughts based on the eye are burning, the contact of the eye with visible things is burning, and the sensation produced by that contact, whether pleasant, painful, or indifferent, is also burning. With what fire is it burning? It is burning with the fire of lust, the fire of anger, with the fire of ignorance. It is burning with the sorrows of birth, decay, death, grief, lamentation, suffering, dejection, and despair. The Buddha now went on with his converts to Rajagaha. He stopped in a bamboo grove outside of town, and here the king Bimbisara waited on him, and with every sign of respect asked him to take food in his palace. It was on this occasion that we first hear of him accepting an invitation to dinner, which he did frequently during the rest of his career. After the repast, the king presented a pleasure garden just outside of town to the fraternity of monks with the Buddha at their head. At that time, another celebrated teacher named Sanjaya was stopping at Rajagaha with a train of 250 disciples. Two of them, Sariputta and Moggallana, joined the Buddha's order and took with them the whole body of their companions. The Mahavagga proceeds to relate that many of the young nobility joined the order, and that the people begun to murmur, saying, "The monk Gotama causes fathers to beget no sons, and families to become extinct." And again, the great monk has come to Girabhaja of the Magadha people, leading with him all the followers of Sanjaya. Whom will he lead off next? When this was told to the Buddha, he replied that the excitement would last only 7 days, and bade his followers to answer with the following verse: "It is by the true doctrine that the great heroes, the Buddhas, lead men. Who will murmur at the wise who lead men by the power of truth?" It is possible, as Oldenburg suggests, that we have here two popular couplets, which were really bandied between the friends and enemies of the Buddha. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Hinduism and Buddhism, An Historical Sketch, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hinduism and Buddhism, An Historical Sketch, Volume 1 by Charles Eliot. Life of the Buddha, Part 3. It now becomes difficult to give dates, but the Mahavagga relates that the Buddha stopped sometime at Rajagaha and then revisited his native town, Kapilavatthu. That he should have done so is natural enough, but there is little trace of sentiment in the narrative of the Vinaya. Its object is to state the occasion on which the Buddha laid down the rules of the order. Irrelevant incidents are ignored, and those which are noticed are regarded simply as the circumstances which led to the formulation of certain regulations. Quote, "The Lord dwelt in the Sakka country near Kapilavatthu in the banyan grove, and in the forenoon, having put on his robes and taken his alms bowl, he went to the home of the Sakka Sudhodana and sat down on a seat prepared for him." Footnote 338. His father. End footnote. Then the princess, who was the mother of Rahula, said to him, "This is your father, Rahula. Go and ask him for your inheritance." Footnote 339. The Buddha's former wife. End footnote. Then young Rahula went to the place where the Lord was, and, standing before him, said, "Your shadow, monk, is a place of bliss." Then the Lord rose from his seat and went away, but Rahula followed him, saying, "Give me my inheritance, monk." Then the Lord said to Sariputta, who had already become his chief disciple, "Well, Sariputta, confer the preliminary ordination on young Rahula." Sariputta asked how he should do so, and the Buddha explained the forms. Quote, "Then the Sakka Sudhodana went to the place where the Lord was, and after respectfully saluting him, asked for a boon. 'Lord, when the Blessed One gave up the world, it was great pain to me, and so it was when Nanda did the same.'" Footnote 340. Half-brother of the Buddha and Sudhodana's son by Mahaprajapati. End footnote. "Great, too, was my pain when Rahula did it. The love for a son, Lord, cuts into the skin, the flesh, the bones, and reaches the marrow. Let not the preliminary ordination be conferred on a son without his parents' permission." The Buddha assented. 3 or 4 years later, Sudhodana died. End quote. From Kapilavatthu, the Buddha is said to have gone to Savatthi, the capital of Kosala, where Pasenadi was king. But now we lose the chronological thread and do not find it again until the last years of his life. Few of the numerous incidents recorded in the Pitakas can be dated. The narrators resemble those Indian artists who, when carving a story in relief, place all the principal figures in one panel without attempting to mark the sequence of the incidents which are represented simultaneously. For the connection of events with the Buddha's teaching, the compilers of the Pitakas had an eye. For their connection with his life, none at all. And though this attitude is disquieting to the historic sense, it is not unjustifiable. The object and the achievement of the Buddha was to preach a certain doctrine and to found an order. All the rest, years and countries, pains and pleasures, was of no importance. And it would appear that we have not lost much. We should have a greater sense of security if we had an orderly account of his wanderings and his relations with the kings of his time, but after he had once entered on his ministry, the events which broke the peaceful tenor of his long life were few, and we probably know most of them, though we cannot date them. For about 45 years he moved about Kosala, Magadha, and Anga, visiting the two capitals Savatthi and Rajagaha, and going as far west as the country of the Kurus. He took little part in politics or worldly life, though a hazy but not improbable story represents him as pacifying the Sakyas and Koliyas who were on the point of fighting about the water of the Rohini, which irrigated the lands of both clans. Footnote 341. Jataka 356. End footnote. He uniformly enjoyed the respect and attention of kings and the wealthy classes. Doubtless he was not popular with the Brahmins, or with those good people who disliked seeing fine young men made into monks. But it does not appear that his teaching provoked any serious tumults, or that he was troubled by anything but schism within the order. We have, if not a history, at least a picture of a life which, though peaceful, was active and benevolent, but aloof, majestic, and authoritative. We are told that, at first, his disciples wandered about at all seasons, but it was not long before he bade them observe the already established routine for itinerant monks of traveling on foot during the greater part of the year, but of resting for 3 months during the rainy season known as Vasa, and beginning sometime in June. Footnote 342. Mahavagga 3:1. End footnote. When moving about, he appears to have walked from 5 to 10 miles a day, regulating his movements so as to reach inhabited places in time to collect food for the midday meal. The afternoon he devoted to meditation, and in the evening gave instruction. He usually halted in woods or gardens on the outskirts of villages and cities, and often on the bank of a river or tank, for shade and water would be the first requisites for a wandering monk. On these journeys he was accompanied by a considerable following of disciples. 500 or 1,250 are often mentioned, and though the numbers may be exaggerated, there is no reason to doubt that the band was large. The suttas generally commence with a picture of the surroundings in which the discourse recorded was delivered. The Buddha is walking along the high road from Rajagaha to Nalanda with a great company of disciples, or he is journeying through Kosala and halting in a mango grove on the banks of the Asiravati river, or he is stopping in a wood outside a Brahmin village, and the people go out to him. The principal Brahmins, taking their siesta on the upper terraces of their houses, see the crowd, and ask their doorkeepers what it means. On hearing the cause, they debate whether they or the Buddha should pay the first call and ultimately visit him. Or he is halting on the shore of the Gaggara lake at Kampa in western Bengal, sitting under the fragrant white flowers of a kampaka tree. or he visits the hills overlooking Rajagaha, haunted by peacocks and by wandering monks. Often he stops in buildings described as halls, which were sometimes merely rest houses for travelers. But it became more and more the custom for the devout to erect such buildings for his special use, and even in his lifetime they assumed the proportions of monasteries. Footnote 343. Thus we hear how Dasama of Athakam, Majjhima Nikaya 52, built one for 1,500 monks, and Gotamukha another in Pataliputa, which bore his name. End footnote. The people of Vesali built one in a wood to the north of their city, known as the Gabled Hall. It was a storied house, having on the ground floor a large room surrounded by pillars, and above it the private apartments of the Buddha. Such private rooms, especially those which he occupied at Savatthi, were called Gantakuti, or the perfumed chamber. At Kapilavattu, the Sakyas erected a new building known as Santagara. Footnote 344. Majjhima Nikaya 53. End footnote. The Buddha was asked to inaugurate it, and did so by a discourse lasting late into the night, which he delivered sitting with his back against a pillar. At last he said his back was tired, and laid down, leaving Ananda to continue the edification of the congregation, who were apparently less exhausted than the preacher. But perhaps the residence most frequently mentioned is that in the garden called Jetavana at Savatthi. Anathapindika, a rich merchant of that town, was converted by the Buddha when staying at Rajagaha, and invited him to spend the next rainy season at Savatthi. Footnote 345. Kulavaga 6:4. End footnote. On returning to his native town to look for a suitable place, he decided that the garden of the Prince Jeta best satisfied his requirements. He obtained it only after much negotiation for a sum sufficient to cover the whole ground with coins. When all except a small space close to the gateway had been thus covered, Jeta asked to be allowed to share in the gift, and on receiving permission, erected on the vacant spot a gateway with a room over it. Quote, and Anathapindika, the householder, built dwelling rooms, and retiring rooms, and store rooms, and halls with fireplaces, and outside storehouses, and closets, and cloisters, and halls attached to the bathrooms, and ponds, and roofed open sheds. End quote. Footnote 346. Probably sheds consisting of a roof set on posts but without walls. End footnote. Buddhaghosa has given an account of the way in which the Buddha was wont to spend his days when stopping in some such resting place, and his description is confirmed by the numerous details given in the Pitakas. Footnote 347. Translated by Rhys Davids, American Lectures, pages 108 and forward. End footnote. He rose before dawn, and would often retire and meditate until it was time to set out on the round for alms, but not unfrequently he is represented as thinking that it was too early to start, and that he might first visit some monk of the neighborhood. Then he went round the town or village with his disciples, carrying his alms bowl and accepting everything put into it. Sometimes he talked to his disciples while walking. Footnote 348. Example, Majjhima Nikaya 62. End footnote. Frequently, instead of begging for alms, he accepted an invitation to dine with some pious person who asked the whole band of disciples, and made strenuous culinary efforts. Such invitations were given at the conclusion of a visit paid to the Buddha on the previous day, and were accepted by him with silence which signified consent. On the morning of the next day, the host announced in person or through a messenger that the meal was ready, and the Buddha, taking his mantle and bowl, went to the house. The host waited on the guests with his own hands, putting the food which he had prepared into their bowls. After the repast, the Buddha delivered a discourse or catechized the company. He did the same with his own disciples when he collected food himself and returned home to eat it. He took but one meal a day, between 11 and 12, and did not refuse meat when given to him, provided that he did not know the animals had been slaughtered expressly for his food. Footnote 349. But in Majjhima Nikaya 2.5, he says he is not bound by rules as to eating. End footnote. When he had given instruction after the meal, he usually retired to his chamber or to a quiet spot under trees for repose and meditation. On one occasion, he took his son Rahula with him into a wood at this hour to impart some of the deepest truths to him, but as a rule he gave no further instruction until the late afternoon. Footnote 350. Majjhima Nikaya 147. End footnote. The Pitakas represent all believers as treating the Buddha with the greatest respect, but the salutations and titles which they employ hardly exceed those ordinarily used in speaking to eminent persons. Footnote 351. In an exceedingly curious passage, Digha Nikaya 4, the Brahmin Sonadanda, while accepting the Buddha's teaching, asks to be excused from showing the Buddha such extreme marks of respect as rising from his seat or dismounting from his chariot, on the ground that his reputation would suffer. He proposes, and apparently is allowed, to substitute less demonstrative salutations. End footnote. Kings were at this time addressed as Deva, whereas the Buddha's usual title is Bhagava or Bhante, Lord. A religious solemnity and deliberation prevails in the interviews which he grants, but no extravagance of adoration is recorded. Visitors salute him by bowing with joined hands, sit respectfully on one side while he instructs them, and in departing are careful to leave him on their right hand. He accepts such gifts as food, clothes, gardens, and houses, but rejects all ceremonial honors. Thus Prince Bodhi, when receiving him, carpeted his mansion with white cloths, but the Buddha would not walk on them, and remained standing at the entrance till they were taken up. Footnote 352. Kulavagga 5, 21, and Majjhima Nikaya 85. End footnote. The introduction to the Arya Pariyasana Sutta gives a fairly complete picture of a day in his life at Savatthi. It relates how in the morning he took his bowl and mantle and went to the town to collect food. While he was away, some monks told his personal attendant Ananda that they wished to hear a discourse from him, as it was long since they had had the privilege. Ananda suggested that they had better go to the hermitage of the Brahmin Ramaka near the town. The Buddha returned, ate his meal, and then said, "Come, Ananda, let us go to the terrace of Migara's mother and stay there till evening." Footnote 353. Visakha, a lady of noted piety. It was probably a raised garden planted with trees. End footnote. They went there and spent the day in meditation. Towards evening, the Buddha rose and said, "Let us go to the old bath to refresh our limbs." After they had bathed, Ananda suggested that they should go to Ramaka's hermitage. The Buddha assented by his silence, and they went together. Within the hermitage were many monks engaged in instructive conversation, so the Buddha waited at the door till there was a pause in the talk. Then he coughed and knocked. The monks opened the door and offered him a seat. After a short conversation, he recounted to them how he had striven for and obtained Buddhahood. These congregations were often prolonged late into the night. We hear, for instance, how he sat on the terrace belonging to Megara's mother in the midst of an assembly of monks waiting for his words, still and silent in the light of the full moon. How a monk would rise, adjusting his robe so as to leave one shoulder bare, bow with his hands joined and raised to his forehead, and ask permission to put a question, and the Lord would reply, "Be seated, monk. Ask what you will." Footnote 354. Majjhima Nikaya 110. End footnote. But sometimes in these nightly congregations the silence was unbroken. When King Ajatasattu went to visit him in the mango grove of Jivaka, he was seized with sudden fear at the unearthly stillness of the place, and suspected an ambush. Footnote 355. Digha Nikaya No. 2. Compare Jataka 150, which shows how much variation was permitted in the words ascribed to the Buddha. End footnote. "Fear not, O king," said Jivaka. "I am playing you no tricks. Go straight on. There in the pavilion hall the lamps are burning, and there is the Blessed One, sitting against the middle pillar, facing the east with the brethren round him." And when the king beheld the assembly seated in perfect silence, calm as a clear lake, he exclaimed, "Would that my son might have such calm as this assembly now has." The major part of the Buddha's activity was concerned with the instruction of his disciples and the organization of the Sangha, or order. Though he was ready to hear and teach all, the portrait presented to us is not that of a popular preacher who collects and frequents crowds, but rather that of a master occupied with the instruction of his pupils. A large band indeed, but well prepared and able to appreciate and learn by heart teaching which, though freely offered to the whole world, was somewhat hard to untrained ears. In one passage, an inquirer asks him why he shows more zeal in teaching some than others. Footnote 356. Samanaphala Nikaya 42:7. End footnote. The answer is, if a landowner had 3 fields, one excellent, one middling, and one of poor soil, would he not first sow the good field, then the middling field, and last of all the bad field, thinking to himself, it will just produce fodder for the cattle? So the Buddha preaches first to his own monks, then to lay believers, and then, like the landowner who sows the bad field last, to Brahmins, ascetics, and wandering monks of other sects, thinking if they only understand one word, it will do them good for a long while. It was to such congregations of disciples, or to inquirers belonging to other religious orders, that he addressed his most important discourses, iterating in grave numbered periods the truths concerning the reality of sorrow and the equal reality of salvation, as he sat under a clump of bamboos, or in the shade of a banyan, in sight perhaps of a tank where the lotuses, red, white, and blue, submerged or rising from the water, typified the various classes of mankind. He did not start by laying down any constitution for his order. Its rules were formed entirely by case law. Each incident and difficulty was referred to him as it arose, and his decision was accepted as the law on that point. During his last illness, he showed a noble anxiety not to hamper his followers, by the prestige of his name, but to leave behind him a body of free men, able to be a light and a help to themselves. But a curious passage represents an old monk as saying immediately after his death, "Weep not, brethren, we are well rid of the great monk. We used to be annoyed by being told, 'This beseems you, and this does not beseem you.' But now we shall be able to do what we like, and not have to do what we don't like." Footnote 357. Mahaparinib Sutta 6:20. The monk Subhada, in whose mouth these words are put, was apparently not the person of the same name who was the last convert made by the Buddha when dying. End footnote. Clearly, the laxer disciples felt the master's hand to be somewhat heavy, and we might have guessed as much. For though Gautama had a breadth of view rare in that or in any age, though he refused to multiply observances or to dogmatize, every sutta indicates that he was a man of exceptional authority and decision. What he has laid down, he has laid down. There is no compulsion or punishment, no vow of obedience or sacrificium intellectus, but it is equally clear that there is no place in the order for those who, in great or small, think differently from the master. In shepherding his flock, he had the assistance of his senior disciples. Of these, the most important were Sariputta and Moggallana, both of them Brahmins, who left their original teacher Sanjaya to join him at the outset of his ministry. Sariputta enjoyed his confidence so fully that he acted as his representative and gave authoritative expositions of doctrine. Footnote 358. His personal name was Upatissa. End footnote. The Buddha even compared him to the eldest son of an emperor who assists his father in the government. But both he and Moggallana died before their master, and thus did not labor independently. Another important disciple, Upali, survived him and probably contributed materially to the codification of the Vinaya. Anuruddha and Ananda, both of them Sakyas, are also frequently mentioned, especially the latter, who became his personal attendant and figures in the account of his illness and death as the beloved disciple to whom his last instructions were committed. Footnote 359. This position was also held, previously no doubt, by Sagata. End footnote. These two, together with 4 other young Sakya nobles and Upali, joined the order 25 years before Gautama's death, and perhaps formed an inner circle of trusted relatives, though we have no reason to think there was any friction between them and Brahmins like Sariputta. Upali is said to have been barber of the Sakyas. It is not easy to say what his social status may have been, but it probably did not preclude intimacy. The Buddha was frequently occupied with maintaining peace and order among his disciples. Though the profession of a monk excluded worldly advancement, it was held in great esteem, and was hence adopted by ambitious and quarrelsome men who had no true vocation. The troubles which arose in the Sangha are often ascribed in the Vinaya to the Chabagiyas, 6 brethren who became celebrated in tradition as spirits of mischief, and who are evidently made the peg on which these old monkish anecdotes are hung. As a rule, the intervention of the Buddha was sufficient to restore peace, but one passage indicates resistance to his authority. Footnote 360. Mahavagga 10:2. Compare the singular anecdote in 6:22, where the Buddha quite unjustifiably suspects a doctor of making an indelicate joke. The story seems to admit that the Buddha might be wrong, and also that he was sometimes treated with want of respect. End footnote. The brethren quarreled so often that the people said it was a public scandal. The Buddha endeavored to calm the disputants, but one of them replied, "Lord, let the Blessed One quietly enjoy the bliss which he has obtained in this life. The responsibility for these quarrels will rest with us alone." This seems a clear hint that the Blessed One had better mind his own business. Renewed injunctions and parables met with no better result. "And the Blessed One thought," says the narrative, "truly these fools are infatuated," and he rose from his seat and went away. Other troubles are mentioned, but by far the most serious was the schism of Devadatta, represented as occurring in the old age of Gautama, when he was about 72. The story, as told in the Kulavagga, is embellished with supernatural incidents, and seems not to observe the natural sequence of events, but perhaps three features are historical, namely, that Devadatta wished to supersede the Buddha as head of the order, that he was the friend of Ajatasattu, crown prince, and afterwards king of Magadha, and that he advocated a stricter rule of life than the Buddha chose to enforce. Footnote 361. 7, 2 and following pages. End footnote. Footnote 362. The introductions to Jatakas 26 and 150 say that Ajatasattu built a great monastery for him at Gayasisa. End footnote. This combination of piety and ambition is perhaps not unnatural. He was a cousin of the Buddha, and entered the order at the same time as Ananda and other young Sakya nobles. Sprung from that quarrelsome breed, he possessed in a distorted form some of Gautama's own ability. He is represented as publicly urging the master to retire and dwell at ease, but met with an absolute refusal. Sariputta was directed to proclaim him in Rajagaha, the proclamation being to the effect that his nature had changed and that all his words and deeds were disowned by the order. Then Devadatta incited the crown prince to murder his father, Bimbisara. The plot was prevented by the ministers, but the king told Ajatasattu that if he wanted the kingdom, he could have it, and abdicated. But his unnatural son put him to death all the same, by starving him slowly in confinement. Footnote 363. The Buddha says so himself. Digha Nikaya too, but does not mention the method. End footnote. With the assistance of Ajatasattu, Devadatta then tried to compass the death of the Buddha. First he hired assassins, but they were converted as soon as they approached the sacred presence. Then he rolled down a rock from the Vulture's Peak with the intention of crushing the Buddha, but the mountain itself interfered to stop the sacrilege, and only a splinter scratched the Lord's foot. Then he arranged for a mad elephant to be let loose in the road at the time of collecting alms, but the Buddha calmed the furious beast. It is perhaps by some error of arrangement that after committing such unpardonable crimes, Devadatta is represented as still a member of the order, and endeavoring to provoke a schism by asking for stricter rules. The attempt failed, and according to later legends, he died on the spot, but the Vinaya merely says that hot blood gushed from his mouth. That there are historical elements in this story is shown by the narrative of Fa Xian, the Chinese pilgrim who traveled in India about 400 A.D. He tells us that the followers of Devadatta still existed in Kosala and revered the 3 previous Buddhas, but refused to recognize Gautama. This is interesting, for it seems to show that it was possible to accept Gautama's doctrine, or the greater part of it, as something independent of his personality and an inheritance from earlier teachers. The Udana and Jataka relate another plot, without specifying the year. Some heretics induced a nun called Sundari to pretend she was the Buddha's concubine, and hired assassins to murder her. They then accused the bhikkhus of killing her to conceal their master's sin, but the real assassins got drunk with the money they had received and revealed the conspiracy in their cups. But these are isolated cases. As a whole, the Buddha's long career was marked by a peace and friendliness which are surprising if we consider what innovations his teaching contained. Though in contending that priestly ceremonies were useless, he refrained from neither direct condemnation nor satire. Yet he is not represented as actively attacking them, and we may doubt if he forbade his lay disciples to take part in rites and sacrifices as a modern missionary might do. Footnote 364. The Dhamma Sangani defines courtesy as being of two kinds: hospitality and considerateness in matters of doctrine. End footnote. We find him sitting by the sacred fire of a Brahmin and discoursing, but not denouncing the worship carried on in the place. Footnote 365. Majjhima Nikaya 75. End footnote. When he converted Siha, the general of the Likhavis, who had been a Jain, he bade him continue to give food and gifts as before to the Jain monks who frequented his house, an instance of toleration in a proselytizing teacher which is perhaps without parallel. Footnote 366. Mahavagga 6:31-11. End footnote. Similarly, in the Sigalovada Sutta, it is laid down that a good man ministers to monks and to Brahmins. If it is true that Ajatasattu countenanced Devadatta's attempts to murder him, he ignored such disagreeable details with a sublime indifference, for he continued to frequent Rajagaha, received the king, and preached to him one of his finest sermons without alluding to the past. He stands before us in the suttas as a man of amazing power of will, inaccessible to fear, promises, and, one may add, to argument, but yet in comparison with other religious leaders, singularly gentle in taking the offensive against error. Often he simply ignored it as irrelevant. "Never mind," he said on his deathbed to his last convert. "Never mind whether other teachers are right or wrong. Listen to me. I will teach you the truth." And when he is controversial, his method is often to retain old words in honorable use with new meanings. The Brahmins are not denounced like the Pharisees in the New Testament, but the real Brahmin is a man of uprightness and wisdom. The real sacrifice is to abstain from sin and follow the truth. Women played a considerable part in the entourage of Gautama. They were not secluded in India at that time, and he admitted that they were capable of attaining saintship. The work of ministering to the order, of supplying it with food and raiment, naturally fell largely to pious matrons, and their attentive forethought delighted to provide for the monks those comforts which might be accepted but not asked for. Prominent among such donors was Visakha, who married the son of a wealthy merchant at Savatthi and converted her husband's family from Jainism to the true doctrine. The Vinaya recounts how, after entertaining the Buddha and his disciples, she asked 8 boons, which proved to be the privileges of supplying various classes of monks with food, clothing, and medicine, and of providing the nuns with bathing dresses, for, said she, it shocked her sense of propriety to see them bathing naked. But the anecdotes respecting the Buddha and women, whether his wife or others, are not touched with sentiment, not even so much as is found in the conversation between Yajnavalkya and Maitreyi in the Upanishad. To women as a class he gave their due, and perhaps in his own opinion more than their due. But if he felt any interest in them as individuals, the sacred texts have obliterated the record. In the last year of his life, he dined with the courtesan Pali, and the incident has attracted attention on account of its supposed analogy to the narrative about Christ and the woman which was a sinner. But the resemblance is small. There is no sign that the Buddha, then 80 years of age, felt any personal interest in Pali. Whatever her morals may have been, she was a benefactress of the order, and he simply gave her the same opportunity as others of receiving instruction. When the Likkavi princes tried to induce him to dine with them instead of with her, he refused to break his promise. The invitations of princes had no attraction for him, and he was a prince himself. A fragment of conversation introduced irrelevantly into his deathbed discourses is significant. "How, Lord, are we to conduct ourselves with regard to womankind?" "Don't see them, Ananda." "But if we see them, what are we to do?" "Abstain from speech." "But if they should speak to us, what are we to do?" "Keep wide awake." Footnote 367. Kulavaga 10.1.3. End footnote. This spirit is even more evident in the account of the admission of nuns to the order. When the Buddha was visiting his native town, his aunt and foster mother, Mahaprajapati, thrice begged him to grant this privilege to women, but was thrice refused and went away in tears. Then she followed him to Vesali and stood in the entrance of the Kutagara hall with swollen feet and covered with dust and sorrowful. Ananda, who had a tender heart, interviewed her and, going in to the Buddha, submitted her request, but received a triple refusal. But he was not to be denied, and urged that the Buddha admitted women to be capable of attaining saintship, and that it was unjust to refuse the blessings of religion to one who had suckled him. At last Gautama yielded, perhaps the only instance in which he is represented as convinced by argument, but he added, "If, Ananda, women had not received permission to enter the order, the pure religion would have lasted long. The good law would have stood fast 1,000 years. But since they had received that permission, it will now stand fast for only 500 years. Footnote 368. Mahaparinibbana 5.23. Perhaps the Buddha was supposed to be giving Ananda last warnings about his besetting weakness. End footnote. He maintained and approved the same hard, detached attitude in other domestic relations. His son Rahula received special instruction, but is not represented as enjoying his confidence like Ananda. A remarkable narrative relates how, when the monk Sangamaji was sitting beneath a tree absorbed in meditation, his former wife, whom he had left on abandoning the world, laid his child before him and said, "Here, monk, is your little son. Nourish me and nourish him." But Sangamaji took no notice, and the woman went away. The Buddha, who observed what happened, said, "He feels no pleasure when she comes, no sorrow when she goes. Him I call a true Brahmin released from passion." Footnote 369. Udana 1.8. End footnote. This narrative is repulsive to European sentiment, particularly as the chronicler cannot spare the easy charity of a miracle to provide for the wife and child, but in taking it as an index of the character of Gautama, we must bear in mind such sayings of Christ as, "If any man come to me and hate not his father and mother, and wife and children, and brethren and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple. Footnote 370. Compare, too, the language of Angela of Foligno, 1248 to 1309. By God's will, there died my mother, who was a great hindrance unto me in following the way of God. My husband died likewise, and all my children. And because I had commenced to follow the aforesaid way, and had prayed God that he would rid me of them, I had great consolation of their deaths, although I did also feel some grief. Beate Angele de Fulgineo Visionum et Instructionum, Chapter 9. End footnote. End section 36. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 37 of Hinduism and Buddhism, An Historical Sketch, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hinduism and Buddhism, An Historical Sketch, Volume 1, by Charles Eliot. Life of the Buddha, Parts 4 and 5. Political changes, in which, however, he took no part, occurred in the last years of the Buddha's life. In Magadha, Ajatasattu had come to the throne. If, as the Vinaya represents, he at first supported the schism of Devadatta, he subsequently became a patron of the Buddha. He was an ambitious prince and fortified Pataligama, afterwards Pataliputra, against the Vajjian Confederation, which he destroyed a few years after the Buddha's death. This confederation was an alliance of small oligarchies like the Lekavis and Videyans. It would appear that this form of constitution was on the wane in northern India, and that the monarchical states were annexing the decaying commonwealths. In Kosala, Vidudaba conquered Kapilavatu a year or two before the Buddha's death, and is said to have perpetrated a great massacre of the Sakya clan. Footnote 371. No account of this event has yet been found in the earliest texts, but it is no doubt historical. The versions found in the Jataka and commentaries trace it back to a quarrel about a marriage, but the story is not very clear or consistent, and the real motive was probably that indicated above. End footnote. Possibly in consequence of these events, the Buddha avoided Kosala and the former Sakya territory. At any rate, the record of his last days opens at Rajagaha, the capital of Magadha. This record is contained in the Mahaparinibbana Sutta, the longest of the suttas, and evidently a compilation. The style is provokingly uneven. It often promises to give a simple and natural narrative, but such passages are interrupted by more recent and less relevant matter. No general estimate of its historical value can be given, but each incident must be apprised separately. Nearly all the events and discourses recorded in it are found elsewhere in the canon in the same words, and it contains explanatory matter of a suspiciously apologetic nature. Footnote 372. See Rhys-Davids' Dialogues 2, page 70, and Przlewski's articles in J.A. 1918 and following pages. Le Parinirvana et les funérailles de Buddha, where the Pali texts are compared with the Mula Sarvastivadin Vinaya and with other accounts. End footnote. Also, the supernatural element is freely introduced. But together with all this, it contains plain, pathetic pictures of an old man's fatigue and sufferings, which would not have been inserted by a later hand had they not been found ready in tradition. And though events and sermonettes are strung together in a way which is not artistic, there is nothing improbable in the idea that the Buddha, when he felt his end approaching, should have admonished his disciples about all that he thought most important. The story opens at Rajagaha about 6 months before the Buddha's death. The king sends his minister to ask whether he will be successful in attacking the Vajjayans. The Buddha replies that as long as they act in concord, behave honorably, and respect the faith, so long may they be expected not to decline, but prosper. The compiler may perhaps have felt this narrative to be an appropriate parallel to the Buddha's advice to his disciples to live in peace and order. He summoned and addressed the brethren living in Rajagaha and visited various spots in the neighborhood. In these last utterances, one phrase occurs with special frequency. Great is the fruit, great the advantage of meditation accompanied by upright conduct. Great is the advantage of intelligence accompanied by meditation. The mind which has such intelligence is freed from intoxications, from the desires of the senses, from love of life, from delusion, and from ignorance. He then set forth accompanied by Ananda and several disciples. Judging from the route adopted, his intention was to go ultimately to Savatthi. This was one of the towns where he resided from time to time, but we cannot tell what may have been his special motives for visiting it on the present occasion, for if the king of Kosala had recently massacred the Sakyas, his presence there would have been strange. The road was not direct, but ran up northwards and then followed the base of the mountains, thus enabling travelers to cross rivers near their sources where they were still easy to ford. The stopping places from Rajagaha onwards were Nalanda, Pataliputra, Vesali, Bandagama, Pava, Kusinara, Kapilavatu, Setavya, Savatthi. On his last journey, the Buddha is represented as following this route, but he died at the 7th stopping place, Kusinara. When at Pataligama, he prophesied that it would become a great emporium. Footnote 373. This was probably written after Pataliputra had become a great city, but we do not know when its rise commenced. End footnote. He was honorably entertained by the officers of the king, who decided that the gate and ferry by which he left should be called Gotama's Gate and Gotama's Ferry. The gate received the name, but when he came to the Ganges, he vanished miraculously and appeared standing on the further bank. He then went on to Vesali, passing with indifference and immunity from the dominions of the king of Magadha into those of his enemies, and halted in the grove of the courtesan Ambapali. Footnote 374. She was a noted character in Vesali. In Mahavagga 8:1, people are represented as saying that it was through her the place was so flourishing, and that it would be a good thing if there were someone like her in Rajagaha. End footnote. She came to salute him, and he accepted her invitation to dine with her on the morrow, in spite of the protests of the Likkavi princes. The rainy season was now commencing, and the Buddha remained near Vesali in the village of Beluva, where he fell seriously ill. One day after his recovery, he was sitting in the shade with Ananda, who said that during the illness his comfort had been the thought that the Buddha would not pass away without leaving final instructions to the order. The reply was a remarkable address, which is surely, at least in parts, the Buddha's own words. Quote, "What does the order expect of me, Ananda? I have preached the truth without any distinction of esoteric or exoteric, for in respect of the truth, there is no clenched hand in the teaching of the Tathagata. If there is anyone who thinks, 'It is I who will lead the brotherhood,' or The order is dependent on me. It is he who should give instructions. But the Tathagata does not think that he should lead the order, or that the order is dependent on him. Why then should he leave instructions? I am an old man now, and full of years. My pilgrimage is finished. I have reached my sum of days. I am turning 80 years, and just as a worn-out cart can only be made to move along with much additional care, so can the body of the Tathagata be kept going only with much additional care. It is only when the Tathagata, ceasing to attend to any outward thing, becomes plunged in meditation, it is only then that the body of the Tathagata is at ease. Therefore, Ananda, be a lamp and a refuge to yourselves. Seek no other refuge. Let the truth be your lamp and refuge. Seek no refuge elsewhere. And they, Ananda, who now, or when I am dead, shall be a lamp and a refuge to themselves, seeking no other refuge, but taking the truth as their lamp and refuge, these shall be my foremost disciples, these who are anxious to learn. End quote. This discourse is succeeded by a less convincing episode in which the Buddha tells Ananda that he can prolong his life to the end of a world period if he desires it. But though the hint was thrice repeated, the heedless disciple did not ask the master to remain in the world. When he had gone, Mara, the evil one, appeared and urged on the Buddha that it was time for him to pass away. He replied that he would die in 3 months, but not before he had completely established the true religion. Thus he deliberately rejected his allotted span of life, and an earthquake occurred. He explained the cause of it to Ananda, who saw his mistake too late. Quote, "Enough, Ananda. The time for making such a request is past." End quote. Footnote 375. The whole passage is interesting as displaying even in the Pali canon the germs of the idea that the Buddha is an eternal spirit only partially manifested in the limits of human life. In the Mahaparinibbana Sutta, Gautama is only voluntarily subject to natural death. End footnote. The narrative becomes more human when it relates how, one afternoon, he looked at the town and said, "This will be the last time that the Tathagata will behold Vesali. Come, Ananda, let us go to Bandagama." After 3 halts, he arrived at Pava and stopped in the mango grove of Kunda, a smith, who invited him to dinner and served sweet rice, cakes, and a dish which has been variously interpreted as dried boar's flesh or a kind of truffle. The Buddha asked to be served with this dish and bade him give the sweet rice and cakes to the brethren. After eating some of it, he ordered the rest to be buried, saying that no one in heaven or earth except a Buddha could digest it. A strange remark to chronicle, since it was this meal which killed him. Footnote 376. The phrase occurs again in the Sutta Nipata. Its meaning is not clear to me. End footnote. But before he died, he sent word to Kunda that he had no need to feel remorse, and that the 2 most meritorious offerings in the world are the first meal given to a Buddha after he has obtained enlightenment, and the last one given him before his death. On leaving Kunda's house, he was attacked by dysentery and violent pains, but bore them patiently, and started for Kusinara with his disciples. In going thither, he crossed the river Kakuta, and some verses inserted into the text, which sound like a very old ballad, relate how he bathed in it, and then, weary and worn out, lay down on his cloak. Footnote 377. The text seems to represent him as crossing first a streamlet and then the river. End footnote. A curious incident occurs here. A young Malian named Pukwisa, after some conversation with the Buddha, presents him with a robe of cloth of gold, but when it is put on, it seems to lose its splendor, so exceedingly clear and bright is his skin. Gautama explains that there are two occasions when the skin of a Buddha glows like this, the night of his enlightenment and the night before his death. The transfiguration of Christ suggests itself as a parallel and is also associated with an allusion to his coming death. Most people have seen a face so light up under the influence of emotion that this popular metaphor seems to express physical truth, and it is perhaps not excessive to suppose that in men of exceptional gifts this illumination may have been so bright as to leave traces in tradition. Then they went on to a grove at Kusinara, and he laid down on a couch spread between two sala trees. Footnote 378. It is not said how much time elapsed between the meal at Kunda's and the arrival at Kusinara, but since it was his last meal, he probably arrived the same afternoon. End footnote. These trees were in full bloom, though it was not the season for their flowering. Heavenly strains and odors filled the air, and spirits unseen crowded round the bed. But Ananda, we are told, went into the vihara, which was apparently also in the grove, and stood leaning against the lintel, weeping at the thought that he was to lose so kind a master. The Buddha sent for him and said, "Do not weep. Have I not told you before that it is the very nature of things most near and dear to us that we must part from them, leave them, sever ourselves from them? All that is born, brought into being and put together, carries within itself the necessity of dissolution. How then is it possible that such a being should not be dissolved? No such condition is possible. For a long time, Ananda, you have been very near me by words of love, kind and good, that never varies and is beyond all measure. You have done well, Ananda. Be earnest in effort, and you too shall soon be free from the great evils, from sensuality, from individuality, from delusion, and from ignorance." The Indians have a strong feeling that persons of distinction should die in a suitable place, and now comes a passage in which Ananda begs the Buddha not to die, "in this little wattle and daub town in the midst of the jungle," but rather in some great city. Footnote 379. Compare with Lyell's poem on a Rajput chief of the old school who, when nearing his end, has to leave his pleasure garden in order that he may die in the ancestral castle. End footnote. The Buddha told him that Kusinara had once been the capital of King Mahasudassana, and a scene of great splendor in former ages. This narrative is repeated in an amplified form in the Sutta and Jataka called Mahasudassana, in which the Buddha is said to have been that king in a previous birth. Footnote 380. Digha Nikaya 17 and Jataka 95. End footnote. Kusinara was at that time one of the capitals of the Mallas, who were an aristocratic republic like the Sakyas and Vajjayans. At the Buddha's command, Ananda went to the council hall and summoned the people. "Give no occasion to reproach yourself hereafter, saying, 'The Tathagata died in our own village, and we neglected to visit him in his last hours.'" So the Mallas came, and Ananda presented them by families to the dying Buddha as he lay between the flowering trees, saying, "Lord, a Malla of such and such a name with his children, his wives, his retinue, and his friends, humbly bows down at the feet of the Blessed One." A monk called Supada, who was not a believer, also came, and Ananda tried to turn him away, but The Buddha, overhearing, said, quote, "Do not keep out Supada. Whatever he may ask of me, he will ask from a desire for knowledge and not to annoy me, and he will quickly understand my replies." End quote. He was the last disciple whom the Buddha converted, and he straightway became an arhat. Now comes the last watch of the night. Quote, "It may be, Ananda," said the Buddha, "that some of you may think the word of the Master is ended. We have no more a teacher. But you should not think thus. The truths and the rules which I have declared and laid down for you all, let them be the teacher for you after I am gone. When I am gone, address not one another as hitherto, saying 'friend.' An elder brother may address a younger brother by his name or family name, or as 'friend,' but a younger brother should say to an elder 'sir' or 'lord.' When I am gone, let the order, if it should so wish, abolish all the lesser and minor precepts." End quote. Thus, in his last address, the dying Buddha disclaims, as he had disclaimed before in talking to Ananda, all idea of dictating to the order. His memory is not to become a paralyzing tradition. What he had to teach, he has taught freely, holding back nothing in a clenched fist. The truths are indeed essential and immutable, but they must become a living part of the believer until he is no longer a follower, but a light unto himself. The rest does not matter. The order can change all the minor rules if expedient, but in everyday life, discipline and forms must be observed. Hitherto, all have been equal compared with the teacher, but now the young must show more respect for the older, and in the same spirit of solicitude for the order, he continues, quote, "When I am gone, the highest penalty should be imposed on Channa." "What is that, Lord?" "Let him say what he likes, but the brethren should not speak to him, or exhort him, or admonish him." End quote. Footnote 381. It is said that this discipline was efficacious, and that Channa became an arhat. End footnote. The end approaches. Quote, "It may be that there is some doubt or misgiving in the mind of some as to the Buddha, or the truth, or the path, or the way. Enquire freely. Do not have to reproach yourselves afterwards with the thought, our teacher was face to face with us, and we could not bring ourselves to inquire when we were face to face with him." All were silent. A second and third time he put the same question, and there was silence still. Quote, "It may be that you put no questions out of awe for the teacher. Let one friend communicate to another." End quote. There was still silence, till Ananda said, "How wonderful, Lord, and how marvelous! In this whole assembly there is no one who has any doubt or misgiving as to the Buddha, the truth, the path, and the way. Out of the fullness of faith hast thou spoken, Ananda, but the Tathagata knows for certain that it is so. Even the most backward of all these 500 brethren has become converted, and is no longer liable to be born in a state of suffering, and is assured of final salvation. Behold, I exhort you, saying, the elements of being are transitory." Footnote 382. It is difficult to find a translation of these words which is both accurate and natural in the mouth of a dying man. The Pali text, vaya dhamma sankhara, transitory by nature are the sankharas, is brief and simple, but any correct and adequate rendering sounds metaphysical and is dramatically inappropriate. Perhaps the rendering, "all compound things must decompose," expresses the Buddha's meaning best, but the verbal antithesis between compound and decomposing, is not in the original, and though sankhara is etymologically the equivalent of confection or synthesis, it hardly means what we call a compound thing as opposed to a simple thing. End footnote. Strive earnestly. These were the last words of the Tathagata. End quote. Then he passed through a series of trances, no less than 20 stages are enumerated, and expired. An earthquake and thunder, as one might have predicted, occurred at the moment of his death, but comparatively little stress is laid on these prodigies. Anuruddha seems to have taken the lead among the brethren, and bade Ananda announce the death to the Mallas. They heard it with cries of grief. Quote, "Too soon has the Blessed One passed away. Too soon has the light gone out of the world." End quote. No less than 6 days were passed in preparation for the obsequies. Footnote 383. The Buddha, before his death, had explained that the corpse of a Buddha should be treated like the corpse of a universal monarch. It should be wrapped in layers of new cloth and laid in an iron vessel of oil. Then it should be burnt, and a dagoba should be erected at 4 crossroads. End footnote. On the 7th, they decided to carry the body to the south of the city and there burn it. But when they endeavored to lift it, they found it immovable. Anuruddha explained that spirits who were watching the ceremony wished it to be carried not outside the city, but through it. When this was done, the corpse moved easily, and the heaven rained flowers. The meaning of this legend is that the Mallas considered a corpse would have defiled the city, and therefore proposed to carry it outside. By letting it pass through the city, they showed that it was not the ordinary relics of impure humanity. Again, when they tried to light the funeral pile, it would not catch fire. Anuruddha explained that this delay also was due to the intervention of spirits who wished that the Mahakassapa, the same whom the Buddha had converted at Uruvela and then on his way to pay his last respects, should arrive before the cremation. When he came attended by 500 monks, the pile caught fire of itself, and the body was consumed completely, leaving only the bones. Streams of rain extinguished the flames, and the Mallas took the bones to their council hall. There they set round them a hedge of spears and a fence of bows, and honored them with dance and song, and offerings of garlands and perfumes. Whatever may be thought of this story, the veneration of the Buddha's relics, which is attested by the Piprava vase, is a proof that we have to do with a man rather than a legend. The relics may all be false, but the fact that they were venerated some 250 years after his death shows that the people of India thought of him not as an ancient semi-divine figure like Rama or Krishna, but as something human and concrete. 7 persons or communities sent requests for a portion of the relics, saying that they would erect a stupa over them and hold a feast. They were King Ajatasattu of Magadha, the Likavis of Vesali, the Sakyas of Kapilavattu, the Bulis of Alakapa, the Kuttiyas of Ramagama, the Mallas of Pava, and the Brahmin of Vetadipa. Footnote 384. The Mallas had 2 capitals, Kusinara and Pava, corresponding to 2 subdivisions of the tribe. End footnote. All except the last were kshatriyas, and based their claim on the ground that they, like the Buddha, belonged to the warrior caste. The Mallas at first refused, but a Brahmin called Donna bade them not quarrel over the remains of him who taught forbearance. So he divided the relics into 8 parts. one for Kusinara, and one for each of the other 7 claimants. At this juncture, the Mauriyas of Pipvalivana sent in a claim for a share, but had to be content with the embers of the pyre, since all the bones had been distributed. Then 8 stupas were built for the relics in the towns mentioned, and one over the embers, and one by Jona the Brahmin over the iron vessel in which the body had been burnt. End chapter 4. Life of the Buddha, Chapter 5. Thus ended the career of a man who was undoubtedly one of the greatest intellectual and moral forces that the world has yet seen, but it is hard to arrive at any certain opinion as to the details of his character and abilities, for in the later accounts he is deified, and in the Pitakas, though veneration has not gone so far as this, he is ecclesiasticized, and the human side is neglected. The narrative moves like some stately ceremonial, in which emotion and incident would be out of place until it reaches the strange deathbed, spread between the flowering trees, and Ananda introduces with the formality of a court chamberlain the Malla householders who have come to pay their last respects and bow down at the feet of the dying teacher. The scenes described are like stained glass windows, the Lord preaching in the center, sinners repenting and saints listening, all in harmonious colors and studied postures. But the central figure remains somewhat aloof. When once he had begun his ministry, he labored uninterruptedly and with continual success. But the foundation of the kingdom of righteousness seems less like the triumphant issue of a struggle than the passage through the world of some compassionate angel. This is in great part due to the fact that the Pitakas are works of edification. True, they set before us the teacher as well as his teaching, but they speak of his doings and historical surroundings only in order to provide a proper frame for the law which he preached. A less devout and more observant historian would have arranged the picture differently, and even in the narratives that have come down to us, there are touches of human interest which seem authentic. When the Buddha was dying, Ananda wept because he was about to lose so kind a master, and the Buddha's own language to him is even more affectionate. He cared not only for the organization of the order, but for its individual members. He is frequently represented as feeling that some disciple needed a particular form of instruction and giving it. Nor did he fail to provide for the comfort of the sick and weary. For instance, a ballad relates how Panthaka, driven from his home, took refuge at the door of the monastery garden. Footnote 385. Theragatha 557 and forward pages. Water to refresh tired and dusty feet is commonly offered to anyone who comes from a distance. End footnote. Quote, "Then came the Lord and stroked my head, and, taking me by the arm, led me into the garden of the monastery, and out of kindness he gave me a towel for my feet." End quote. A striking anecdote relates how he once found a monk who suffered from a disagreeable disease, lying on the ground in a filthy state. Footnote 386. Mahavagga 826. End footnote. So, with Ananda's assistance, he washed him, and, lifting him up with his own hands, laid him on his bed. Then he summoned the brethren and told them that if a sick brother had no special attendant, the whole order should wait on him. Quote, "You, monks, have no mothers or fathers to care for you. If you do not wait one on the other, who is there who will wait on you? Whosoever would wait on me, he should wait on the sick." End quote. This last recalls Christ's words, quote, "Inasmuch as ye have done it unto the least of these brethren, ye have done it unto me." End quote. And if his approval of monks being deaf to the claims of family affection seems unfeeling, It should also be mentioned that in the book called Songs of the Nuns, women relate how they were crazy at the loss of their children, but found complete comfort and peace in his teaching. Footnote 387. Example, Therigatha 133 and pages forward. It should also be remembered that Orientals, particularly Chinese and Japanese, find Christ's behavior to his mother, as related in the Gospels, very strange. End footnote. Sometimes we are told that when persons whom he wished to convert proved refractory, he, quote, suffused them with the feeling of his love, end quote, until they yielded to his influence. Footnote 388. Example, Roja the Malta in Mahavagga 636, and the account of the interview with the 5 monks in the Nidana Katha, Rhys Davids, Buddha Birth Stories, page 112, end footnote. We can hardly doubt that this somewhat cumbrous phrase preserves a tradition of his personal charm and power. The beauty of his appearance and the pleasant quality of his voice are often mentioned, but in somewhat conventional terms which inspire no confidence that they are based on personal reminiscence, nor have the most ancient images which we possess any claim to represent his features, for the earliest of them are based on Greek models, and it was not the custom to represent him by a figure until some centuries after his death. I can imagine that the truest idea of his person is to be obtained not from the abundant effigies which show him as a somewhat sanctimonious ascetic, but from statues of him as a young man, such as that found at Sarnath, which may possibly preserve not indeed the physiognomy of Gautama, but the general physique of a young Nepalese prince, with powerful limbs and features and a determined mouth. For there is truth at the bottom of the saying that Gautama was born to be either a Buddha or a universal monarch. He would have made a good general if he had not become a monk. We are perhaps on firmer ground when we find speakers in the Pitakas commenting on his calm and bright expression and his unruffled courtesy in discussion. Footnote 389. Example, Majjhima Nikaya 36. End footnote. Of his eloquence it is hard to judge. The suttas may preserve his teaching, and some of his words, but they are probably rearrangements made for recitation. Still, it is impossible to prove that he did not himself adopt this style, particularly when age and iteration had made the use of certain formulae familiar to him. But though these repetitions and subdivisions of arrangement are often wearisome, there are not wanting traces of another manner, which suggest a terse and racy preacher going straight to the point and driving home his meaning with homely instances. Humor often peeps through the Buddha's preaching. It pervades the Jataka stories, and more than once he is said to have smiled when remembering some previous birth. Some suttas, such as the tales of the great King of Glory and of King Mahavijita's sacrifice, are simply Jatakas in another form. Interesting stories, full of edification for those who can understand, but not to be taken as a narrative of facts. Footnote 390. Digha Nikaya 17 and 5. End footnote. At other times he simply states the ultimate facts of a case, and leaves them in their droll incongruity. Thus, when King Ajatasattu was moved and illuminated by his teaching, he observed to his disciples that His Majesty had all the makings of a saint in him, if only he had not killed that excellent man, his own father. Somewhat similar is his judgment on 2 naked ascetics, who imitated in all things the ways of a dog and a cow, respectively, in the hope of thus obtaining salvation. Footnote 391. Majjhima Nikaya 57. End footnote. When pressed to say what their next birth would be, he opined that if their penance was successful, they would be reborn as dogs and cows, if unsuccessful, in hell. Irony and modesty are combined in his rejection of extravagant praise. Quote, "Such faith have I, Lord," said Sariputta, "that methinks there never has been, nor will be, nor is now any other greater or wiser than the Blessed One." "Of course, Sariputta," is the reply, "you have known all the Buddhas of the past." "No, Lord." "Well, then, you know those of the future." "No, Lord." "Then at least you know me, and have penetrated my mind thoroughly." "Not even that, Lord." "Then why, Sariputta, are your words so grand and bold?" Footnote 392. Mahaparinibbana Sutta 1, 61. End footnote. There is much that is human in these passages, yet we should be making a fancy portrait did we allow ourselves to emphasize them too much and neglect the general tone of the Pitakas. These scriptures are the product of a school, but that school grew up under the Buddha's personal influence, and more than that, is rooted in the very influences and tendencies which produced the Buddha himself. The passionless intellectual aloofness, the elemental simplicity with which the facts of life are stated and explained without any concession to sentiment, the rigor of the prescription for salvation, that all sensual desire and attachment must be cut off, are too marked and consistent for us to suppose them due merely to monkish inability to understand the more human side of his character. The Buddha began his career as an Indian Muni, one supposed to be free from all emotions and intent only on seeking deliverance from every tie connecting him with the world. This was expected of him, and had he done no more, it would have secured him universal respect. The fact that he did a great deal more, that he devoted his life to active preaching, that he offered to all happiness and escape from sorrow, that he personally aided with advice and encouragement all who came to him, caused both his contemporaries and future generations to regard him as a savior. His character and the substance of his teaching were admirably suited to the needs of the religious world of India in his day. Judged by the needs of other temperaments, which are entitled to neither more nor less consideration, they seem too severe, too philosophic, and the later varieties of Buddhism have endeavored to make them congenial to less strenuous natures. Before leaving the personality of the Buddha, we must say a word about the more legendary portions of his biography, for though of little importance for history, they have furnished the chief subjects of Buddhist art and influenced the minds of his followers as much as or more than the authentic incidents of his career. Footnote 393. The earliest sources for these legends are the Mahavastu, the Sanskrit Vinayas preserved in Chinese translations, the Lalita Vistara, the introduction to the Jataka, and the Buddha Karita. For Burmese, Sinhalese, Tibetan, and Chinese lives of the Buddha, see the works of Bigan Day, Hardy, Rockhill, and Schiefner, Uyghur, and Beale. See also Foucher, Liste indienne des actes du Bouddha, and Hacken, Scène de la vie du Bouddha d'après des peintures tibétaines. End footnote. The later legend has not distorted the old narrative. It is possible that all its incidents may be founded on stories known to the compilers of the Pitakas, though this is not at present demonstrable, but they are embellished by an unstinted use of the supernatural and of the hyperbole usual in Indian poetry. The youthful Buddha moves through showers of flowers and an atmosphere crowded with attendant deities. He cannot even go to school without an escort of 10,000 children and 100,000 maidens, and astonishes the good man who proposes to teach him the alphabet by suggesting 64 systems of writing. The principal scenes in this legend are as follows. The Bodhisattva, that is, the Buddha-to-be, resides in the Tusita heaven and selects his birthplace and parentage. He then enters the womb of his mother, Maya, in the shape of a white elephant, which event she sees in a dream. Brahmins are summoned and interpret the vision to mean that her son will be a universal monarch or a Buddha. When near her confinement, Maya goes to visit her parents, but on the way brings forth her son in the Lumbini grove. As she stands upright holding the bough of a tree, he issues from her side without pain to her, and is received by deities, but on touching the ground takes 7 steps and says, "I am the foremost in the world." On the same day are born several persons who play a part in his life: his wife, his horse, Ananda, Bimbisara, and others. Asita does homage to him, as does also his father, and it is predicted that he will become a Buddha and renounce the world. His father, in his desire to prevent this, secludes him in the enjoyment of all luxury. At the ploughing festival he falls into a trance under a tree, and the shadow stands still to protect him and does not change. Again his father does him homage. He is of Herculean strength, and surpasses all as an archer. He marries his cousin Yasodhara when 16 years old. Then come the 4 visions, which are among the scenes most frequently depicted in modern sacred art. As he is driving in the palace grounds, the gods show him an old man, a sick man, a corpse, and a monk of happy countenance. His charioteer explains what they are, and he determines to abandon the world. It was at this time that his son was born, and on hearing the news he said that a new fetter now bound him to worldly life, but still decided to execute his resolve. That night he could take no pleasure in the music of the singing women who were wont to play to him, and they fell asleep. As he looked at their sleeping forms, he felt disgust, and ordered Channa, his charioteer, to saddle Kantaka, a gigantic white horse, 18 cubits long from head to tail. Meanwhile, he went to his wife's room, and took a last but silent look as she lay sleeping with her child. Then he started on horseback, attended by Channa and a host of heavenly beings who opened the city gates. Here he was assailed by Mara the tempter, who offered him universal empire, but in vain. After jumping the river Anoma on his steed, he cut off his long hair with his sword, and, flinging it up into the air, wished it might stay there if he was really to become a Buddha. It remained suspended. Admiring gods placed it in a heavenly shrine, and presented Gautama with the robes of a monk. Not much is added to the account of his wanderings and austerities as given in the Pitakas, but the attainment of Buddhahood naturally stimulates the devout imagination. At daybreak, Gautama sits at the foot of a tree, lighting up the landscape with the golden rays which issue from his person. Sujara, a noble maiden, and her servant Purna offer him rice and milk in a golden vessel, and he takes no more food for 7 weeks. He throws the vessel into the river, wishing that if he is to become a Buddha, it may ascend the stream against the current. It does so, and then sinks to the abode of the Nagas. Towards evening, he walks to the Bodhi tree, and meets a grass cutter who offers him grass to make a seat. This he accepts, and taking his seat, vows that rather than rise before attaining Buddhahood, he will let his blood dry up and his body decay. Then comes the great assault of the tempter. Mara attacks him in vain, both with an army of terrible demons and with bands of seductive nymphs. During the conflict, Mara asked him, who is witness to his ever having performed good deeds or bestowed alms? He called on the earth to bear witness. Earthquakes and thunders responded to the appeal, and the goddess of the earth herself rose and bore testimony. The rout of Mara is supposed to have taken place in the late evening. The full moon came out, and in the 3 watches of the night he attained enlightenment. Footnote 394. It was the full moon of the month Vaisakha. End footnote. The Pali and early Sanskrit texts place the most striking legendary scenes in the first part of the Buddha's life, just as scribes give freest rein to their artistic imagination in tracing the first letter and word of a chapter. In the later version, the whole text is colored and gilded with a splendor that exceeds the hues of ordinary life, but no incidents of capital importance are added after the Enlightenment. Footnote 395. The best known of the later biographies of the Buddha, such as the Lalita Vistara and the Buddha Karita of Asvaghosha, stop short after the Enlightenment. End footnote. Historical names still occur, and the Buddha is still a wandering teacher with a band of disciples, but his miracles continually convulse the universe. He preaches to mankind from the sky and retires for 3 months to the Tusita heaven in order to instruct his mother, who had died before she could hear the truth from her son's lips, and often the whole scene passes into a vision where the ordinary limits of space, time, and number cease to have any meaning. End of Chapter 5. End of Section 37. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 38 of Hinduism and Buddhism, An Historical Sketch, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hinduism and Buddhism, An Historical Sketch, Volume 1, by Charles Eliot. The Buddha compared with other religious teachers. The personality of the Buddha invites comparison with the founders of the other world religions, Christ and Muhammad. We are tempted to ask, too, if there is any resemblance between him and Confucius, a contemporary Asiatic whose influence has been equally lasting, but here there is little common ground. For Confucius's interest was mainly in social and ethical problems, not in religion. He laid stress on those ties of kinship and society, respecting which the Indian monk, like Christ, sometimes spoke harshly, although there is a strong likeness between the moral code of the Buddhist layman and Confucianism. He was full of humility and respect for antiquity, whereas Gautama had a good share of that self-confidence which is necessary for all who propound to the world a new religion. Footnote 396. There are some curious coincidences of detail between the Buddha and Confucius. Both disliked talking about prodigies. Analects 7:20. Confucius concealed nothing from his disciples. Ibidem 23. Just as the Buddha had no closed fist, but he would not discuss the condition of the dead. Analects 11:11. Just as the Buddha held it unprofitable to discuss the fate of the saint after death. Neither had any great opinion of the spirits worshipped in their respective countries. End footnote. But with Muhammad, Comparison, or rather contrast, is easier. Both were seekers after truth. Both found what they believed to be the truth only when of mature years, Gautama when about 36, Mohammed when 40 or more. Both lived to be elderly men and possessed great authority. But there the analogy ends. Perhaps no single human being has had so great an effect on the world as Mohammed. His achievements are personal, and, had he never lived, it is not clear that the circumstances of the age would have caused someone else to play approximately the same part. He, more than Caesar or Alexander, was individually the author of a movement which transformed part of 3 continents. No one else has been able to fuse the 2 noble instincts of religion and empire in so perfect a manner. Perfect because the 2 do not conflict or jar, as do the teachings of Christ and the pretensions of his church to temporal power. But it is precisely this fusion of religion and politics which disqualifies Islam as a universal religion, and prevents it from satisfying the intellectual and spiritual wants of that part of humanity which is most intellectual and most spiritual. Law and religion are inextricably mixed in it, and a Moslem, more than the most superstitious of Buddhists or Christians, is bound by a vast number of ties and observances which have nothing to do with religion. It is in avoiding these trammels that the superior religious instinct of Gautama shows itself. He was aided in this by the temper of his times. Though he was of the warrior caste and naturally brought into association with princes, he was not on that account tempted to play a part in politics. For to the Hindus, then as now, renunciation of the world was indispensable for serious religion, and there is no instance of a teacher obtaining a hearing among them without such renunciation as a preliminary. According to Indian popular ideas, a genius might become either an emperor or a Buddha, but not like Mohammed, a mixture of the 2. But the danger which beset Gautama, and which he consistently and consciously avoided, though Mohammed could not, was to give authoritative decisions on unessential points as to both doctrine and practice. There was clearly a party which wished to make the rule of his order more severe, and had he consented, the religious world of his day would have approved. But by so doing, he would have made Buddhism an Indian sect like Jainism, incapable of flourishing in lands with other institutions. If Buddhism has had little influence outside Asia, that is because there are differences of temperament in the world, not because it sanctions anachronisms or prescribes observances of a purely local and temporary value. In all his teaching, Gautama insists on what is essential only, and will not lend his name and authority to what is merely accessory. He will not, for instance, direct or even recommend his disciples to be hermits. Quote, "Whoever wishes may dwell in a wood, and whoever wishes may dwell near a village." End quote. And in his last days he bade them be a light unto themselves, and gave them authority to change all the lesser precepts. It is true that the order decided to make no use of this permission, but the spirit which dictated it has shaped the destinies of the faith. Akin to this contrast is another, that between the tolerance of Gautama and the persecuting spirit of Islam. Mohammed and his followers never got rid of the idea that any other form of religion is an insult to the Almighty, that infidels should, if possible, be converted by compulsion, or, if that were impossible, allowed to exist only on sufferance and in an inferior position. Such ideas were unknown to Gautama. He labored not for his own or his Creator's glory, but simply and solely to benefit mankind. Conversion by force had no meaning for him, for what he desired was not a profession of allegiance, but a change of disposition, and amid many transformations his church has not lost this temper. When we come to compare Gautama and Christ, we are struck by many resemblances of thought, but also by great differences of circumstances and career. Both were truly spiritual teachers who rose above forms and codes. Both accepted the current ideals of their time and strove to become the one a Buddha, the other Messiah. But at the age when Christ was executed, Gautama was still in quest of truth and still on the wrong track. He lived nearly 50 years longer and had ample opportunity of putting his ideas into practice. So far as our meager traditions allow us to trace the development of the two, the differences are even more fundamental. Peaceful as was the latter part of Gautama's life, the beginning was a period of struggle and disillusion. He broke away from worldly life to study philosophy. He broke away from philosophy to wear out his body with the severest mortification. That, again, he found to be vanity, and only then did he attain to enlightenment. And though he offers salvation to all without distinction, he repeatedly says that it is difficult. With hard wrestling has he won the truth, and it is hard for ordinary men to understand. Troubled as was the life of Christ, it contains no struggle of this sort. As a youth, he grew up in a poor family, where the disenchantment of satiety was unknown. His genius first found expression in sermons delivered in the synagogue, the ordinary routine of Jewish ritual. His appearance as a public teacher and his ultimate conviction that he was the Messiah were a natural enlargement of his sphere, not a change of method. The temptation, though it offers analogies to Gautama's mental struggle and particularly to the legends about Mara, was not an internal revolution in which old beliefs were seen to be false and new knowledge arose from their ashes. So far as we know, his inner life was continuous and undisturbed, and its final expression is emotional rather than intellectual. He gives no explanations and leaves no feeling that they are necessary. He is free in his use of metaphor and chary of definition. The teaching of the Buddha, on the other hand, is essentially intellectual. The nature and tastes of his audience were a sufficient justification for his style, but it indicates a temper far removed from the unquestioning and childlike faith of Christ. We can hardly conceive him using such a phrase as "Our Father," but we may be sure that if he had done so, he would have explained why and how and to what extent such words can be properly used of the deity. The most skeptical critics of the miracles recorded in the Gospels can hardly doubt that Christ possessed some special power of calming and healing nervous maladies, and perhaps others. Sick people naturally turned to him. They were brought to him when he arrived in a town. Though the Buddha was occasionally kind to the sick, no such picture is drawn of the company about him, and persons afflicted with certain diseases could not enter the order. When the merchant Anathapindika is seriously ill, he sends a messenger with instructions to inform the Buddha and Sariputta of his illness, and to add in speaking to Sariputta that he begs him to visit him out of compassion. Footnote 397. Majjhima Nikaya 143. End footnote. He does not presume to address the same request to the Buddha. Christ teaches that the world is evil, or perhaps we should say spoiled, but wishes to remove the evil and found the kingdom of heaven. The Buddha teaches that birth, sickness, and death are necessary conditions of existence, and that disease, which, like everything else, has its origin in karma, can be destroyed only when the cause is destroyed. Footnote 398. The miraculous cure of Suppiya, Mahavagga 6:23, is no exception. She was ill not because of the effects of karma, but because, according to the legend, she had cut off a piece of her flesh to cure a sick monk who required meat broth. The Buddha healed her. End footnote. Nor do we find ascribed to him that love of children and tenderness towards the weak and erring which are beautiful features in the portrait of Christ. Footnote 399. The most human and kindly portrait of the Buddha is that furnished by the commentary on the Thera and Therigatha. See Therigatha 30, 31, and Mrs. Rhys Davids' transcript of Therigatha, pages 71, 79. End footnote. He had no prejudices. He turned robust villains like Angulimala, the brigand, into saints and dined with prostitutes, but one cannot associate him with simple friendly intercourse. When he accepted invitations, he did not so much join in the life of the family which he visited as convert the entertainment offered to him into an edifying religious service. Yet in propaganda and controversy, he was gracious and humane beyond the measure of all other teachers. He did not call the priests of his time a generation of vipers, though he laughed at their ceremonies and their pretensions to superior birth. Though the Buddha passed through intellectual crises, such as the biographies of Christ do not hint at, yet in other matters it is he, rather than Christ, who offers a picture and example of peace. Christ enjoyed with a little band of friends an intimacy which the Hindu gave to none. But from the very commencement of his mission, he is at enmity with what he calls the world. The world is evil, and a great event is coming of double import, for it will bring disaster on the wicked as well as happiness for the good. Quote, "Repent ye, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand." End quote. He is angry with the world because it will not hear him. He declares that it hates him, and the Gospel according to St. John even makes him say, quote, "I pray not for the world, but for them which thou hast given me." End quote. Footnote 400. John 17:9. But he prayed for his executioners. End footnote. The little towns of Galilee are worse in his eyes than the wicked cities of antiquity, because they are not impressed by his miracles, and Jerusalem, which has slighted all the prophets, and finally himself, is to receive signal punishment. The shadow of impending death fell over the last period of his ministry, and he felt that he was to be offered as a sacrifice. The Jews even seem to have thought at one time that he was unreasonably alarmed. Footnote 401. John 7:19-20. End footnote. But the Buddha was not angry with the world. He thought of it as unsatisfactory and transitory rather than wicked, as ignorant rather than rebellious. He troubled little about people who would not listen. The calm and confidence which so many narratives attribute to him rarely failed to meet with the respect which they anticipated. In his life there is no idea of sacrifice, no element of the tragic, no nervous irritability. When Devadatta meditated his assassination, he is represented as telling his disciples that they need not be uneasy because it was physically impossible to kill a Buddha. The saying is perhaps not historical, but it illustrates Indian sentiment. In his previous existences, when preparing for Buddhahood, he had frequently given his life for others, not because it was any particular good to them, but in order to perfect his character for his own great career and bring about the selflessness which is essential to a Buddha. When once he had attained enlightenment, any idea of sacrifice, such as the shepherd laying down his life for the sheep, had no meaning. It would be simply the destruction of the more valuable for the less valuable. Even the modern developments of Buddhism, which represent the Buddha Amida as a savior, do not contain the idea that he gives up his life for his followers. Gautama instituted a religious order and lived long enough to see it grow out of infancy, but its organization was gradual, and for a year or two it was simply a band of disciples, not more bound by rules than the 70 whom Christ sent forth to preach. Would Christ, had he lived longer, have created something analogous to the Buddhist Sangha, a community not conflicting with national and social institutions but independent of them? The question is vain, and to Europeans, Christ's sketch of the Christian life will appear more satisfactory than the finished portrait of the bhikkhu. But though his maxims are the perfect expression of courtesy and good feeling with an occasional spice of paradox, such as the command to love one's enemies, yet the experience of nearly 20 centuries has shown that this morality is not for the citizens of the world. The churches, which give themselves his name, preach with rare exceptions that soldiering, financing, and the business of government, things about which he cared as little as do the birds and the lilies of the field, are the proper concern of Christian men, and one wonders whether he would not, had his life been prolonged, have seen that many of his precepts, such as turning the other cheek and not resisting evil, are incompatible with ordinary institutions, and have followed the example of the great Indian by founding a society in which they could be kept. The monastic orders of the Roman and Eastern churches show that such a need was felt. There are many resemblances between the Gospels and the teaching of the Buddha, but the bases of the two doctrines are different, and if the results are sometimes similar, this shows that the same destination can be reached by more than one road. It is perhaps the privilege of genius to see the goal by intuition. The road and the vehicle are subsidiary and may be varied to suit the minds of different nations. Christ, being a Jew, took for his basis a refined form of the old Jewish theism. He purged Jehovah of his jealousy and prejudices, and made him a spirit of pure benevolence, who behaves to men as a loving father, and bids them behave to one another as loving brethren. Such ideas lie outside the sphere of Gautama's thought, and he would probably have asked why, on this hypothesis, there is any evil in the world. That is a question which the Gospels are chary of discussing, but they seem to indicate that the disobedience and sinfulness of mankind are the root of evil. A godly world would be a happy world. But the Buddha would have said that though the world would be very much happier if all its inhabitants were moral and religious, yet the evils inherent in individual existence would still remain. It would still be impermanent and unsatisfactory. Yet the Buddha and Christ are alike in points which are of considerable human interest, though they are not those emphasized by the churches. Neither appears to have had much taste for theology or metaphysics. Christ ignored them. The Buddha said categorically that such speculations are vain. Indeed, it is probably a general law in religions that the theological phase does not begin until the second generation, when the successors of the founder try to interpret and harmonize his words. He himself sees clearly and says plainly what mankind ought to do. Neither the Buddha, nor Christ, nor Muhammad cared for much beyond this, and such of their sayings as have reference to the whence, the whither, and the why of the universe are obscure precisely because these questions do not fall within the field of religious genius and receive no illumination from its light. Argumentative as the Buddhist suttas are, their aim is strictly practical, even when their language appears scholastic, and the burden of all their ratiocination is the same and very simple. Men are unhappy because of their foolish desires. To become happy, they must make themselves a new heart and will, and perhaps the Buddha would have added, new eyes. Neither the Buddha nor Christ thought it worth while to write anything, and both of them ignored ceremonial and sacerdotal codes in a way which must have astounded their contemporaries. The law books and sacrifices to which Brahmins and Pharisees devoted time and study are simply left on one side. The former are replaced by injunctions to cultivate a good habit of mind, such as is exemplified in the Eightfold Path and the Beatitudes; the latter by some observances of extreme simplicity, such as the Patimokkha and the Lord's Prayer. In both cases, subsequent generations felt that the provision made by the founders was inadequate, and the Buddhist and Christian churches have multiplied ceremonies which, though not altogether unedifying, would certainly have astonished Gautama and Christ. For Christ, the greatest commandments were that a man should love God and his neighbors. This summary is not in the manner of Gautama, and though love, metta, has an important place in his teaching, it is rather an inseparable adjunct of a holy life than the force which creates and animates it. In other words, the Buddha teaches that a saint must love his fellow men rather than that he who loves his fellow men is a saint. But the passages extolling metta are numerous and striking, and European writers have, I think, shown too great a disposition to maintain that metta is something less than Christian love and little more than benevolent equanimity. The love of the New Testament is not eros, but agape, a new word first used by Jewish and Christian writers, and nearly the exact equivalent of metta. For both words, love is rather too strong a rendering, and charity too weak. Nor is it just to say that the Buddha, as compared with Christ, preaches inaction. The Christian nations of Europe are more inclined to action than the Buddhist nations of Asia. Yet the Beatitudes do not indicate that the strenuous life is the road to happiness. Those declared blessed are the poor, the mourners, the meek, the hungry, the pure, and the persecuted. Such men have just the virtues of the patient bhikkhu, and, like Christ, the Buddha praised the merciful and the peacemakers. And similarly, Christ's phrase about rendering unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's seems to dissociate his true followers, like the bhikkhus, from political life. Money and taxes are the affair of those who put their heads on coins. God, and the things which concern him, have quite another sphere. End of section 38. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 39 of Hinduism and Buddhism, An Historical Sketch, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hinduism and Buddhism, An Historical Sketch, Volume 1, by Charles Eliot. The Teaching of the Buddha, Part 1. When the Buddha preached his first sermon to the 5 monks at Benares, the topics he selected were the following. Footnote 402. See Chapter 8 of this book. End footnote. First comes an introduction about avoiding extremes of either self-indulgence or self-mortification. This was specially appropriate to his hearers, who were ascetics and disposed to overrate the value of austerities. Next, he defines the middle way, or eightfold path. Then he enunciates the 4 truths of the nature of suffering, its origin, its cessation, and the method of bringing about that cessation. This method is no other than the eightfold path. Then his hearers understood that whatever has a beginning must have an end. This knowledge is described as the pure and spotless eye of truth. The Buddha then formally admitted them as the first members of the Sangha. He then explained to them that there is no such thing as self. We are not told that they received any further instruction before they were sent forth to be teachers and missionaries. They were, it would seem, sufficiently equipped. When the Buddha instructs his sixth convert, Yasa, the introduction is slightly different, doubtless because he was a layman. It treats of, quote, almsgiving, of moral duties, of heaven, of the evil, vanity, and sinfulness of desires, of the blessings which come from abandoning desires, end quote. Then, when his catechumen's mind was prepared, he preached to him, quote, the chief doctrine of the Buddhas, namely suffering, its cause, its cessation, and the path, end quote. And when Yasa understood this, he obtained the eye of truth. It is clear, therefore, that the Buddha regarded practice as the foundation of his system. He wished to create a temper and a habit of life. Mere acquiescence in dogma, such as a Christian creed, is not sufficient as a basis of religion and test of membership. It is only in the second stage that he enunciates the four great theorems of his system, of which one, the path, is a matter of practice rather than doctrine, and only later still that he expounds conceptions which are logically fundamental, such as his view of personality. Quote, just as the great ocean has only one taste, the taste of salt, so has this doctrine and discipline only one taste, the taste of emancipation. End quote. Footnote 403. Kulavaga 9, 1, 4. End footnote. This practical aim has affected the form given to much of the Buddha's teaching. For instance, the theory of the skandhas and the chain of causation. When examined at leisure by a student of today, the dogmas seem formulated with imperfect logic, and the results trite and obvious. But such doctrines as that evil must have a cause which can be discovered and removed by natural methods, that a bad, unhappy mind can be turned into a good, happy mind by suppressing evil thoughts and cultivating good thoughts, are not commonplaces even now, if they receive a practical application, and in 500 BC they were not commonplaces in any sense. And yet no one can read Buddhist books or associate with Buddhist monks without feeling that the intellectual element is preponderant, not the emotional. The ultimate cause of suffering is ignorance. The Buddha has won the truth by understanding the universe. Conversion is usually described by some such phrase as acquiring the eye of truth, rather than by words expressing belief or devotion. The major part of the ideal life set forth in a recurring passage of the Digha Nikaya consists in the creation of intellectual states, and though the Buddha disavowed all speculative philosophy, his discourses are full, if not of metaphysics, at least of psychology. And this knowledge is essential. It is not sufficient to affirm one's belief in it. It must be assimilated and taken into the life of every true Buddhist. All cannot do this. Most of the unconverted are blinded by lust and passion, but some are incapacitated by want of mental power. They must practice virtue, and in a happier birth their minds will be enlarged. The reader who has perused the previous chapters will have some idea of the tone and subject matter of the Buddha's preaching. We will now examine his doctrine as a system, and will begin with the theory of existence, premising that it disclaims all idea of doing more than analyze our experience. With speculations or assertions as to the origin, significance, and purpose of the universe, the Buddha has nothing to do. Such questions do not affect his scheme of salvation. What views, if any, he may have held or implied about them, we shall gather as we go on. But it is dangerous to formulate what he did not formulate himself, and not always easy to understand what he did formulate. For his words, though often plain and striking, are, like the utterances of other great teachers, apt to provoke discordant explanations. They meet our thoughts halfway, but no interpretation exhausts their meaning. When we read into them the ideas of modern philosophy, and combine them into a system logical and plausible after the standard of this age, we often feel that the result is an anachronism. But if we treat them as ancient, simple discourses by one who wished to make men live an austere and moral life, we still find that there are uncomfortably profound sayings which will not harmonize with this theory. The Buddha's aversion to speculation did not prevent him from insisting on the importance of a correct knowledge of our mental constitution, the chain of causation, and other abstruse matters. Nor does it really take the form of neglecting metaphysics, rather of defining them in a manner so authoritative as to imply a reserve of unimparted knowledge. Again and again, questions about the fundamental mysteries of existence are put to him, and he will not give an answer. It would not conduce to knowledge, peace, or freedom from passion, we are told, and therefore the Lord has not declared it. Therefore, not, it would seem, because he did not know, but because the discussion was not profitable. And the modern investigator, who is not so submissive as the Buddha's disciples, asks why not. Can it be that the teacher knew of things transcendental not to be formulated in words? Once he compared the truths he had taught his disciples to a bunch of leaves which he held in his hand, and the other truths which he knew but had not taught to the leaves of the whole forest in which they were walking. Footnote 404. Samyutta Nikaya 51:31. End footnote. And the story of the blind men and the elephant seems to hint that Buddhas, those rare beings who are not blind, can see the constitution of the universe. Footnote 405. Udana 6:4. The story is that a king bade a number of blind men examine an elephant and describe its shape. Some touched the legs, some the tusks, some the tail, and so on, and gave descriptions accordingly, but none had any idea of the general shape. End footnote. May we, then, in chance phrases, get a glimpse of ideas which he would not develop? It may be so, but the quest is temerarious. Quote, "What I have revealed, hold as revealed, and what I have not revealed, hold as not revealed." End quote. Footnote 406. Or determined. End footnote. The gracious but authoritative figure of the master gives no further reply when we endeavor to restate his teaching in some completer form which admits of comparison with the ancient and modern philosophies of Europe. The best introduction to his theory of existence is perhaps the instruction given to the 5 monks after his first sermon. The body is not the self, he says, for if it were, it would not be subject to disease, and we should be able to say, "Let my body be, or not be such and such." Footnote 407. Or form, rupa. End footnote. As the denial of the existence of the self or ego, atta in Pali, atman in Sanskrit, is one of the fundamental and original tenets of Gautama, we must remember that this self, whose existence is denied, is something not subject to decay, and possessing perfect free will with power to exercise it. The Brahmanic Atman is such a self, but it is found nowhere in the world of our experience. Footnote 408. The word jiva, sometimes translated soul, is not equivalent to Atman. It seems to be a general expression for all the immaterial side of a human being. It is laid down, Digha Nikaya 6 and 7, that it is fruitless to speculate whether the jiva is distinct from the body or not. End footnote. For the body, or form, is not the self, neither is sensation or feeling, Vedana, for they are not free and eternal. Neither is perception, Sana, the self. Footnote 409. Sana, like many technical Buddhist terms, is difficult to render adequately because it does not cover the same ground as any one English word. Its essential meaning is recognition by a mark. When we perceive a blue thing, we recognize it as blue and as like other blue things that we have marked. See Mrs. Rhys David's Dhamma Sangani, page 8. End footnote. Neither, the Buddha goes on to say, are the sankharas the self, and for the same reason. Here we find ourselves sailing on the high seas of dogmatic terminology and must investigate the meaning of this important and untranslatable word. It is equivalent to the Sanskrit samskara, which is akin to the word Sanskrit itself and means compounding, making anything artificial and elaborate. It may be literally translated as synthesis or confection, and is often used in the general sense of phenomena, since all phenomena are compound. Footnote 410. The Samyutta Nikaya 22, 79-8 states that the sankharas are so called because they compose what is compound, sankatam. End footnote. Occasionally, we hear of three sankharas: body or deed, word, and thought. Footnote 411. Majjhima Nikaya 44. End footnote. But in later literature, the sankharas become a category with 52 divisions, and these are mostly mental, or at least subjective, states. The list opens with contact, phaso, and then follow sensation, perception, thought, reflection, memory, and a series of dispositions or states such as attention, effort, joy, torpor, stupidity, fear, doubt, lightness of body or mind, pity, envy, worry, pride. As European thought does not class all these items under one heading, or, in other words, has no idea equivalent to sankhara, it is not surprising that no adequate rendering has been found, especially as Buddhism regards everything as mere becoming, not fixed existence, and hence does not distinguish sharply between a process and a result, between the act of preparing and a preparation. Conformations, confections, syntheses, coefficients, tendencies, potentialities have all been used as equivalents, but I propose to use the Pali word as a rule. In some passages, the word phenomena is an adequate literary equivalent, if it is remembered that phenomena are not thought of apart from a perceiving subject. In others, some word like predispositions or tendencies is a more luminous rendering, because the sankharas are the potentialities for good and evil action existing in the mind as a result of karma. Footnote 412. In this sense, sankhara has also some affinity to the Sanskrit use of samskara to mean a sacramental rite. It is the essential nature of such a rite to produce a special effect. So, too, the sankharas present in one existence inevitably produce their effect in the next existence. For sankhara, see also the long note by S. Z. Ong at the end of the Compendium of Philosophy, PTS 1910. End footnote. The Buddha has now enumerated 4 categories which are not the self. The fifth and last is vijnana, frequently rendered by consciousness. But this word is unsuitable insofar as it suggests in English some unified and continuous mental state. Vijnana sometimes corresponds to thought, and sometimes is hardly distinguished from perception, for it means awareness of what is pleasant or painful, sweet or sour, and so on. Footnote 413. The use of this word for Vijnana is, I believe, due to Mrs. Rhys Davids. End footnote. But the Pitakas continually insist that it is not a unity, and that its varieties come into being only when they receive proper nourishment, or, as we should say, an adequate stimulus. Footnote 414. See especially Majjhima Nikaya 38. End footnote. Thus, visual consciousness depends on the sight and on visible objects, auditory consciousness on the hearing and on sounds. Vijnana is divided into 89 classes, according as it is good, bad, or indifferent, but none of these classes, nor all of them together, can be called the self. These 5 groups, body, feeling, perception, the sankharas, thought, are generally known as the skandhas, signifying in Sanskrit collections or aggregates. Footnote 415. Pali, kanda, but it has become the custom to use the Sanskrit term. Compare with karma, nirvana. End footnote. The classification adopted is not completely logical, for feeling and perception are both included in the sankharas and also counted separately. But the object of the Buddha was not so much to analyze the physical and mental constitution of a human being as to show that this constitution contains no element which can be justly called self or soul. For this reason, all possible states of mind are catalogued, sometimes under more than one head. They are none of them the self, and no self, ego, or soul in the sense defined above is discernible. Only aggregates of states and properties which come together and fall apart again. When we investigate ourselves, we find nothing but psychical states. We do not find a psyche. The mind is even less permanent than the body, for the body may last 100 years or so, quote, but that which is called mind, thought, or consciousness, day and night keeps perishing as one thing and springing up as another. End quote. Footnote 416. See Samyutta Nikaya 12:62. For parallels to this view in modern times, see William James, Textbook of Psychology, especially pages 203, 215, 216. End footnote. So, in the Samyutta Nikaya, Mara the tempter asks the nun Vajira by whom this being, that is the human body, is made. Her answer is, quote, here is a mere heap of sankharas. There is no being. As when various parts are united, the word chariot is used to describe the whole. So when the skandhas are present, the word being is commonly used. Footnote 417. Compare with Milinda Panna 2:1:1, and also the dialogue between the king of Sovira and the Brahmin in Vishnu Purana 2:13. End footnote. But it is suffering only that comes into existence and passes away. End quote. And Buddhaghosa says, misery only doth exist, none miserable. No doer is there, naught but the deed is found. Nirvana is, but not the man that seeks it. The path exists, but not the traveler on it. End quote. Footnote 418. Visuddhimagga, Chapter 16, quoted by Warren, Buddhism in Translations, page 146. Also, it is admitted that Vijnana cannot be disentangled and sharply distinguished from feeling and sensation. See passages quoted in Mrs. Rhys David's Buddhist Psychology, pages 52 to 54. End footnote. Thus, the Buddha and his disciples rejected such ideas as soul, being, and personality. But their language does not always conform to this ideal of negative precision, for the vocabulary of Pali, and still more of English, is inadequate for the task of discussing what form conduct and belief should take unless such words are used. Also, the atta, Atman, which the Buddha denies, means more than is implied by our words self and personality. The word commonly used to signify an individual is pugalo. Thus, in one sutta, the Buddha preaches of the burden, the bearer of the burden, taking it up and laying it down. Footnote 419. Samyutta Nikaya 22, 22.1. End footnote. The burden is the 5 skandhas, and the bearer is the individual or pugalo. This, if pressed, implies that there is a personality apart from the skandhas which has to bear them. But probably it should not be pressed, and we should regard the utterance as merely a popular sermon, using language which is, strictly speaking, metaphorical. Part 2. The doctrine of anatta, the doctrine that there is no such thing as a soul or self, is justly emphasized as a most important part of the Buddha's teaching, and Buddhist ethics might be summarized as the selfless life. Yet there is a danger that Europeans may exaggerate and misunderstand the doctrine by taking it as equivalent to a denial of the soul's immortality, or of free will, or to an affirmation that mind is a function of the body. The universality of the proposition really diminishes its apparent violence and nihilism. To say that some beings have a soul and others have not is a formidable proposition. But to say that absolutely no existing person or thing contains anything which can be called a self or soul is less revolutionary than it sounds. It clearly does not deny that men exist for decades and mountains for millenniums. Neither does it deny that before birth or after death there may be other existences similar to human life. It merely states that in all the world, organic and inorganic, there is nothing which is simple, self-existent, self-determined, and permanent. Everything is compound, relative, and transitory. The obvious fact that infancy, youth, and age form a series is not denied. The series may be called a personality, and death need not end it. The error to be avoided is the doctrine of the Brahmins that through this series there runs a changeless self, which assumes new phases like one who puts on new garments. The coordination and apparent unity observable in our mental constitution is due to mano, which is commonly translated mind, but is really for Buddhism, as for the Upanishads, a sensus communis. Whereas the 5 senses have different spheres or fields which are independent and do not overlap, mano has a share in all these spheres. It receives and cognizes all sense impressions. The philosophy of early Buddhism deals with psychology rather than with metaphysics. It holds it profitable to analyze and discuss man's mental constitution because such knowledge leads to the destruction of false ideals and the pursuit of peace and insight. Enquiry into the origin and nature of the external world is not equally profitable. In fact, it is a vain intellectual pastime. Still, in treating of such matters as sensation, perception, and consciousness, it is impossible to ignore the question of external objects or to avoid propounding, at least by implication, some theory about them. In this connection, we often come upon the important word Dhamma, Sanskrit dharma. It means a law, and more especially the law of the Buddha, or, in a wider sense, justice, righteousness, or religion. Footnote 420. With reference to a teacher, Dhamma is the doctrine which he preaches. With reference to a disciple, it may often be equivalent to duty. Compare with the Sanskrit expressions svadharma, one's own duty, paradharma, the duty of another person or caste. End footnote. But outside the moral and religious sphere, it is commonly used in the plural as equivalent to phenomena, considered as involving states of consciousness. The Dhamma Sangani divides phenomena into those which exist for the subject and those which exist for other individuals, and ignores the possibility of things existing apart from a knowing subject. Footnote 421. Dhamma Sangani 1044-5. End footnote. This hints at idealism, and other statements seem more precise. Thus, the Samyutta Nikaya declares, quote, "Verily, within this mortal body, some 6 feet high, but conscious and endowed with mind, is the world and its origin, and its passing away." End quote. Footnote 422. 238. End footnote. And similarly, the problem is posed, quote, "Where do the 4 elements pass away and leave no trace behind?" End quote. Footnote 423. Digha Nikaya 1185. End footnote. Neither gods nor men can answer it, and when it is referred to the Buddha, his decision is that the question is wrongly put, and therefore admits of no solution. Quote, "Instead of asking where the 4 elements pass away without trace, you should have asked, where do earth, water, fire and wind, and long and short, and fine and coarse, pure and impure, no footing find? Where is it that both name and form die out, and leave no trace behind?" Footnote 424. Name and form is the Buddhist equivalent for subject and object, or mind and body. End footnote. To that the answer is, in the mind of the saint. Yet it is certain that such passages should not be interpreted as equivalent to the later Yogacara doctrine that only thought really exists, or to any form of the doctrine that the world is maya, or illusion. The Pitakas leave no doubt on this point, for they elaborate with clearness and consistency the theory that sensation and consciousness depend on contact, that is, contact between sense organs and sense objects. Quote, "Man is conceived as a compound of instruments, receptive and reacting." End quote. And the Samyutta Nikaya puts into the Buddha's mouth the following dogmatic statement. Footnote 425. Mrs. Rhys Davids, Buddhist Psychology, page 39. Footnote 426. Samyutta Nikaya 3593. End footnote. Quote, "Consciousness arises because of duality. What is that duality? Visual consciousness arises because of sight and because of visible objects." Footnote 427. The same formula is repeated for the other senses. End footnote. Sight is transitory and mutable. It is its very nature to change. Visible objects are the same. So this duality is both in movement and transitory. End quote. The question of the reality of the external world did not present itself to the early Buddhists. Had it been posed, we may surmise that the Buddha would have replied, as in similar cases, that the question was not properly put. He would not, we may imagine, have admitted that the human mind has the creative power which idealism postulates, for such power seems to imply the existence of something like a self or Atman. But still, though the Pitakas emphasize the empirical duality of sense organs and sense objects, they also supply a basis for the doctrines of Nagarjuna and Asanga, which, like much late Buddhist metaphysics, insist on using logic in regions where the master would not use it. When it is said that the genesis of the world and its passing away are within this mortal frame, the meaning probably is that the world as we experience it, with its pains and pleasures, depends on the senses, and that with the modification or cessation of the senses, it is changed or comes to an end. In other words, for this doctrine, like most of the Buddha's doctrines, is at bottom ethical rather than metaphysical, the saint can make or unmake his own world and triumph over pain. But the theory of sensation may be treated not ethically, but metaphysically. Sensation implies a duality, and on the one side, the Buddha's teaching argues that there is no permanent sentient self, but merely different kinds of consciousness arising in response to different stimuli. It is admitted, too, that visible objects are changing and transitory like sight itself, and thus there is no reason to regard the external world, which is one half of the duality, as more permanent, self-existent, and continuous than the other half. When we apply to it the destructive analysis which the Buddha applied only to mental states, we easily arrive at the nihilism or idealism of the later Buddhists. Of this I will treat later. For the present, we have only to note that early Buddhism holds that sensation depends on contact, that is, on a duality. It does not investigate the external part of this duality, and it is clear that such investigation leads to the very speculations which the Buddha declared to be unprofitable, such as arguments about the eternity and infinity of the universe. The doctrine of anatta is counterbalanced by the doctrine of causation. Without this latter, the Buddha might seem to teach that life is a chaos of shadows, but, on the contrary, he teaches the universality of law, in this life and in all lives. For Hindus of most schools of thought, metempsychosis means the doctrine that the immortal soul passes from one bodily tenement to another and is reborn again and again. Karma is the law which determines the occurrence and the character of these births. In Buddhism, though the Pitakas speak continually of rebirth, metempsychosis is an incorrect expression, since there is no soul to transmigrate, and there is, strictly speaking, nothing but karma. This word, signifying literally action or act, is the name of the force which finds expression in the fact that every event is the result of causes, and also is itself a cause which produces effects. Further in the fact, for Indians regard it as one, that when a life, whether of a god, man, or lower creature, comes to an end, the sum of its actions, which is in many connections equivalent to personal character, takes effect as a whole and determines the character of another aggregation of skandhas, in popular language, another being, representing the net result of the life which has come to an end. Karma is also used in the more concrete sense of the merit or demerit acquired by various acts. Thus we hear of karma which manifests itself in this life, and of karma which only manifests itself in another. No explanation whatever is given of the origin of karma, of its reason, method, or aims, and it would not be consistent with the principles of the Buddha to give such an explanation. Indeed, though it is justifiable to speak of karma as a force which calls into being the world as we know it, such a phrase goes beyond the habitual language of early Buddhism, which merely states that everything has a cause, and that everyone's nature and circumstances are the result of previous actions in this or other existences. Karma is not so much invoked as a metaphysical explanation of the universe as accorded the consideration which it merits as an ultimate moral fact. It has often been pointed out that the Buddha did not originate or even first popularize the ideas of reincarnation and karma. They are Indian, not specifically Buddhist. In fact, of all Indian systems of thought, Buddhism is the one which has the greatest difficulty in expressing these ideas in intelligible and consistent language because it denies the existence of the ego. Some writers have gone so far as to suggest that the whole doctrine formed no part of the Buddha's original teaching and was an accretion, or at most a concession of the master to the beliefs of his time. But I cannot think this view is correct. The idea is woven into the texture of the Buddha's discourses. When in words which have as strong a claim as any in the Pitakas to be regarded as old and genuine, he describes the stages by which he acquired enlightenment and promises the same experiences to those who observe his discipline. He says that he first followed the thread of his own previous existences through past eons, plumbing the unfathomed depths of time. Footnote 428. See Majjhima Nikaya 36 for his own experiences and Digha Nikaya 2, 93-96. End footnote. Next, the whole of existence was spread out before him like a view seen from above, and he saw beings passing away from one body and taking shape in another according to their deeds. Only when he understood both the perpetual transformation of the universe and also the line and sequence in which that transformation occurs, only then did he see the four truths as they really are. It is unfortunate for us that the doctrine of reincarnation met with almost universal assent in India. Footnote 429. In Digha Nikaya 23, Payasi maintains the thesis, regarded as most unusual, section 5, that there is no world but this, and no such things as rebirth and karma. He is confuted not by the Buddha, but by Kassapa. His arguments are that dead friends whom he has asked to bring him news of the next world have not done so, and that experiments performed on criminals do not support the idea that a soul leaves the body at death. Kassapa's reply is chiefly based on analogies of doubtful value, but also on the affirmation that those who have cultivated their spiritual faculties have intuitive knowledge of rebirth and other worlds. But Payasi did not draw any distinction between rebirth and immortality as understood in Europe. He was a simple materialist. End footnote. If someone were to found a new Christian sect, he would probably not be asked to prove the immortality of the soul. It is assumed as part of the common religious belief. Similarly, no one asked the Buddha to prove the doctrine of rebirth. If we permit our fancy to picture an interview between him and someone holding the ordinary ideas of an educated European about the soul, we may imagine that he would have some difficulty in understanding what is the alternative to rebirth. His interlocutor might reply that there are two types of theory among Europeans. Some think that the soul comes into existence with the body at birth, but continues to exist everlasting and immortal after the death of the body. Others, commonly called materialists, while agreeing that the soul comes into existence with the birth of the body, hold that it ceases to exist with the death of the body. To the first theory, the Buddha would probably have replied that there is one law without exception, namely that whatever has a beginning has also an end. The whole universe offers no analogy or parallel to the soul which has a beginning but no end, and not the smallest logical need is shown for believing a doctrine so contrary to the nature of things. And as for materialism, He would probably say that it is a statement of the processes of the world as perceived, but no explanation of the mental or even of the physical world. The materialists forget that object as known cannot be isolated from the knowing subject. Sensation implies contact and duality, but it is no real explanation to say that mental phenomena are caused by physical phenomena. The Buddha reckoned among vain speculations not only such problems as the eternity and infinity of the world, but also the question, is the principle of life, jiva, identical with the body or not identical? That question, he said, is not properly put, which is tantamount to condemning as inadequate all theories which derive life and thought from purely material antecedents. Footnote 430. The more mythological parts of the Pitakas make it plain that the early Buddhists were not materialists in the modern sense. It is also said that there are formless worlds in which there is thought, but no form or matter. End footnote. Other ideas of modern Europe, such as that the body is an instrument on which the soul works, or the expression of the soul, seem to imply, or at least to be compatible with, the pre-existence of the soul. It is probable, too, that the Buddha would have said, and a modern Buddhist would certainly say, that the fact of rebirth can easily be proved by testimony and experience, because those who will make the effort can recall their previous births. For his hearers, the difficulty must have been not to explain why they believed in rebirth, but to harmonize the belief with the rest of the master's system. For what is reborn, and how? We detect a tendency to say that it is vijnana, or consciousness, and the expression patisandhi vijnanam, or rebirth consciousness, occurs. Footnote 431. See, too, the story of Godika's death, Samyutta Nikaya 1, 4, 3, and Buddhaghosa on Dhammapada 57. End footnote. The question is treated in an important dialogue in the Majjhima Nikaya, where a monk called Sati maintains that, according to the Buddha's teaching, consciousness transmigrates unchanged. Footnote 432. Number 38. Called the Mahatanha Sankhya Suttam. End footnote. The Buddha summoned Sati and rebuked his error in language of unusual severity, for it was evidently capital and fatal if persisted in. The Buddha does not state what transmigrates, as the European reader would wish him to do, and would no doubt have replied to that question that it is improperly framed and does not admit of an answer. His argument is directed not so much against the idea that consciousness in one existence can have some connection with consciousness in the next, as against the idea that this consciousness is a unity and permanent. He maintains that it is a complex process due to many causes, each producing its own effect. Yet the Pitakas seem to admit that the processes which constitute consciousness in one life can also produce their effect in another life, for the character of future lives may be determined by the wishes which we form in this life. Existence is really a succession of states of consciousness following one another, irrespective of bodies. If uppercase ABC and lowercase abc are two successive lives, uppercase ABC is not more of a reality or unity than BCA. No personality passes over at death from uppercase ABC to lowercase abc, but then uppercase ABC is itself not a unity. It is merely a continuous process of change. Footnote 433. See, too, Digha Nikaya, N63, quote, if Vijnana did not descend into the womb, would body and mind be constituted there? End quote. And Samyutta Nikaya 12, 12, 3, quote, Vijnana, food, is the condition for bringing about rebirth in the future." End quote. End footnote. The discourse seems to say that tanha, the thirst for life, is the connecting link between different births, but it does not use this expression. In one part of his address, the Buddha exhorts his disciples not to inquire what they were, or what they will be, or what is the nature of their present existence, but rather to master and think out for themselves the universal law of causation, that every state has a cause for coming into being and a cause for passing away. No doubt his main object is, as usual, practical, to incite to self-control rather than to speculation. But may he not also have been under the influence of the idea that time is merely a form of human thought? For the ordinary mind, which cannot conceive of events except as following one another in time, the succession of births is as true as everything else. The higher kinds of knowledge, such as are repeatedly indicated in the Buddha's discourse, though they are not described because language is incapable of describing them, may not be bound in this way by the idea of time, and may see that the essential truth is not so much a series of births in which something persists and passes from existence to existence as the timeless fact that life depends upon tanha, the desire for life. Death, that is, the breaking up of such constituents of human life as the body, states of consciousness, etc., does not affect tanha. If tanha has not been deliberately suppressed, it collects skandhas again. The result is called a new individual. But the essential truth is the persistence of the tanha until it is destroyed. Still, there is no doubt that the earliest Buddhist texts and the discourse ascribed to the Buddha himself speak, when using ordinary untechnical language, of rebirth and of a man dying and being born in such and such a state. Footnote 434. Upajati is the usual word. End footnote. Only we must not suppose that the man's self is continued or transferred in this operation. There is no entity that can be called soul, and, strictly speaking, no entity that can be called body, only a variable aggregation of skandhas, constantly changing. At death, this collocation disperses, but a new one reassembles under the influence of tanha, the desire of life, and by the law of karma, which prescribes that every act must have its result. The illustration that comes most naturally is that of water. Waves pass across the surface of the sea, and successive waves are not the same, nor is what we call the same wave really the same at two different points in its progress, and yet one wave causes another wave and transmits its form and movement. So are beings traveling through the world, samsara, not the same at any 2 points in a single life, and still less the same in 2 consecutive lives. Yet it is the impetus and form of the previous lives, the desire that urges them and the form that it takes, which determine the character of the succeeding lives. But Buddhist writers more commonly illustrate rebirth by fire than by water, and this simile is used with others in the questions of Milinda. We cannot assume that this book reflects the views of the Buddha or his immediate followers, but it is the work of an Indian in touch with good tradition who lived a few centuries later and expressed his opinions with lucidity. It denies the existence of transmigration and of the soul, and then proceeds to illustrate by metaphors and analogies how 2 successive lives can be the same and yet not the same. For instance, suppose a man carelessly allows his lamp to set his thatch on fire, with the result that a whole village is burnt down. He is held responsible for the loss, but when brought before the judge, argues that the flame of his lamp was not the same as the flame that burnt down the village. Will such a plea be allowed? Certainly not. Or, to take another metaphor, suppose a man were to choose a young girl in marriage, and after making a contract with her parents, were to go away, waiting for her to grow up. Meanwhile, another man comes and marries her. If the two men appeal to the king, and the later suitor says to the earlier, "The little child whom you chose and paid for is one, and the full-grown girl whom I paid for and married is another," no one would listen to his argument, for clearly the young woman has grown out of the girl, and in ordinary language they are the same person. Or again, suppose that one man left a jar of milk with another, and the milk turned to curds. Would it be reasonable for the first man to accuse the second of theft because the milk has disappeared? The caterpillar and butterfly might supply another illustration. It is unfortunate that the higher intelligences offer no example of such metamorphosis in which consciousness is apparently interrupted between the two stages. Would an intelligent caterpillar take an interest in his future welfare as a butterfly, and stigmatize as vices indulgences pleasant to his caterpillar senses and harmful only to the coming butterfly, between whom and the caterpillar there is perhaps no continuity of consciousness? We can imagine how strongly butterflies would insist that the foundation of morality is that caterpillars should realize that the butterfly's interests and their own are the same. End Part 2. End of Section 39. Recording by Linda Johnson.